Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1: Reincarnation Die, Motherfucker. Sigh another defeat, Alex muttered, despair evident in his voice. Skill issue, Steven commented as he watched Alex lose once more in Elden Ring. Shut up, Steven, Alex shouted angrily before turning off his computer. A loser is a loser. By the way, your girlfriend tried to call you, Steven said while washing his hands before dinner. Huh? She's not my girlfriend anymore, we broke up last week, Alex responded, too lethargic to care. Really? Steven asked, surprised. I thought you two were good, he added as he sat down in the dining room for dinner. Well, I caught her cheating, so there's nothing left to say, Alex stated as he walked towards the dining room. However, the moment he stepped through the dining room door, he lost consciousness. Are you stupid? Stated an elderly man with a white beard and hair. But, father, I was just playing with my powers, the little girl whispered, fear in her voice. You will be grounded for a year. No playing, no sweets, only training. Albert, take her for punishment and train her, the old man commanded as he watched his daughter leave with his servant. Yes, master. No. The small child screamed with all her might. The old man considered how to handle the situation as he looked at the transparent screen in front of him. In Hidden Leaf Village. When Alex regained consciousness for the first time, he felt his body flutter and heard faint sounds. He tried to open his eyes but couldn't. Shortly after, he slipped back into a deep sleep. As he fell deeper into sleep, his soul entered a specific space. A red-haired woman was looking at a huge fox at the time. Uzumaki Kashina looked at the small body floating in the air, blinked, and asked the huge fox, Ninetales, is this your child? So, you're a female fox, correct? Kibai was perplexed by the child's sudden appearance. However, upon hearing that phrase, he burst out, how could I have a child? Kashina tilted her head. You've been sealed for so many years. Before Kibai could respond, she hit her palm with a look of I figured it out. Did you become pregnant before you were sealed? You're so enormous that the other tailed creatures may have gotten you pregnant. How long is your mating period? Look at the marks on its face, they're the same as yours. Kibai shuddered in wrath, his hands and feet growing icy. If it weren't for the nails, he would have slapped her. How did this woman's brain function? Kibai took a deep breath and exclaimed, I cannot get pregnant. This kid is yours and that man's outside. Really? I've only been pregnant for about 3 months. Wait a minute. Kashina murmured, exiting the sealed compartment and turning to the blonde man next to her, who stared at her with concern. Minato, what is a fetus like when it's 3 months old? Minato Namikaze was taken aback. The fetus? According to Hidden Leaf Village hospital records, a 3-month-old fetus measures approximately 9 centimeters in length. Facial features have begun to emerge, limbs can be distinguished, fingers and toes have formed, and hair and nails have started to grow. Minato paused and questioned, why are you asking so suddenly? Minato had been researching Kashina's pregnancy since the day he discovered it, gathering information from Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. After several months of study, he had nearly caught up to medical ninjas in terms of theory. Kashina dropped her head, one hand resting on her tummy, and beheld her child in the sealed space. I just saw our child. Child? What happened? Minato inquired with concern. You looked dizzy just now. I assumed it was related to the Ninetales change. Could it be the fetus? Kashina explained what had recently happened and concluded, that must be the child's conscious body. I checked the seal, while there are signs of minor deterioration, it's still within the expected range. I'm concerned about the child entering the sealed space. Minato frowned. That's quite strange. I'll have Mrs. Saratobi look into this. I'll bring her to inspect our child. Yeah, Kashina responded softly, and her awareness returned to the conscious space. This is Minato's and my child. Uzumaki Kashina gently reached out to the fetus floating in the air, hesitant to touch it. Ninetales looked at her puzzled. Was this still the red-hot-blooded habanero who was feared for her personality? Can giving birth to a new life transform a person? That expression. It was similar to how the old man looked at us. Hey, Ninetales. Kashina proclaimed, word for word, I will tame you. You will be utilized for the village and this youngster in the future. A mere human. Ninetales roared. It was to be expected, all humans wanted was to rule over him. In what way could she be like the old man? I will surely kill you. Kushina ignored him and concentrated on the tiny life in her palm until Minato, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his wife Sarutobi Hueco materialized in front of her. Kushina, how are you doing? Are you okay? Minato asked first, clearly worried. I'm fine. Kushina turned to face the third Hokage couple after shaking her head. I'm sorry for disturbing you both at such a late hour, Mrs. Sarutobi. At this point, Kushina completed her account of the entire affair, and Sarutobi Hueco concluded her examination. The fetus is very healthy, and nothing abnormal was found. Beside her, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth to place his smoking pipe between his lips, but Hueco stopped him. There were no similar occurrences with Mido-sama, the previous host of the Ninetales when she was pregnant. The third Hokage replied, scratching his beard awkwardly. So, there isn't a previous instance to refer to. Please keep a watchful eye on Kushina's condition going forward. We cannot afford to act irresponsibly. Sarutobi Hueco gave a nod of agreement. That's the only way. We won't disturb you any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen said his goodbyes, realizing he couldn't assist them further. Sarutobi Hiruzen is now in an advisory position. Minato struggled to gain the trust of the elders, including Koharu and Hamura, after becoming the fourth Hokage due to his youth. Of course, interacting with his old friend Danzo was even more difficult. As a result, he decided to stay temporarily to assist Minato and gradually strengthen his authority, smoothing the transition of power. With Kushina pregnant, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to help Minato and share the burden. Though many thought he was power-hungry, he was approaching 60 years old and conscious that his strength and courage had significantly deteriorated. He only wanted to guide the next generation of Hidden Leaf Village while he still had some peace. After seeing the third Hokage couple leave, Minato returned and tenderly embraced Kushina, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'll protect you and the child." Minato smiled gently. "And you must be the luckiest mother in the world to get to see the baby ahead of time. Tell me more about Granny Mido." Kushina couldn't help but remember what Granny Mido had once told her. Being a tailed beast vessel is our destiny to counter the fox's hatred. We need to fill ourselves with love, but you will be very lucky if you encounter a man who genuinely loves you. I encountered that person long ago, someone as warm as the sun. Kushina described the fetal consciousness while smiling at Minato. Though I can't tell the gender yet, I believe it's a boy. He'll grow up to be an incredible person. Then how about naming him Naruto? Naruto? Chapter. Happy times are always short. Kushina's stomach grew noticeably with each passing day. During this period, Alex began to grasp the reality of his predicament. According to the anime, he had somehow traveled to the Naruto universe, becoming Naruto before his birth. Was this a direct reincarnation or a replacement of Naruto's soul? The question lingered, but Alex remained calm. After all, he had already faced the strangeness of being reborn in California at the New Horizons orphanage. Although Naruto's body was still incapable of speech or movement, his mind was incredibly active. His primary concern was the imminent threat posed by Obito Uchiha during his birth. Obito, driven by rage and resentment, would push Naruto's parents to sacrifice themselves to weaken the Nine-Tails seal. This was his chance to unleash the Nine-Tails and attack Hidden Leaf Village. In Alex's previous life, he hadn't fully grasped the significance of Obito's actions until the story's conclusion. Naruto knew that this calamity would claim the lives of many Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, including his parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. But as a fetus, there was nothing he could do, no way to warn them, no way to prepare. For now, Naruto could only passively receive the nutrients provided by his mother while listening to Kushina's voice, which reached him through some mysterious connection. From the first time she sensed Naruto in the awareness space, Kushina had been visiting his consciousness daily, speaking to him. Her words were simple but filled with love. "Naruto, grow up quickly, your father and I can't wait to meet you. Your father is a super powerful ninja, the fourth Hokage. Mom is strong too. See that big, scary fox over there? Your mother can handle it easily." In the background, a fox's roar echoed in protest. "Naruto, it wasn't easy for your mother to bring you into this world, so you must be obedient in the future. Naruto, your dad asked me to pass something on to you. I don't care if you understand it or not, but I want to tell you anyway." Despite the absurdity of it all, Naruto understood her, even though the language was different. Over the months, he absorbed a surprising amount of knowledge. He learned that their home was located in Building 101 on Ramen Street in Hidden Leaf Village. He knew that his mother's close friend, Mikoto Uchiha, was also expecting a child. He also knew that his father's disciple was a masked, White-haired ninja with dead fish eyes, Kakashi Hatake. In the ninja world, it's common knowledge that a fetus can't understand what's being said to them, but my mother was already planning my future. Is this what it's like to be an Asian child? It seemed that he would have to study hard even before he was born. Did she somehow know I was a scholar in my previous life? Naruto almost resigned himself to spending the rest of his pre-birthdays in Kushina's parent-child prenatal education class. Until one day, a few months later. "Who are you, handsome guy?" As Naruto opened his eyes, he was startled to see a striking man standing before him. Minato Namikaze, Hidden Leaf Village's fourth Hokage and Naruto's father, had blonde hair, bright eyes with an orange ring around them, and a smile that radiated warmth. But why was he in sage mode? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Did I fast forward to the Ninja World War in my sleep? Naruto's thoughts were a jumble of confusion. Before Naruto could make sense of it, Minato spoke, his voice gentle but tinged with awkwardness. Author's note: Minato's arrival in sage mode might have caused some confusion. "Hello, Naruto. This is our first meeting. I'm Minato Namikaze, your father." This. Minato scratched the back of his head, clearly embarrassed. "I'm a first-time father, with no experience. I even asked the third Hokage and Jiraiya Senkai for advice on how to get along with my kid and what to say when I see my son for the first time. In short, I'll do my best to be a good father. Please take care of me in the future." He extended his right hand as if to shake hands with Naruto, his expression hopeful. "PFFT, ha ha ha." Kushina, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Minato, normally so composed, was adorably clumsy. She remembered how, just days before, Minato had practiced his first meeting with Naruto's speech at home. He had termed it the family struggle over the first meeting between father and son. Minato had rehearsed dozens of lines, but the final result was a disaster. "Minato, Naruto is still a baby. How could he possibly shake hands with you?" "Haha, that's true." Minato realized his mistake, laughing it off. Naruto had already pieced it together. Minato must have found a way to enter the sealed space to meet him ahead of time. This father seems pretty great, Naruto thought as he tried to raise his tiny hand, gently placing it on Minato's outstretched one before it could retreat. Ugh! Minato was so touched that tears nearly spilled from his eyes. "Did Naruto accept me?" "Yeah." Kushina exclaimed, her joy evident, though her cheeks puffed up in mock annoyance. "Really, mommy has been talking to you for so long, and you don't care, but when dad comes, you say hello. It's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair. Not fair." She playfully poked Naruto's cheek. "Wow, Naruto waved his little hands in protest, trying to fend off his mischievous mother while making noises that had no clear meaning. "Ha ha ha." Minato grinned, pulling both mother and son into a warm embrace. A family of three, enjoying a precious moment together. If you ignored the large fox in the background. Humphrey, stupid humans. Kurama watched them, a tinge of envy in his eyes. If only the old man were still around. Many generations had passed since then. "Hey, human, how did you get inside?" Kurama suddenly realized there was something he overlooked. "Me? I devised a trick called Father and Mother Chakra Resonance Control to meet Naruto earlier." Huh? Although Kurama had always known Minato was a genius, he still found it hard to adjust. What is this guy talking about? In simple terms, it's a technique to improve perception through chakra control. By adapting my chakra to a specific frequency based on Kushina's chakra fluctuations, I could control the chakra and enter through the seal. I've been practicing chakra control for months to pull this off. Kurama couldn't help but be impressed by Minato's ingenuity. Naruto, nestled in Kushina's arms, felt the same way. My father is amazing. After just a few months of practice, he discovered this technique by combining it with chakra control. It reminded Naruto of the method he later used to distribute chakra to the entire ninja coalition during the Fourth Ninja War. Come to think of it, after mastering chakra control, when your misguided disciple returns to cause trouble in a few months, will you be able to defeat him? A sudden wave of confidence surged through Naruto. Hold on, we can win this. His gaze on Minato was filled with admiration. If you looked closely, you could almost see the words "Big Boss, please take care of me" written in his eyes. From this day on, Naruto's hope for his future life grew even stronger. And from this day on, Naruto's daily Kushina's parent-child prenatal education class was upgraded to the Minato and Kushina's parent-child prenatal education class. Hopefully, this isn't just an illusion. Happy times are always short. Chapter: Obito's arrival. It was an ordinary night, the moon was sparse, and the Hidden Leaf villagers were wandering on the streets in twos and threes. Some had fallen asleep, some were training in green lights, some were training in bedroom. Ahem, For most people, it was no different from usual. In a secret cave outside the village, several Anbu nervously stood at the door. Inside the cave, Sarutobi Hueco and her assistant, Nino Yoshida, stood beside Kushina's bed, nervously instructing and encouraging Kushina. While Minato was always paying attention to the nine-tailed seal on Kushina's body. As Kushina's screams stopped, a baby boy was born smoothly. Why doesn't this child cry? Naruto opened his eyes but found that he was being held in the arms of an old woman. Before he could react, he felt the world spinning as if someone was holding his foot, and then there was a sharp pain in his butt. Who slapped me? Cripple yourself and bow down in front of this young master, or be killed, Naruto cried out spinelessly, trying to act like a young master. The adults laughed at his cute cry. From today, I'll be a father. Minato already cried with joy. He's a very energetic boy. Hueco smiled and gave him towards Kushina. Naruto, Minato shouted and stretched out his hand. Why, but Lady Hueco avoided. Don't touch him, he has to see his mother first, right? Huh? Minato moved his hands away with embarrassment. Naruto. Kushina tilted her head to look at Naruto. Although she has been seeing him every day in the sealed space, this is the real meeting. Naruto stopped crying, opened his eyes wide and looked at his mother for the first time in his life. Obito is about to come, but what can I even do in this situation? Sigh. Naruto opened his mouth. I can't speak at all and the words all turn into crying, but he can't do anything about it. Okay, you can breathe a sigh of relief, Naruto, be good, Hueco said, hugging Naruto and taking Naruto to the side. She knew that the fourth Hokage had to strengthen the seal, so she should not get in the way. Minato next to him had already entered the room. He came over and held Kushina's hand. Kushina, although you have just given birth to Naruto, you have worked very hard, but you can't rest yet. Next, you need to strengthen the seal of the nine tails. Before he could finish speaking, Minato suddenly disappeared in place, blocking a kunai that stabbed Sarubai Hueco from behind. Who are you? Minato tightly clasped the wrist of the mysterious man in the black robe with the orange spiral mask in front of him. If Minato were not sensitive enough, the consequences would be unimaginable. What a quick blinking technique, you deserve to be called Yellow Flash. The mysterious man, Obito Uchiha's tone was 3-point admiration, 3-point calm, 3-point hatred, and 1-point regret. After all, his personality is relatively narrow, either serious or funny. Sarutobi Hueco took the opportunity to hug Naruto and hide behind Minato, while Nino kicked back with a sharp kick, but the kick was empty. No, only a kunai tied with a few detonating talismans was left in place. Can't let the detonator explode here. Minato vanished instantly with the detonating talisman and appeared in a log cabin outside the village. Then, with the sound of the explosion, the log cabin collapsed, and Minato also instantly jumped outside the house. How is the situation? When Minato returned to the cave, Kushina had disappeared. Sarutobi Hueco was standing beside the bed holding Naruto, and Nino was slowly standing up while clutching her stomach. Fourth Hokage, Kushina was taken away by the mysterious man. We were not his opponents. He seems to know that you will come back immediately, so he did not entangle with us. Hueco briefly introduced the situation. Understood, he was here for Kushina, and he chose today, so the purpose is the nine tails, and the information was leaked. Next, we have to plan for the worst. Minato had a serious expression, and Kushina was a Jinchuriki. Once the tail beast is lost, many people in Hidden Leaf Village will lose their lives, and once the nine tails get out of control, Hidden Leaf Village will suffer huge damage. Minato put his hands on Hueco and Nino's shoulders and activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and the four of them appeared directly in Hokage's office. At this time, Hiruzen was replacing Minato to handle official duties, and he was a little puzzled when he saw three of them and Hueco holding Naruto in her arms. Minato said directly, this time, it is very urgent, please ask Mrs. Hueco for specifics of the situation, and Nino will bring Naruto with me. Nino took Naruto from Hueco's arms, while Minato disappeared with the two of them. What the fuck is going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, could it be that Kushina had an accident? Sarutobi Hueco described what had happened, and the third Hokage's expression gradually became solemn. He called for Anbu, order, Hidden Leaf Village enters the wartime state, inform all the Anbu to stand by at any time, and immediately organize the civilians below the Chunin to enter the shelter. Now go. Yes. X4 The four immediately split up and sounded the alarm to convey the order. After the alarm sounded, the entire Hidden Leaf Village was operating at a high speed, and the ninjas rushed to their posts. At this time, the Uchiha security force, who was in charge of the security and defense of the village, received the order, protect non-combatants to evacuate. After receiving the order, Fugaku Uchiha immediately started arranging tasks, suppressing the opinions of the clansmen who asked for battle, mobilizing all the fighting forces to execute the order. Even Mikoto Uchiha, who was coaxing the child, handed Sasuke to the 5-year-old Itachi and left in a hurry. On the other side, Minato took Nino back home, put Naruto on the bed, hugged him gently, and said, "Dad is going to pick up Mom. I will be back in some time with Mom, so don't worry." Minato turned around and said to Nino, "I have activated the defensive barrier, and Naruto will be in your care for the time being." Yes. Nino knew that her strength would not be of much help, so she could only take care of the child so that the 4 Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village would have no worries. Minato sensed the mark of Flying Thunder God on Kushina's body and appeared directly beside Kushina, who was tired and was on the ground. Kushina. Minato. Before Minato could say more, Obito had already controlled the 9-tailed giant claw and swung it down. Minato immediately hugged Kushina and left the place, appearing on a tree a little further away. Oh? The technique of Flying Thunder God? Too late, yellow flash. However, the couple ignored the mysterious man who was speaking sarcastically. At this time, the sadness and anger in Minato's heart could no longer be suppressed. The 9 tails had already been drawn out, which means that Kushina had little time left. Minutes. Is Naruto alright? It's okay, Naruto is in a safe place now. Then that's fine. Don't think too much, I'll take you to Naruto now. Minato glanced back a little at the mysterious person in the distance, and the city used the Flying Thunder God jutsu to bring Kushina back home, and gently placed her beside Naruto. Naruto. Kushina's eyes filled with tears, she lay on her side and hugged Naruto gently rubbing Naruto's small face and body with her cheeks. It won't be long before she leaves the father and son behind. Kushina's heart is full of reluctance now, and she also cherishes this last time to hug Naruto. Naruto can only be in a hurry now, after all, he can't do anything but cry now. Is there no golden finger when I crossed over? On the other hand, Minato watched this scene, tightly clenched his fists, and his eyes became sharp. Nino, please take care of them here, I'll take care of things outside. Yes. Nino, who retreated to the door of the room, didn't talk much and didn't bother the family of 3. Minato walked out of the bedroom, put on the ninja bag, put on the Hokage's robe, fastened the Hidden Leaf Village ninja forehead guard, a special Flying Thunder kunai, and waved the robe with a hunting sound. He will fight to protect the village as Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage. Nino looked at the 5 characters' 4th Hokage on Minato's back, and at the firm back, she felt from the bottom of her heart that this man would never lose. A few seconds later, the Minato was prepared for battle and he said in a deep voice, "I'll be right back. The 4th Hokage will come soon. Hold on. Drive Kibai out of the village." At this time, the Hidden Leaf Village was brightly lit, and the civilians retreated to the shelter in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the ninjas. Including Kakashi, Mikoto, and Buu and other younger ninjas, and the older ninjas gave ninjas a look. It's not time for your generation to die. The battle against the 9 tails is bound to be very tragic. They must protect the future of Hidden Leaf Village. This is probably the will of fire that Hiruzen often talks about. 9 tails, controlled by Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan, moved forward step by step towards the center of Hidden Leaf Village and ended their tails to wreak the village. The Anbu ninjas released various attacks, such as fire-style jutsu and earth-style jutsu, etc. against the 9 tails in batches, trying their best to slow down the speed of the 9 tails. 9 tails roared, raised his head and opened his mouth. The terrifying chakra gathered into a dark purple sphere and then sprayed it fiercely in the direction of Hokage Rock. Chapter: Minato vs Obito. Obito led Kurama back to the village. Kushina was left in the safe house to look after Naruto, while Minato left to defend the village from Kurama. Even before Kurama arrived in the village, some sensed its approach. The young Itachi Uchiha felt something ominous, and his brother, Sasuke Uchiha, began to cry. Kakashi detected a change in the air as he spoke with Might Gay, though he did not know the cause. Hiruzen sensed Kurama while he worked in his office, against the implication. Obito snuck back into the village and summoned Kurama by using it to launch an immediate attack. An Anbu reported Kurama's appearance to Hiruzen, who had already changed into his combat uniform to lead the village's defense. Minato teleported to the Hokage monument to lend his assistance. Kurama immediately noticed his presence and attacked with a tail beast ball, which he sent away with his Flying Thunder God. Conflict was noticed by the villagers. Minato attempted to locate Hiruzen so that he could tell him what happened, but he was stopped by Obito. Obito started to teleport Minato away, but Minato used his teleportation to escape. Obito followed. From Obito's actions, Minato speculated that Obito was Madara Uchiha, who had decades earlier tried to use Kurama to destroy Hidden Leaf Village. Obito didn't deny Minato's claim, but he did allude to having some purpose behind the attack. Minato and Obito clashed, with Minato after some difficulty, finally managing to strike Obito with a Rasengan. During his attack, Minato was able to brand Obito with the Flying Thunder God, allowing him to teleport to Obito's location whenever he wanted. He immediately did so to strike again, this time to place a contract seal on Obito that removed Kurama from his control. Injured and deprived of his best weapon, Obito fled, reminding Minato that it was only a temporary setback. In Hidden Leaf Village meanwhile, many of the village's children had been taken away from the village and confined behind a barrier so that they would not be killed trying to protect their loved ones. Meanwhile, Itachi was running through the village with Sasuke in his arms, trying to find their parents. Once free from Obito's control, Kurama tried to retreat from the village. It was pursued by Hidden Leaf Village's forces, led by Hiruzen, prompting it to retaliate with another tailed beast ball. Minato returned to the village in time to stop it by summoning chakra chains above it, having chains keep Kurama restrained while he gathered the chakra to teleport it away. Minato took the Kurama to the safe house where he'd left Kushina and Naruto since it was the furthest away from the village that he could get. After Minato left, Nino retreated to the door to guard, and only Kushina was left in the room holding Naruto and sobbing softly, saying one sentence after another as if she wanted to repeat her entire life in front of Naruto. Naruto stared at her with wide eyes, trying to say something, but he could only utter the meaningless syllables of wah wah. Suddenly time stopped, and an old with white hair and beard appeared in front of Naruto. "I can't interfere much, but this will help you." The old man extended his hand and released two glowing white balls that entered Kushina and Naruto, respectively. "Goodbye, young one, hope we meet again for a good cause." After saying this, the old man disappeared like he was never there. A few minutes later, Naruto heard a loud bang, guessing that his father used a Flying Thunder God to transfer Nine Tails into the mountains. A few minutes later, Minato returned home again, looking slightly tired. He picked up Kushina with one hand and Naruto with the other. "Let's go." After speaking, he used the Flying Thunder God technique again. Naruto only felt that the shift in place in front of him came from one place to another place, and a big fox not far away was particularly conspicuous. It seems that from what I recall, this is probably the place where the Nine Tails were sealed, and it is also the place where Minato and his mother died in battle in the original anime. At this time, the third Hokage was on his way. Minato said, "I am here to open the barrier. Fortunately, I have practiced chakra control well in the past 6 months to meet Naruto, otherwise, chakra might not be able to support it. I can hold on for a while." Saying that, Kushina bit her lip, and 5 golden chains stretched out from behind her, crashing around Nine Tails' limbs, torso, and tail tightly. Adamantine sealing chains. The unique power of the bloodline of the Uzumaki family can be used for both attack and seal. It is especially good at suppressing tailed beasts. Usually relying on this trick, Kushina kept the Nine Tails docile. Now the power that erupted at the critical moment is equally powerful, and the Nine Tails can hardly move after the attack. She used her adamantine sealing chains to restrict the beast to a point where it could not move. Keeping in consideration that Kurama is the strongest of the tailed beasts, for a teenage Kushina to restrict him is a massive feat in itself. After that, Naruto saw that the couple started quarreling. That's right, it's a quarrel. Kushina thought that she should drag the Nine Tails to death together so that the Nine Tails would be resurrected after a few years. Hidden Leaf Village had enough time to prepare and then capture the Nine Tails again. Minato thinks that losing the nine-tailed Hidden Leaf Village situation will be dangerous. The balance of the tailed beast will be broken, and other shinobi villages may take the opportunity to attack Hidden Leaf Village. So let Naruto become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. But Kushina understands that becoming a Jinchuriki itself is life-threatening in the process of sealing. Even if it succeeds, it means being isolated, feared, and treated with indifference. She has felt this way herself, so she can't bear to let her son experience this again. While he is just born, the amount of pain he will suffer is unimaginable. Chapter 5. Sacrifice or Minato insisted on his own opinion. He believed that Naruto might be the child of prophecy that Jiraiya Sensei said, if he can change the world of ninjas, Naruto will survive and become a great ninja. As a parent, you should trust your son. As the person involved, Naruto, of course, Minato feels that he can survive well. As for being isolated or something, Third Hokage and other ninjas with some knowledge don't care about these things at all. As for the people of Hidden Leaf Village, when Naruto is introduced as the son of the 4th Hokage, the villagers will know about him, the son of the 4th Hokage. They will not hate his son or try to blame him after his sacrifices. While Minato was thinking about all this, Naruto was thinking about the most important thing now is to not let his father use the Reaper Death Seal Jutsu. That thing will kill his father, and if the Nine Tails are directly sealed back now, then Mom has a high probability of surviving. Naruto was thinking anxiously here, but Minato had already started to act. He finally persuaded Kushina, I will combine your remaining chakras in a Reaper Death Seal and seal it in Naruto's body so that when Naruto grows up, I can see him again. And I can do this. The only thing is that you will be sealed with him. But if you use that seal, you will. Ah, I know, I'm going to die too, but as a husband and father. Minato put down Naruto and started to seal. Awa. Naruto reached out his hand, anxious this time, desperately trying to stop him. This is the last chance. At the critical moment, a thin golden chain stretched out from Naruto's back and tied Minato's hands that were tying the seal. Naruto? X2 Minato and Kushina exclaimed at the same time. After a short period of shock, Kushina laughed softly and said, Minato, Naruto is reluctant to part with you, so let me come. Naruto himself was stunned. Adamantine sealing chains? In this case. Naruto's thoughts moved, and 4 thin golden chains came out from behind and shot directly at Ninetales. One of them trapped the 2 front claws of Ninetales, and the other trapped the 2 back claws together. One tied the mouth tightly, and the last tried to tie the Ninetales together. Kushina couldn't be surprised and hurriedly used her chains to cooperate with Naruto, so with the cooperation of the mother and son. The Ninetales fell to the ground with a bang like a pig waiting to be slaughtered, trapped with a sturdy mouth. Still trying to let out a low growl. It seems that Naruto has inherited your talent perfectly, Kushina. Minato said softly, in this case, I have an idea that may allow you to survive. Seeing that Minato had changed his mind, Naruto quickly loosened the chains that bound his father's hands. Thank you, Naruto. Minato closed his eyes, and when he opened it again, he was already in immortal mode and checked Kushina's situation. As expected, Kushina, there are fewer and fewer 9-tailed chakras left in your body, and your body is getting weaker and weaker. If I have to guess correctly, when these chakras are used up, you will die. Then what if we, in turn, replenish the 9-tails chakra for you, or even seal the 9-tails directly into your body? Nice. Naruto couldn't help but want to pat his father on the head for it, as expected of you. But in my current state, it's not enough to suppress the 9-tails. Even if the seal comes back, it may end up with the 9-tails. Of course, the full 9-tails won't work, so what if it's half? Half? That's right, I will use the strongest ninjutsu I've mastered to attack the 9-tails. You and Naruto will take the opportunity to seal half of the 9-tails each. I see, Naruto understands, you have to cooperate with Mother well. Kushina smiled softly, she would bet everything on her next actions. She trusted her husband, and she also trusted her child. Naruto said to indicate that he understood, and sent the chain that originally bound Minato's hands into the battlefield. Minato opened his right hand, raised it to the top of his head, and said firmly, I have developed this trick for a long time, and I have never really used it, and I haven't even thought of a name. It was not until the recent progress in the training for chakra that it was real. This first use will be a success. At this time, the third Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village Sarutobi Hidden was still on his way. Naruto saw a huge spiral chakra slowly appearing in the palm of Minato's, and then 4 wind blades formed around the spiral, constantly spinning and making a harsh sound. Naruto was stunned. I'm familiar with this, it should be the famous Rasengan technique, it's even more amazing to see it in real life. No matter what Naruto was thinking, Minato already threw out this move, and the power under the bonus of Flying Thunder God was enough for him to smash this huge ninjutsu into the face of Kubai. The fact is, as he expected, the super large Rasengan, which was almost bigger than the head of the 9-tails, exploded on the door of the 9-tails, turning into countless fine chakra needles of the wind attribute and constantly cutting the body of the 9-tails. Take advantage of it now. Kushina and Naruto exerted their strength together, using the adamantine sealing chains to pull the body of the 9-tails like a tug of war. The chains were torn in half, one half went into Kushina's abdomen, which was temporarily suppressed by Kushina with the original broken seal, and the other half went into Naruto's abdomen. Naruto felt his stomach sink, and he was almost out of breath. Then he was picked up by Minato and placed on the altar that had been prepared to assist in the display of the 8-trigram seal. I saw Minato quickly form a few seals, then put both hands on Naruto's abdomen and shout, 8-trigram seal. A spiral sealing technique appeared around the navel, and Naruto instantly felt a lot more relaxed and then fell into a deep sleep. In this lifetime, there should be no need to be an orphan. Naruto fell asleep beautifully, and Kushina hugged Naruto and cried with joy, it's great, I can watch Naruto grow up slowly, it's great, I can continue to be by your side, it's great. It's great. The exhausted Minato hugged his wife and child gently and breathed a sigh of relief, I think I can finally be regarded as a qualified father and a qualified husband. Okay, I'll help you repair a seal next, and then, let's go home. Well, let's go home. Chapter 6. Aftermath. Sarutobi finally arrived at the scene and personally escorted the Minato family back. Minato was already exhausted. Flying Thunder God couldn't be used anymore, so he had to walk back with Kushina. Seeing that Minato completed the seal of the 9 tails, Sarutobi was completely relieved and told Minato to rest and, after confirming nothing major incident had happened, Sarutobi left to arrange the aftermath and to investigate the mysterious masked man. According to Minato, the mysterious man smashed half of his body with his jutsu, but there was nothing left at the scene except for a big pit, and blood. It seems that he used that space ninjutsu to escape, or he was taken away by his accomplices, and he even cleaned up the traces of the battle. Sarutobi pinched the mustache on his chin, thinking that an enemy could easily break through the Hidden Leaf village barrier. His face became heavy. Anbu, continue to search and alert the surrounding area. If there is another attack, notify me as soon as possible. If there are no changes, the residents will be notified tomorrow morning to end the evacuation. In addition, the damage should be calculated as soon as possible. Yes. The night finally passed, the birds fell on the treetops and combed their feathers, the autumn sunlight shone through the window on the sleeping family, and the baby who woke up first burst into tears, awakening the couple. It's not that Naruto is ignorant and insists on waking up his parents, but Naruto wetting the bed. As a baby, Naruto couldn't remember how many in this regard, no matter how embarrassed he was, he had to do it. However, Minato and Kushina were really in a hurry before they realized what was going on. The couple smiled and helped Naruto take a bath and change diapers, and then fed him again. Naruto stared at his parents with wide eyes and found that Minato's face was still a little tired. After all, there was a war and he only slept for a few hours at night. However, Kushina has already got out of bed and was preparing breakfast and doing housework. Should it be said that he is a member of this new family? In his previous life, Alex aka Naruto didn't have parents. He would be lying if he said he didn't want them. Naruto thought about it. My parents had finally survived. I don't know if Obito has managed to escape or died at my father's hands, and I also awakened the signature ability of the Uzumaki clan, the adamantine sealing chains. Hey, is my hair now yellow or red? And without the trouble of the third Hokage, should I be called Naruto Namikaze or Naruto Uzumaki? Thinking of these messy things, Naruto slowly fell asleep. Babies are like this, they sleep a lot, and Naruto consumed a lot of energy yesterday. The adamantine sealing chain should not be used by children. In the original anime, Kushina used a chain when she was 15 or 16 years old. At that time, Kushina chakra was said one of the largest chakra reserves. She almost collapsed after tying 9 tails for a while. How much should chains consume from Naruto? Minato watched Kushina put the sleeping Naruto down on the bed, change clothes without much noise, and say, "Then I'm going out, I'm afraid I'll have a lot of work to do today. I will take care of Naruto." This time, with the 9 Tails rampage, Hidden Leaf Village lost a lot of infrastructure. The most conspicuous thing is that the street opposite Hokage's office was mostly destroyed. However, due to the timely response compared with the original, the third Hokage before Obito attacked Hidden Leaf Village with the 9 Tails, received the news and began to evacuate the civilians, and there were few civilian casualties. The casualties of ninjas are also much less. It is worth mentioning that Iruka's parents, Kohari and Kaku, were lucky to survive. Only the Anbu were killed when Obito attacked Kushina, and the Jonin delayed the 9 Tails. Minato as Hidden Leaf Village's 4th Hokage, Minato does have a lot to do. Looking at the report from the 3rd Hokage about the people of the village, silence fell in the office. The next thing to do is to arrange for civilians to go home and organize people to clean up the damage and prepare for reconstruction. Arrangement of the compensation for the dead ninjas. The memorial service will be set in 3 days. The dead ninjas will be engraved on the memorial tablet as heroes, and their vacant positions will also need to be refilled. They strengthen the defense of Hidden Leaf Village in the borders of the Land of Fire, in addition to being vigilant against the companions of the masked man. But also to prevent other great powers from taking advantage of the situation, especially a person who does not want to be named the 4th Raikage, and always wants to find an excuse to increase the tensions between the borders. Sent Kakashi to continue to protect Kushina and Naruto. Kakashi originally asked permission from me to protect Kushina during pregnancy because he wanted him to witness the birth of a new life to dispel the darkness in his heart. Now this has happened, I don't know if this child will be affected, so let him continue the task for the time being. Hidden Leaf Village's perception barrier needs to be improved. This time, the enemy invaded silently, and the 9 Tails were channeled in the center of the village. If the enemy made such a move during the war, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for Uchiha, this time the guards played a big role in defending and evacuating the public. It stands to reason that there is no need to increase surveillance, but the Hidden Leaf Village Council may not agree. After all, when the 9 Tails were controlled by a masked man, Mangekyō Sharingan eyes were used to attack Hidden Leaf Village. Almost everyone thought it had something to do with Uchiha, and he had to have a good talk with big brother Fugaku. The conflict between the Uchiha family and the village must be resolved. End of POV. Minato quickly signed documents one by one and issued one command after another. Hidden Leaf Village worked like a well-oiled machine. Knock. Knock. After arranging the important things, the door of the office was knocked. Please come in. Minato raised his head and saw that the door was pushed open. Then Danzō Shimura, Koharu Udatane, Hamura Minakato, 3rd Hokage came in, and all the Hidden Leaf Village 4 clan heads. Minato put down a document in his hand and asked, 3rd Hokage? All the elders, why are you here? Did something happen? 3rd Hokage took the lead and said, we are here to discuss about what to explain to the public about this incident. After all, some things need to be kept secret and are not suitable for disclosure. Many civilians and genin don't even know what Jinchuriki is. At this time, the 4 clans didn't know about the matter of Naruto being a Jinchuriki. Because Kushina was still alive, they took it for granted that the 9 tails were sealed and returned to Kushina's body. After all, the tailed beast was divided into 2 halves to seal the fact it's too unbelievable. Minato has not decided whether or not to reveal Naruto's identity, so he hasn't told them yet. Minato frowned and thought for a while, then said, I want to publicly apologize to the people for causing such a loss. In the end, it was my duty as Hokage that I failed to defeat the enemy immediately. The 3rd Hokage took a cigarette and exhaled the smoke. No, rather than apologize, I think Hidden Leaf Village needs a hero, and the people now need a hero to inspire people. As Hokage, you should be a hero who sealed the 9 tails, and you did seal the 9 tails. Koharu and Mito nodded in agreement. Only Danzo expressed dissatisfaction, but he was displeased by the words Minato is Hokage by the 3rd Hokage, so he could only snort and leave. As a result, a message circulated among the Hidden Leaf villagers that day. Last night, when a 9-tailed demon fox attacked the village, the 4th Hokage decisively ordered the evacuation of the people, and many ninjas desperately tried to buy time, and the 4th Hokage's wife Kushina gave birth to a child that night. Regardless of his physical weakness, he joined hands with the 4th Hokage to fight 9 tails, finally sealed it and saved Hidden Leaf Village. For a time, the popularity of the 4th Hokage and Kushina soared, and they were called a hero couple, and their sons also became the sons of heroes. After Naruto heard the news from his parents, he silently complained in his heart, what are the heroic couples called? Let's just call them the Legend of Fox and Heroes. 3 days later, the sky was gloomy and it was raining lightly. People were mourning in black clothes with white flowers in one hand and umbrellas in the other hand near the memorial monument. Naruto was also carried out by Kushina. Next to Kushina was a white-haired masked man holding an umbrella with expressionless eyes, and Kushina, who was usually full of energy, had an unusually serious expression today. Hokage has already set off ahead of schedule, and today's memorial ceremony is presided over by him. In addition to the relatives of the deceased, representatives of major families will also attend, and some people voluntarily want to meet the hero. Naruto felt the heavy atmosphere of the scene in Kushina's arms, listened to the desolate cries of people, and finally had a preliminary understanding of this cruel world. There is never a shortage of battles here, and there are always many deaths here. There will be all kinds of tragedies here, and here. It's not my favorite anime that I have seen. It's real life, not an anime where you only watch. If not strong enough, next is your death waiting for you. Chapter 7. Kakashi. 1 month later. It's been a month since the end of the 9-tailed demon fox's attack. The village gradually regained its calm. When people mentioned the 9-tailed demon fox after a meal, they were full of fear, but 4th Hokage came in front of their eyes. For a month, Naruto was completely accustomed to the current state. Every day he would wake up, eat, shit, sleep and repeat. When he was full, he would look around with wide eyes and then listen to his parents talking about various things or was forced to accept certain things. At the teasing of the unscrupulous mother, the handsome man smiled happily as he watched the mother and son play. Usually, Kushina would also go out to buy vegetables with Naruto. Along the way, he would always get looks from the Hidden Leaf villagers. Of course, it was not a bad look. Most of them were admiration and praise. Naruto could always hear it. Words like powerful and hero and gossip behind the scenes are always heard by the parties as passive skills of Hidden Leaf village residents, and good things are no exception. Kushina didn't pay much attention to these. As his mother walked, she would stop and say hello with a smile when she met an acquaintance. Slowly, Naruto got to know the wives of Nara, Akimaki and other families, including his mother's close friend Mikoto Uchiha, but unfortunately, he didn't see Sasuke. On the day of the memorial ceremony, I only caught a glimpse of the child, who he suspected of being Sasuke and was held by a boy of 5 or 6 years old, probably Itachi. Naruto originally thought that with Kushina's character, Minato must be the one responsible for cooking at home. Unexpectedly, the carefree and even violent Kushina is a good wife and mother at home. From breakfast, to when she will help him tidy up his collar before going out. When Minato came back from work, he gently said welcome back, and then brought the food to the table. Minato smiled and touched Naruto's head. Pat, the only thing that can be on the top of the house at this time, before dinner, 14-year-old Kakashi was brought in through the window and thrown into the living room and then ordered to wash his hands and eat. Naruto watched with a smirk on his face, and Kakashi's dazed look was quite cute. Of course, Kakashi is not that kind of casual person, you can't tell him to come in and eat, but he just doesn't want to be embarrassed in front of his sensei. He tried to struggle when he was pulled by Kushina, and then he was dragged by chakra chains that Kushina created to drag him. On the third day, Kakashi learned to be smart. He tried to hide for avoiding embarrassing himself in front of his sensei. Then I saw Kushina close her eyes and sensed him and still jumped out of the window to find him accurately. Kakashi was brought back again. On the fourth and fifth days after that, Kakashi resisted many times to no avail. In the end, he had to knock on the door and enter the house by himself as soon as it was time for dinner. As for face, and what kind of face do you need when you wear a mask? On the contrary, when he sees the red-haired woman, he can't help but be afraid of her again dragging him for dinner. Speaking of which, her cooking is quite delicious. Kakashi thought. Of course, this was done by Minato. He instructed Kushina. Minato felt that letting Kakashi stay in Anbu would only fuel the darkness in Kakashi's heart. Probably only a carefree character like Obito could stop him from falling into the darkness a little bit, but Obito became one of the reasons for his darkness. Kakashi at this point is very suitable for the protection of Kushina and Naruto, and another child named Mighty seems to be very suitable. In short, let's start by asking Kakashi to come to the house for dinner every day. Sometimes Kushina also goes out. It is said that she went to the barrier department to help improve the Hidden Leaf Village barrier or something, and she would ask Hueco or Nino to take care of Naruto. When it comes to things like barriers and seals, Kushina is the strongest in Hidden Leaf Village, whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen, who claims to be proficient in all of Hidden Leaf Village's ninjutsu, or Danzō, who has claimed to be the third strongest ninja in the village. Naruto has no dissatisfaction with his current life. After all, he was just an orphan in his last life. He just wanted to have an ordinary job after graduation and just live an ordinary life. Now that I'm a baby, I don't worry about eating or drinking, but I get bored occasionally. For a month, Naruto also consciously tried to see if he could meet the Nine Tails, but he never succeeded. Maybe the seal was too strong. Now, Naruto's only wish is to grow up quickly and become stronger. He lacks a sense of security in this world. The calm days passed by like this, and the atmosphere at home was warm and beautiful every day. Even Kakashi, who had always been cool, had changed a little bit without knowing it. At least he would occasionally take the initiative to say a few words at the dinner table. Sometimes he would look curiously at Naruto in the swaddling clothes and pinch Naruto's face. Minato was very pleased to see Kakashi's changes, while Naruto watched Kakashi's changes. Just wanted to slap him. Ouch. Don't pinch my cheeks, Donut King, Naruto thought angrily. I don't know if it was an illusion. When Naruto opened his eyes wide and wanted to stare at Kakashi, he seemed to see Kakashi smiling faintly. In the blink of an eye, it was another day, and Naruto was lying in the bedboard, waiting for the adults to pinch him in the face after eating, but the atmosphere at the dinner table today didn't seem right. Minato put the bowl on the table and said, the situation in the village has not been very good recently, and there is more and more friction between the border of the Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Clouds Village. Kushina also stopped and asked, why? Nine-tailed rampage is such a big incident that can't be hidden. After the incident Sand Village and Cloud Village, they will naturally want to test our losses in attack of Nine Tails, and then create an opportunity for an attack on Hidden Leaf Village. Minato's tone gradually changed. He spoke with a heavy tone, the Sand Village is fine. The last war they fought against us had many losses, they are still not able to recover from that, and now it should be powerless to provoke a war. But from Cloud Village, I can't say for sure. The Hidden Cloud Village. Kushina didn't like the Cloud Village. After all, it was the people from that village who kidnapped her when she was a child. If it wasn't for the Minato saving Kushina at a critical moment, she wouldn't want to know what would have happened to her. Naruto, who was eavesdropping next to her, also didn't like the Land of Lighting either. When watching anime in his previous life, he always felt that the author was alluding to a certain country, advocating force, unreasonable with technology like chakra cannons. See if you have any chance to obtain power or secret techniques, you have to find a way to grab it. Kakashi, who had been silent all this time, said, Minato-sensei, let me go. Minato reached out his head, rubbed Kakashi's hair, and said, don't worry, the village has already decided to send Senior Orochimaru to the border, and everything will be fine. Let's eat first. Yeah. Kushina and Kakashi responded, feeling a little relieved. Naruto was stunned when he heard the name of Orochimaru. Has Orochimaru also deflected at this timeline? Thinking about the anime, Orochimaru's defection occurred after the death of the fourth Hokage. When the third Hokage returned to power, the third Hokage personally led a team to the research institute of Orochimaru and severely injured him in the process, but finally let him go. What Naruto didn't understand was that since he let him go, why did he send Kakashi, who was Anbu at the time, to pursue him? Afterwards, Kakashi was intercepted by a teenager who was sent by Danzō, who knew how to use Mudon. Could it be that the third Hokage and Danzō acted together? After that, I don't know the exact time, but Jiraiya also tried to persuade Orochimaru back halfway. But Orochimaru did not listen to him and severely injured Jiraiya. That time, Orochimaru was also soft-hearted and did not kill Jiraiya. Alas, Naruto sighed in his heart. Hidden Leaf Village and the others are doing something to grind, and from time to time, they also do some unintelligible tricks. Hidden Leaf Village is secure because of the foundation laid by the first and second Hokage for Hidden Leaf Village's situation to be good today. I hope that my father can get rid of the influence of the third Hokage and be a good Hokage who is wise and strong. This time, Orochimaru was asked to go to the border. It seems that he came from outside the village. He visited Kushina when she was pregnant, and by the way, he also talked with Minato about Naruto's name. It seems that now Jiraiya is either on a mission or traveling abroad. Of course, with his integrity, he may also be attacking a widow's house at night. After a while of silence at the dinner table, Minato raised the topic and said, "By the way, Kushina, I'm going to visit Big Brother Fugaku and his family in a few days, and let's go with Naruto." "Okay, I just want to chat with Mikoto, and I haven't had a good look at Sasuke yet," Kushina said happily. Sasuke, he should be classmates with Naruto in the future, Minato recalled, remembering that Sasuke was also born this year. "Yes, the first time I saw Sasuke, I thought it was a girl. That child is really cute." Kushina laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha." Minato also laughed. "Uchiha." Kakashi kept his left eye silent, thinking of his dead friend. Let's go to the memorial monument in a few days. Chapter 8. The Uchiha clan. The next day, a family of 3 went out together. Today Minato is wearing the Hidden Leaf Village ninja uniform with a Hokage robe over it. He is handsome, especially when he puts on the Hokage robe. In Naruto's impression, there are 2 most badass scenes of Minato in the anime. One is when he just puts on the Hokage robe and says with his back to the camera, "I'll be right back." The other when he pressed Rasengan on Obito to the ground, and said, "Rasengan." It's not surprising that even with very few appearances, Minato was one of the fan-favorite characters in Naruto. After a while the streets of Hidden Leaf Village have long returned to the bustling streets of the past. The recent small friction on the border of the Hidden Leaf Village has not had any impact on the civilians. Along the way, both pedestrians and street vendors greeted the family of 3 excitedly. They were quite prestigious. Minato and Kushina responded with a smile. They finally arrived at the Uchiha clan, and Naruto observed it, except for the red eyes that the guard used on them to inspect. The civilians in the clan seemed to be no different from other villagers, even if they were patrolling. When the guards of the Uchiha clan saw the Hokage family, they also stopped to say hello in a proper manner, without showing any arrogance. Naruto shook his head, wondering why the clan developed to the point of extinction. After walking around, he finally arrived at the door of Sasuke's house. Itachi, who was sweeping the floor, hurriedly said hello, Lord Fourth, and Kushina. After speaking, he glanced at Naruto curiously and then looked away. Naruto thought, this guy must be thinking, not cuter than Sasuke or something. "Itachi, is Fugaku-san at home?" Minato smiled and touched Itachi's head. "Yes, please come with me." Itachi put down his broom and led the Minato family through the gate. When he entered the living room, Naruto was still stunned. It was too big. He had just passed a large yard, turned through the corner, and walked through a long corridor. Naruto also caught a glimpse of a single training arena with targets hanging on it. The arena is worthy of being the house of the patriarch of Hidden Leaf Village's largest clan. This area is too large, and his family's house is only a 3-story building, which is far from this kind of wealthy family. After arriving in the living room for some courtesy, Kushina carried Naruto and followed Mikoto Uchiha to the bedroom to see Sasuke. Itachi also followed, leaving only Minato and Fugaku to talk alone in the living room. According to Naruto's observation, Fugaku Uchiha can only be said to have straight facial features and a serious, natural character face. At first, Naruto wondered how he gave birth to 2 such handsome sons and then glanced at Mikoto Uchiha. These 2 children should be with their mother. The architecture and decoration style of Sasuke's house is Japanese style. At this time, Sasuke, who is less than 1 year old, already has his room. There are all kinds of small toys on the ground. The most beautiful thing is that in addition to the family emblem of Uchiha, there is also a calligraphy work on the wall, which reads Masashi Kishimoto. One above all of Naruto, little Sasuke was lying on the bed at this time, not knowing if he was woken up by the sound of the door opening. He opened his eyes wide and tried to turn over. Ah, so cute. Kushina had already run over to Sasuke in 3 or 2 steps, put Naruto next to Sasuke, and then reached out and touched Sasuke's head. Mikoto said with a smile, Naruto is also very cute. He has golden hair and blue eyes, exactly like the 4th Hokage. Yes, although Naruto used the chakra chains when he was born, it stands to reason that he should have perfectly inherited the talent of the Uzumaki family from his mother, but his hair color and pupil color still followed the father's clan, and he did not show with the red hair of the Uzumaki family. It can only be said that Minato's genes are so terrifying. Little Sasuke, this is my son Naruto, and I want you to be a good friend in the future. Naruto too, get along well with Sasuke. Sasuke has noticed the little yellow-haired beside him. I don't know if he recognized his half-brother. He was about to turn over and press Naruto. Naruto tried to reach out and push him away while thinking, bullying you will be fun in future. The 2 adults laughed and exchanged parenting experiences while watching the children fighting beside the bed. Of course, it was mainly Kushina who was asking and Mikoto talking. Among them, there is no lack of the history of the 2 brothers of the Uchiha family. There is a girl named Izumi Uchiha in the clan who has always been very fond of Itachi. But when she hugged Sasuke, Sasuke cried, and when Itachi took over Sasuke, Sasuke laughed immediately. Is Sasuke so attached to brother? They have a good relationship with each other. Yeah, but I'm worried that this child will affect Itachi's girlfriend. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, that's how it is. The 2 unscrupulous elders glanced at each other, then looked at Itachi in unison, showing their smiles in unison. Itachi, who was comparing the 2 children carefully and concluded that, as expected, his younger brother is cuter, suddenly found himself lying in the middle of his mother and aunt. Although he blushed a little from the playful eyes of his elders, he still insisted on staying to take care of his younger brother. The adults were talking and laughing, the children were playing around, and when Naruto woke up, he was already on his way home. Seeing the expression on Minato's face, it seems that he and Fugaku had a smooth talk. Naruto thought to himself, maybe with his father here, Uchiha wouldn't fall out with Hidden Leaf Village, and Itachi wouldn't have to kill his entire family for Hidden Leaf Village. I just don't know what my father and Sasuke's father talked about. If Uchiha can be perfectly integrated into Hidden Leaf Village in the future, if everything goes well, then the foundation of Hidden Leaf Village will be more stable. If any major incident that will affect him is avoided till he gets strong enough to handle them. By the way, Hidden Leaf Village is very beautiful. Chapter 9. Orochimaru. 3 years passed in a blink of an eye, and the border friction between the land of lighting and the land of fire gradually subsided. In the end, it did not turn into a war, and there was even a faint intention to ally. As for Sand Village or the Land of Wind, who have already allied. The reason may be that the power of one tail is too small, and it is not perfect. Even if there is a problem with Hidden Leaf Village, they don't have the confidence to face Minato, let alone others of Hidden Leaf Village like the 3rd Hokage. The person to watch out for in the Sand Village generation is Gaara, who is the same age as Naruto. When he is out of control, Shukaku will go berserk. After a series of actions by his father, Raza, Gaara's emotions become more and more intense or unstable. The human brain circuits in this world have always been strange, or should I say humans are strange? The biggest incident in the past 3 years was when Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, disappeared and his disciple was planted with a curse mark. After investigation, Anbu discovered equipment for human experimentation in Orochimaru's secret laboratory. Dozens of children were soaked in jars filled with nutrient solution, but only one survived. Since then, Orochimaru has been designated as a traitor, and the danger level is S. The surviving child was finally adopted by the 3rd Hokage. During that period, I don't know what happened, Danzo's elder position was dismissed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen officially retired to take care of the children at school. And Jiraiya was also severely injured when he intercepted Orochimaru. After recovering from the injury, he immediately set off to continue his journey to do research. In contrast, the head of the Hyuga clan's wife gave birth to a girl, not to mention the headlines, and even the hot search may not be able to squeeze in. The turmoil gradually subsided, the village returned to calm, and the reputation of the 4th Hokage continued to increase. Kakashi's generation of ninjas were already 17 or 18 years old, and they could almost be on their own. Whether they were ninjas or civilians, they firmly believed that under the leadership of the 4th Hokage, the village would get better and better. At this time, the home of the fourth Hokage. Minato waved his hand, and a banner unfolded hung on the wall. Kushina waved her hand and popped up the paper bomb that flew on Naruto's head. Kakashi brought out the birthday cake. "Happy birthday, Naruto." "Hee, thank you." Naruto smiled, closed his eyes to make a wish, and then blew out the candle. Kushina then grabbed Naruto's shoulders and asked with a smile, "Tell Mom, what is Naruto's wish? Maybe it will come true right away." Naruto showed a naive smile, "I hope my mother will give me a brother." "What? It turns out that it's just to have a brother, such a simple wish." Chapter 10. Training. In the end, Minato broke the silence. "Why does Naruto want a brother?" "Because to my brother, I'll be as gentle as Big Brother Itachi, and unlike someone who is too lazy to take care of me." Kakashi rolled his eyes and said, "Sorry to disappoint you, but I can't sacrifice my novels for you. If I had a younger brother, he would be as stupid as Sasuke." Naruto showed a look of excitement. In his previous life, he was an orphan, so wanting a sibling was no surprise. Minato smiled dryly and asked, "Don't you two have a good relationship?" "Because of a good relationship, I am tolerant enough," Naruto said with a smile on his face. Until the end of the birthday party, Naruto still failed to receive the gift of younger brother but received several other surprises. Kakashi gifted a picture book, saying that it was brought back when he went to a village to perform a mission. Naruto opened it excitedly, only to find that it was just an ordinary picture book. He thought it was some kind of wonderful manga. Thinking about it too, if Kakashi dared to gift something strange, he might have to face the red-haired woman beside him. Kushina gave Naruto a small robe, the same style as his father. The difference is that the word written on the back is Naruto's name. Minato's gift is a special version of kunai. It has 2 more forks than ordinary kunai, the handle is painted with the Flying Thunder God technique, and it feels heavy to hold. Naruto put on the robe on the spot, picked up the special kunai, shook the hem of his clothes excitedly, and felt that he was looking nice. The difference between him and his father was only a forehead guard. Suddenly, I wanted to hit the targets. Naruto jumped back a small step and held the kunai in front of him. "Well, this thing is a little heavier than the ordinary kunai, which is a bit awkward for a 3-year-old child to handle. But a good start. Fourth Hokage, I want to challenge you." "Haha, okay, I'll accept your challenge." Minato smiled and took Naruto under his arm and took him to a relatively spacious living room. Kushina raised her hand happily and said, "I'll be the referee." Minato put down Naruto and said, "Before we start, let me explain the rules of sparring. Before the duel practice begins, you must first bind the seal of opposition, which symbolizes the next battle." Minato raised his index and middle fingers with one hand and placed them in front of his chest. Naruto has a similar pattern. "After the pair training is over, we must make a seal of reconciliation, symbolizing that we respect each other," he said, bending his index and middle fingers, and hooking Naruto's fingers. "Oh, I remembered it." Naruto put down the kunai. "This thing is just a burden if it doesn't work." "Okay. Then, the rule this time is that as long as Naruto's attack hits, he wins." Kushina stretched out his hand to signal the two to separate, and then shouted, "Start." The two sides formed the seal of opposition, and then Minato didn't move. Minato felt that he was bullying his son and couldn't be too harsh, so let him attack. Naruto is. "I don't know what to do. I've watched so many episodes of Naruto, but we haven't fought, and I haven't practiced any taijutsu ninjutsu before. Before getting this kunai, they don't let him touch ninja tools." Minato and Kushina seem to think that starting the practice too early is not good for future development, so when Naruto wanted to learn ninjutsu, Kushina taught him to read. Naruto secretly begged Kakashi, but Kakashi refused. He should have accidentally revealed the book Kakashi reads to his mother. So Naruto is worried now. What is this move? Suddenly, Naruto has a flash of inspiration. Naruto pounced on Minato. Minato grabbed Naruto's back collar and gently threw him aside. Naruto barely stood on all fours. Naruto stood up and hit Minato's leg with a palm. Naruto's current height is probably about the level of jumping up and hitting Minato's knee, but Minato grabbed Naruto's wrist and gently moved to the side. Naruto lost his center of gravity and almost fell. After standing up, he turned around and kicked, but again Minato backed away to dodge. Naruto opened his arms, jumped up and tried to grab him, but Minato grabbed Naruto with one hand and then tapped a hand knife on Naruto's head. Minato said with a smile, "Dad won." Oh. Naruto wasn't too disappointed, and even thought about it. He wanted to beat someone in the future and said, "I fought against you, Dad, and I got my lesson to work hard to defeat you." Well, I'm not good with words. At the end of the game, the two sides will seal the sign of reconciliation, Kushina announced at the end of the father-son match. The family of three was in high spirits, only Kakashi's eyes twitched as he listened to Naruto's words to defeat the sensei. This talent for being a shinobi, Should it be said that he is the teacher's child for sure? Naruto obediently tied the seal, and took the opportunity to make another request. Dad, I want to practice. Sure. Oh really? Naruto was overjoyed. The 3-year-old had already been beaten by his father and he could finally start practicing. Let's start with physical training first. It will be very hard. Can Naruto hold on? Absolutely no problem. Naruto vowed to become stronger. Can a little hard work stop me? Eternity later. I'm so tired, I want to rest. The next day, after completing a few laps around his yard, and doing 30 push-ups, Naruto laid on the ground like a dead animal. I'm only 3 years old. Do I need to hurry up to practice body arts, or ordinarily go to school and then wait for the old man Hokage to teach me? Naruto felt that he overestimated his willpower and self-discipline as a normal human. In my last life, I made countless plans for myself, including skipping rope, running, and push-ups, but none of them could last for more than 3 days. Unfortunately or fortunately, however, if he wants to be lazy in this life, his mother will not tolerate being lazy. Unfortunately, his mother's name is Kushina. Today Kushina has changed from her past gentleness and concern for Naruto. She has become very strict. Get up, there are punch training and kick training next. Kushina smacked on Naruto's head. Naruto felt a dull pain on the top of his head, and for a while, he even thought of Garp's iron fist of love for Luffy. Naruto had to get up and punch the sandbag. Kushina explained how to exert force and correct the movements. The scene was very harmonious, like a parent supervising their children's homework. Come on Naruto, it's almost done. Naruto gritted his teeth, sweat dripped down his hair, and endured the pain in his arms and thighs. He punched and kicked the sandbag. When the last kick came out, Naruto felt that his whole person was sublimated. It turns out that I can only endure hardship for so much time. After this relaxation, it seems that the small arms and calves are not his own, and he doesn't want to move when he sits on the ground. Kushina hurried over to help Naruto do the stretching and massage after exercise. Kushina sadly said, Naruto, don't blame your mother for being cruel. You will become an excellent ninja in the future. The current practice is like a ninja performing a mission. You can't easily give up halfway when you start. I know, I also want to become stronger, at least strong enough to protect myself and my family. Of course, Naruto could understand Kushina's painstaking efforts. As human beings, if you don't force yourself, you don't know where your limits are. If you are not hardworking, then you will be a cannon folder in the world, and you have to be strong enough to survive in this world to protect your family and protect yourself. This world is too dangerous. If you don't work hard, you will die, and Naruto is not sure if there is any Ashura chakra in his body. Therefore, it is up to you to become stronger. As for whether it is a matter of being the son of the 4th Hokage and Kushina with the benefit, there comes danger. Of course, this life has given him his parents' love that he doesn't experience in his previous life. Kushina hangs up Naruto and beats him. How can you give up so easily? If you want to protect us, it is not enough. Break your limits. We will protect you now, but what when you face your enemies? They will not show you mercy and then you will regret that you have not worked hard enough. While Minato was thinking about how to train Naruto gently. If he also started teaching Naruto the same as his wife, then he would cause trauma, or his son's personality would be changed drastically in a short period. Maybe I should invite Lady Tsunade to teach Naruto, Minato thought while walking towards his wife. Naruto felt chills down his spine. Is the end near? Chapter 11. Kidnapping. After my morning training session, I felt exhausted, but in the afternoon, I still had enough energy to bounce around. Naruto had gained a preliminary understanding of his body. Did this mean that if he didn't practice, he would wither away? However, there was no training scheduled for the afternoon. Kushina had gone to work and advised Naruto not to overexert himself. He was still too young and could easily get injured. Kushina differed from Mikoto Uchiha, who could be a full-time homemaker during times of peace. Kushina served as a vital pillar of the village and had to maintain a certain level of combat readiness. In addition to her daily work, she occasionally embarked on missions. Naruto was now 3 years old and didn't require constant care. Even Kakashi was no longer solely responsible for his protection. Kakashi often took on various challenging missions and had earned the title of Anbu Black Op. Kushina had mentioned that he shouldn't train now and let his body rest. Naruto believed it was wise to follow his mother's advice to prevent him from getting hurt. So, should he read books? Unfortunately, his vocabulary was still limited, and he couldn't even read the Perseverance and Endurance. With nothing to do at home, Naruto decided to go for a walk. As he strolled through the streets and observed the shops, Naruto couldn't help but think that Hidden Leaf Village resembled a small city. Villagers were quite friendly to Naruto, given that he was the son of a hero. Some even called him Master Naruto, but Minato and Kushina quickly corrected them. Naruto didn't mind, though. He had no intention of being arrogant or domineering just because he was the village Hokage's son. Naruto continued to wander and eventually found himself outside the ninja school. It wasn't surprising to see the school, but he recognized someone at the entrance and greeted them with a smile, Third Grandpa. In his heart, he wondered why the third Hokage was here when he could be at home with his wife, considering that both of his sons were busy with their own lives. Perhaps retirement had made him a bit lonely, leading him to the school to serve as a caretaker. The third Hokage retracted his foot that had started to enter the school and replied with a smile, "Ah, Naruto, are you out here to play on your own?" "Yes, Third Grandpa." "Why are you here?" Naruto knew that there were likely Anbu operatives accompanying him, but they couldn't show themselves openly. "Haha, I'm going to give a lecture to the children later." "A lecture?" "Yes, Naruto, do you know about the Will of Fire?" Before Naruto could respond, the third Hokage continued, patting Naruto's head affectionately. "Where leaves are falling, the fire will continue to burn. The fire will illuminate the village and nurture new leaves." Naruto thought to himself. Brainwashing has already started, but remained silent. "Haha, perhaps that's a bit advanced for you. Would you like to go inside and take a look?" "Sure," Naruto agreed, having never been inside the ninja school. As Naruto followed the third Hokage inside, the old man continued to impart knowledge. The ninja school was founded by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Since its inception, it has nurtured numerous talents for Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto listened intently as the third Hokage shared the history of the ninja school, the heroic deeds of past Hokage, and stories about his parents. The old man seemed engrossed and Naruto realized that sometimes he just needed someone to listen to him, whether or not they responded. Naruto suddenly felt a sense of empathy for the old man. Despite the criticisms he had heard in his previous life, at this moment, the third Hokage appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary retired old man. Days passed with Naruto following a routine of morning physical exercises, afternoon exploration of the village, and a peaceful and quiet life. 2 months flew by, and Hidden Leaf Village had transitioned into the chilly month of December. Unlike the damp and chilled winters of the USA, Hidden Leaf Village's winter was more akin to the dry and physically chilling of Alaska. Each day required an extra layer of clothing when venturing outside. Hidden Leaf Village had hosted the delegation from the Land of Lightning for several days. Negotiations regarding the alliance between the two villages had concluded, and Hidden Leaf Village had scheduled a ceremony for December 27th to celebrate the alliance. It happened to be the third birthday of Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. In Hidden Leaf Village, the third birthdays of children were considered significant milestones, marking their transition to more independent individuals. Naruto's third birthday had been more extravagant than the previous two, and the Hyuga family had attached great importance to it. The family attended Hinata's third birthday celebrations on that every day, even skipping village festivals. On this day, Hinata would be formally established as the heir of the main branch, and Neji, a member of the branch family, would be marked as her protector. From that point forward, Neji's life would revolve around safeguarding the main branch's eldest daughter. The cursed seal, also known as the caged bird seal, was the Hyuga clan's technique of protecting their beloved Byakugan while also ensuring that the branch members fulfilled their sacred responsibility as guards of the main house and could even damage their brain nerves, causing death in extreme situations. The seal also possessed the power to seal the Byakugan, ensuring that the Byakugan secrets remained within the main branch. Curiously, Neji seemed to embrace his role, willingly protecting his cousin. He didn't resent the clan system and the caged bird seal, at least not at this point. However, Naruto knew from his previous life that Neji's perspective would change dramatically after his father, Hisashi, died. Hisashi would sacrifice himself to remove the caged bird seal from his nephew, declaring it a personal choice to defy the clan's fate. People had their own beliefs and choices. In the village, preparations for the alliance ceremony were in full swing, and Naruto spent his days shopping and eating with Kushina. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan was busy with Hinata's third birthday celebration, seemingly oblivious to the village's festivities. It was a day when Hinata would officially become the heir, and Neji, despite his eventual resentment, seemed content with his role for now. However, the ninja from Cloud Village had nefarious plans in motion. The following day, a piece of unsettling news quietly circulated in Hidden Leaf Village. Shocking news. The kidnapping of the Hyuga clan head's daughter. The leader of the Cloud Village envoys had audaciously kidnapped the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, only to be swiftly confronted and killed by the Hyuga clan head, Hisashi Hyuga. Shockingly, the Cloud Village envoy had turned the tables, falsely accusing the Hyuga clan of unprovoked murder and demanding Hidden Leaf Village hand over the alleged murderer. The news sparked widespread discussions among the residents. Some sympathized with Hinata's ordeal, others condemned Cloud Village ninja for their shamelessness, and some feared that this incident could escalate into a conflict. If not handled carefully, It could strain the newly formed alliance between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village. In response, Minato decided to visit the Hyuga residence, aiming to gather more information and negotiate a resolution. Chapter 12. The Hyuga clan. On the same day, the high-ranking Hidden Leaf Village members, Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Koharu, visited the Hyuga estate, and the two elders of the Hyuga clan received them in the meeting room of the Hyuga clan. Although the third Hokage has retired, he will still be notified of such important events. As for Danzō, it seemed he played an important role in Orochimaru's defection. After the incident, the three Kages advocated for his removal. Subsequently, Danzō became increasingly reclusive, and his actions remained mysterious. No one knew what the senior members of the Hidden Leaf Village clan were discussing at the Hyuga's house. They only knew that when everyone left, the senior members of the Hyuga clan were very attentive to Minato, wearing grateful expressions. The faces of the third and fourth Hokage remained calm but somewhat angered as they departed. After the incident, Minato met with the remaining members of the Cloud Village messenger group, and the two sides exchanged opinions regarding the killing of the messenger leader. Unfortunately, they had significant differences. Minato expressed severe condemnation for the kidnapping of the Hyuga head's daughter by Cloud Village envoy, demanded that Cloud provide a reasonable explanation, and rejected Cloud's unreasonable request. The Cloud Village messenger expressed dissatisfaction with Hidden Leaf Village's actions in covering up the murderer and avoided discussing the kidnapping, claiming it was merely an excuse for Hidden Leaf Village to evade responsibility. Minato stated that Cloud Village was distorting the facts and taking an unfriendly stance, warning Cloud Village envoy not to cause trouble, as Hidden Leaf Village would respond accordingly. The envoy expressed great indignation at Hidden Leaf Village's tough attitude. In the end, the two sides parted unhappily, and the alliance was temporarily put on hold. Following the incident, a small rumor suddenly began to spread. Have you heard? What? Lord Hokage covered up the murderer who killed the Cloud Village messenger just to please the Hyuga clan. He is already a Hokage, so why would he do something to please a powerful family? Of course, it's for... Huh? The fourth Hokage must be protecting his fellow villagers. Are you jealous because he's powerful, handsome, and popular? How is that possible? I heard it from my nephew's aunt's sister, who's also Kojiro's neighbor's cousin. Do you believe such foolish gossip? It's ridiculous. The envoys from other villages must be furious because they failed to kidnap the child. Last time, they did their best to protect the village and seal the Nine Tails. This is the Hokage we should support. In the end, these baseless rumors failed to make any significant impact. Minato's popularity and respect remained intact. The rumors did not cause any trouble. When the person who initiated the rumors learned of their ineffectiveness, he angrily muttered to himself while pounding a stick into the ground. This man was now wearing bandages on his right shoulder and right eye. If Naruto saw him, he would probably quip, I have many scars on my body, but this one hurts. In a private room of the barbecue restaurant, the contemporary trio of Inoshikacho, Yamanaka Inoyachi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimeki Choza, were having a meal together. Inoyachi picked up his wine glass, raised it, took a sip of sake, and remarked, Minato, the fourth Hokage, won't act too impulsively this time. It might even prevent another war. Shikaku stared intently at the slices of meat on the grill, his mouth full as he chewed, and muttered, what's wrong with that? It's all to protect our village, just like Senior White Fang did. I hope we never have to witness such sacrifices again. Hey, Choza, you don't have to rush through your meal every time, Inochi said with a helpless smile. I think Shikaku is right. If we do end up going to war, the power of the Inoshikacho trio will make a difference. Exactly, Choza as he stroked his chin's mustache. By the way, didn't we have plans to meet an old friend? Inoyachi and Shikaku both paused and thought for a moment. You're right, we did. Who was it? Forget it, I can't seem to remember. Anyway, cheers. In the Hotake household, Kakashi sat alone in an empty room with a broken white-toothed dagger placed in front of him. The evening sun cast its rays upon him through the window, creating a distinct line between light and shadow that seemed to divide him in half. After a while, Kakashi murmured, Father, if Minato-sensei had become Hokage back then. Before he could dwell on his thoughts for too long, a loud and enthusiastic voice echoed from a distance, Hey, Kakashi. The sunset today is so beautiful. Let's face it together and have a competition of betting on youth. In the Sarutobi family home, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette while quietly observing the teenagers practicing ninjutsu in the yard. Sarutobi Hueco stepped out of the house, snatched the pipe from him, and said, I told you not to smoke. Don't set a bad example for Tenzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked, I'm used to it. Judging by your gloomy expression, it seems you disagree with Minato's approach. I think he's handling things much better than you did. It's not that. I just believe that Minato has grown significantly in the past few years, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. If Tobirama-sensei were still here, he would support Minato's approach. Alright, it's been a long time since he retired. Let's invite Tenzo in for dinner. Sarutobi Hueco turned and headed back into the house. Tenzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen called softly. Yes. The boy in the yard immediately halted his ninjutsu practice and stood at attention. Tomorrow, come with me to meet Hokage. I'm going to recommend you for Anbu. In the future, you'll work hard to protect Hidden Leaf Village. Yes, Hokage-sama. Good lad. Let's go have dinner. Chapter 13. New Year's Festival. This is Naruto's third New Year in this world. Looking at Minato and Kushina, who were busy in the kitchen, Naruto suddenly had an idea. I could do it myself without the Spring Festival Shigetsu, Japan's New Year festival. Shigetsu? Kushina stopped her busy work in the kitchen. Yeah, Naruto nodded and explained, it's a show, featuring singing, dancing, skits, magic, ninjutsu, and more so that the entire village can watch and celebrate the old year passing and the new year beginning with lively festivities. Minato also looked over. It's a good idea to use the festival to deepen the relations with villagers and understanding of ninjas and increase their sense of identity with the village. And more importantly, Minato held his chin in thought for a moment and then said happily, I can perform my spiraling flash super round dance house style 3 and I can bring you to the stage with me, Naruto. Naruto's refusal came from his father's kindness. I decline. The technique, spiraling flash super round dance house style 3, combines the flying thunder god technique with flash bombs. In battle, it involves throwing flying thunder god kunai and using flash bombs to emit dazzling yellow electric light, creating an illusion of blocking the opponent's line of sight ninjutsu and taking the opportunity to defeat the enemy. Naruto had experienced the flying thunder god technique many times, but it didn't feel good. The instantaneous change of space, rapid scene switching, and the illusion of spatial dislocation made people feel dizzy. In the past, out of curiosity, Naruto had once begged Minato to let him experience the art of the flying thunder god. After the procedure, he felt nauseous and vomited at first, constantly craving sour foods for relief. He slowly got used to it over time. But this technique was different, he knew he must learn it in the future. Minato, who had been rejected by his son to perform on the same stage, was a little disappointed but quickly cheered up. There's not enough time this year for a large-scale social gathering, but we can have our family celebration, a party. Okay, Kushina washed her hands and said, I'll go and get Kakashi first. To Naruto's disappointment, Kakashi wasn't dragged along, but he was pleasantly surprised to see that Kakashi was accompanied by a green-clothed boy with a melon head. I'm back. Excuse me. Sensei. Lord Hokage. Kushina poked her head out of the kitchen. She said, oh? Is the guy here, too? Sit down, the last dish will be ready soon. Yes. Naruto casually greeted Kakashi and observed the now 18-year-old youth, a mighty gay. He was very curious about the person who had outdanced the ghost of the Uchiha. Although he had seen odd individuals running upside down in the streets or hopping on one foot, he had never had a close encounter with them. Oh, could it be that you are the son of Hokage-sama? Guy jumped in front of Naruto, bent over, hooked Naruto's shoulder, and said, it's our first meeting, I'll give you a precious gift. Without waiting for Naruto to respond, he produced a green jumpsuit seemingly out of thin air, waved it around, and began to introduce it. This outfit offers excellent breathability and moisture retention. It's designed for perfect shape and beautiful lines, allowing for easy movement. When you wear it, you'll immediately feel the difference and become addicted. This is the secret of Hidden Leaf Village's proud blue beast my guy for becoming stronger. With this show your youth to the world guy gave a thumbs up, and a peculiar light shone in his eyes. Kakashi held his forehead, exasperated by this behavior. Naruto also found it hard to look directly at the guy and tugged at the corner of Kushina's clothes. Mom, he's showing his teeth at me. Kushina finally recovered from the guy's antics and rapped Naruto on the head. Naruto, don't be rude. Oh. Naruto rubbed his aching head and took the jumpsuit. Thank you, big brother. Even if he didn't wear it, it would make a great souvenir. If it didn't fit him, he could give it to little Naruto later. It didn't look like it was sized for children. While talking, Minato brought the last dish to the table. Let's eat. The 5 people at the table started eating. Minato occasionally asked Kakashi and the guy some questions. Kakashi replied calmly, while the guy answered enthusiastically and loudly. Kushina occasionally interjected, asking if the two of them had girlfriends. Naruto kept peeking at Kakashi. It had been 3 years, and Naruto had never seen Kakashi's true face. This guy always wore a mask, not even removing it to eat. The mask was swiftly lifted and put back in place, and he continued eating. Naruto wondered if Kakashi had mastered the art of eating without revealing his face, if he had been single for too long, or if he was gay. Naruto even felt like he could see Kakashi's eating movements clearly with his developed dynamic vision. After a lively meal, the five of them set up a small table and some small benches brought snacks, melons, and fruits, and sat in a row in the yard. Naruto walked up to the others and picked up a carrot as a makeshift microphone. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Another season of snow drifts by, and another year of growth. The old year has firmly walked away from us, the new year approaches with the dawn of hope. Perhaps our path ahead won't be smooth, and we may face challenges. But we're not afraid, because we'll grow through hard work and progress with high spirits. Minato, Kushina, and Kakashi listened with puzzled expressions on their faces. Although Naruto's speech was eloquent, it seemed quite unusual for a 3-year-old. The only guy was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, and he danced and shouted, "Oh! Well said, Naruto. Youth means overcoming all obstacles with hard work and determination." Naruto waved his hand with a smile. The first Hidden Leaf Village New Year's begins now. After the party, Naruto was very excited and felt like he had celebrated the new year with a group of entertainers. Tonight, he witnessed Guy's Hidden Leaf Village Fluid Art Collection performance, Kakashi's Doghead Earth-style wall and Chidori, Kushina's special display of various ceiling techniques with cool light effects, and the newly developed party package glitter dance by Minato. Naruto also sang a bunch of random songs enthusiastically. In the end, Kakashi bid farewell and left. Guy announced that he was going to do a handstand and run around the village. Naruto returned to his bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina lay in bed, unable to sleep. "Hey, Minato, didn't Naruto seem a bit unusual today during his performance?" "Ah, it does seem like Naruto has never been as happy as he was today, not even on his 3rd birthday. This child has always been different from other children. He learns quickly, doesn't enjoy playing with his peers, is always curious about strange things, and sometimes behaves like an adult." What Naruto said today in his opening remarks didn't sound like the words of a 3-year-old at all. Yeah, sometimes I even wonder if Naruto pretends to act like a child deliberately. One day, I saw him looking out the window with a distant expression, as if he were sad, or lonely. Is there something this child can't share with his parents? I'll ask him. Don't rush things, Naruto has his reasons. But it's okay, Naruto is our son. Let's give him more time. Alright. Naruto was also feeling conflicted. Should he tease the giant fox in front of him, or should he play it safe? Naruto was convinced that he wasn't dreaming, he was in a sealed space. In the dim, dark environment, the water on the ground barely reached his ankles, and in front of him stood a massive iron gate, several tens of meters tall. A colossal orange fox laid by the gate, its eyes just opened and fixed on the young boy. Just as Naruto was pondering what to say, Kibai spoke first. "Little devil, come here and open the gate." "I can't open a gate that big," Naruto made up an excuse. "Just tear the piece of paper on the gate." "It's too high, I can't reach it," Naruto continued to make excuses. "Come here, I can lift you." "No," Naruto thought, "I trust you, old fox, but you're pretty tricky." Chapter 14. Kurama in the sealed space, one small child and one fox stared at each other with wide eyes. Naruto considered that he hadn't employed his mouth evasion skills much and didn't believe he could deceive a 1,000-year-old fox. So, he decided to be straightforward. "Big fox, I know you." Kibai closed his eyes and ignored him. "Of course, the entire Hidden Leaf village knows me. Everyone calls you the nine-tailed demon fox." Nine Tails still didn't harm him. "But you have a name, Kurama." Kurama finally opened his eyes and stood up suddenly, his massive head hitting the iron door, making it rattle. "How did you know that, stinky brat?" Seeing Ninetales' excited reaction, Naruto suddenly pondered. Humans are very strange creatures. They will desperately struggle to survive in dangerous situations, but occasionally they want to die in a safe environment. Naruto now felt like he was looking at a beast through a cage in front of Ninetales. As everyone knows, the Ninetales don't like humans for a reason. Naruto tentatively said, "If I were to tell you that I am the reincarnation of a six-path, would you believe me?" "Bullshit." Ninetales patted the door with a paw to express his anger. "Then, would you believe me if I said I'm the reincarnation of Azura? You still know Azura?" Ninetales was shocked. This kid knows that the Six Paths Sage can also be understood as having his legend in the ninja world, but the name of Azura is not well known. It's very troublesome to explain. Why don't you just calm down and listen to me slowly? Ninetales stared at him for a few seconds and then relented. "Speak. Before that, let's get acquainted. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, hee hee." Naruto showed a big smile. "Humphrey." Ninetales turned his head slightly as if he had to squeeze a few words out of his teeth. Continue. Naruto clapped his hands and switched to storytelling mode. Speaking of which, Kaguya Otsutsuki came from outer space, wanting to turn human beings into sacrifice and nourish the divine tree. Fortunately, the two brothers, Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Hamura Otsutsuki, joined forces to seal her sometime later. Hagoromo Otsutsuki was inspired by his youngest son, Azura, to use his creation of all things ability to divide the 10 tails chakra into 9 living entities, what would become the tailed beasts. The sage named the 9 and explained to them that a link existed between them despite their separation. However, a guy from the Senju clan took his brother to capture the tailed beasts and distributed them to the major ninja villages, hoping to balance the strength of the villages through the power of the tailed beasts and achieve peace. So, the tailed beasts lost their freedom one after another. However, things took an unexpected turn. Hashirama didn't expect to be betrayed by his half-brother, Madara, who ran away from the village. Soon after, he passed away. After several wars in the ninja world, peace seemed far away. The tailed beasts that Hashirama originally wanted to use to balance the power of various villages were instead used as weapons of war. These fox all know that, but what interests them is how you know all this. Although there are some unfamiliar words, Ninetales can generally understand them. Naruto felt he was still in a hurry, and Fox was impatient. Why wasn't he listening? There was no choice, so Naruto had to explain. If I have to say it, it's like seeing it with my own eyes. Many pictures and sounds remain in my memory. To say where it came from, I already knew it from birth. What Naruto said was the truth. I watched the anime in my previous life, and I knew it from birth. Kibai generally believed it, mainly because the world did have such an ability. For example, the old toad called Toad Ramamaru in Mount Myabaku can occasionally dream of some fragments about the future. Back then, it was Toad Ramamaru who guided the Sage of the Six Paths to learn Six Paths Senjutsu, a heightened version of the Sage mode to combat Kaguya. Now it's not uncommon for someone who can see the past to appear, but why is this kid? Little devil, what do you want to do? I'm interested in your power. What did you say? I mean, I desire your power. Desire sounds derogatory, doesn't it? Well, maybe from your perspective, you should use that word. Kurama sat and closed his eyes. The amount of information received today was a bit overwhelming. He would observe and consider later to determine if this little devil had any connection with the old man. Anyway, we got to know each other today. I'm going to bed now, bye-bye, Big Fox. Naruto waved his hand. I am still a child, we can't stay up late. It's important to go to bed early and wake up early for good health. 3 seconds later, Kibai opened his eyes again. Why are you still here? Then. How do I get out? In the end, Naruto left the space. It was the first time he had interacted with a fox spirit, and he was quite satisfied. In the morning, Naruto emerged from his room yawning. Minato was sitting at the dining table, reading the newspaper, and Kushina was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Good morning, Mom and Dad. Good morning. Go wash up, it's time for breakfast. After Naruto washed up, he sat across from Kushina, took a bite of the poached egg, and said inarticulately, I saw the big fox last night. Minato put away the newspaper and asked with a smile, a fox? Did Naruto have a nightmare? It wasn't a dream, it was the big fox with 9 tails, locked inside the iron cage. PFFT. Kushina spewed a mouthful of milk onto Naruto's face. Naruto wiped his face expressionlessly, staring at Kushina with resentment without speaking. Ah, sorry Naruto, Mom was just too surprised. Kushina turned to look at Minato. Minato. I know. Minato checked Naruto's seal under his clothes and said, the seal is intact. That was a standard check. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief, sat up straight, and said seriously, Naruto, next time something like this happens, don't be afraid. Naruto said, we're ninjas, we won't be afraid. That fox is called Ninetales, one of the 9-tailed beasts. That. Naruto raised his hand to interrupt her, I know all of this. Since you already know. Eh? How do you know? Never mind that you told me when you were pregnant, even if you didn't say. Wait. Do you remember what happened before you were born? Yes. Kushina and Minato exchanged glances and asked, how much do you remember? Most of it. For example, my mother once told me about my father's heroic rescue and then what my mother was thinking at that time. Eh? Don't go on. Kushina, who was nearly told something embarrassing, blushed like a tomato. Forget everything that comes after that. Forget it. Minato smiled awkwardly beside her, curious about what Kushina had told Naruto. Yes. Naruto said Kushina was embarrassed, her son now knows everything thing. Cough. After finally regaining her composure, Kushina coughed dryly and said seriously, Since you know everything, you should also know that as a Jinchuriki, you may feel lonely, sad, and unfair. It's okay if you can be friends with the big fox, that's fine. Be friends with Kyubai? Is that even possible? Why not? He has wisdom, feelings, and a name of his own. The 9 tails is just a name given by people based on the number of tails. Naruto's words had a profound impact on Minato and Kushina. The prevailing perception of tailed beasts during this period was that they were powerful beasts. Since they were beasts, they should be tamed and used violently rather than being communicated with for peaceful coexistence. Minato thoughtfully said, Naruto. Yes. Do it according to your idea. Okay. Kushina had mixed feelings. She had always assumed she would use her power to control the 9 tails, and now she was hearing talk about making friends with it. Chapter 15. Kinema-uro. It was an ordinary day. Kushina had not returned from her mission, and Minato was too busy to come home for lunch. Naruto had lunch at Sasuke's house and, after the meal, shouted, Sasuke, I want you to help me practice. Since Kushina and Mikoto had a close relationship and even referred to each other's children as godmothers, the two families knew each other well. So, it was nothing unusual for Naruto to come over for a meal. The two nearly 4-year-old children happily practiced shuriken together, engaging in a friendly practice duel. The result? Sasuke was quite upset about losing. When it came to shuriken and physical strength, Naruto was superior. However, Sasuke's agility and physical endurance were greater than Naruto's, and the exceptional reflexes inherited from Minato ensured that Naruto could barely hold his own against Sasuke. Maybe I should practice more, Naruto thought while thinking about his strength. Sasuke's pouting expression was undeniably cute, and Naruto couldn't help but feel disgusting. Fortunately, Sasuke's mood quickly shifted when Itachi arrived and waved to Sasuke. According to Sasuke's complaint, ever since Ono-chan graduated and became a genin, he hadn't had much time to spend with him. Usually, Itachi would either go on missions with his team or be borrowed by big brother Shizui. Well, it was more like borrowed. Every time they would say, lend us your brother for a while, but Sasuke never agreed. Sasuke was so frustrated that his eyes were practically shooting fire. Now he cherished the time he spent with Itachi. Whenever Itachi appeared, he completely ignored Naruto. Naruto? Who's that? Naruto couldn't be bothered to get to know him either, so he simply greeted Itachi and left. Lost in thought, Naruto eventually returned to his residence. I'm back, huh? When he saw the young man sitting in the living room, Naruto felt like his brain wasn't working properly. The man had gray hair, green pupils, and a red dot on each eyebrow. What was going on? The boy stood up as Naruto entered and calmly looked at him. Naruto's back? Kushina had just returned and hadn't even had time to change out of her ninja uniform. She took the boy's hand and introduced, this child's name is Kimimaro, and from now on, he'll be your brother. Brother? Naruto was still in shock. Wasn't Kimimaro kidnapped by Orochimaru and turned into his top henchman, responsible for helping Orochimaru kill the 4th Kazekage, Raza? Why was he here in Hidden Leaf Village now? Yes, that's right, Kimimaro, this is Naruto, so please get along with him. Yes, please take care of me. Kimimaro's tone and expression remained remarkably steady. Hi, Naruto replied hesitantly, his guard up. He wondered if Kimimaro had been sent by Orochimaru to carry out some mission. But then again, Kimimaro appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old and likely didn't possess that kind of strength. Naruto couldn't figure it out. Perhaps he should discuss it with his parents when he has the chance. After all, he had conversed quite a bit with Kyubai. That evening, Naruto sneaked into his parents' room, closed the door, and wore a serious expression. I have something very important to discuss, and it involves many secrets. Can Mom set up a barrier to prevent eavesdropping? Kushina and Minato exchanged glances and nodded. Soon, a barrier enveloped the entire room. I have memories from a different world here. Naruto provided a summary of Minato and Kushina's original fate, emphasizing Kimimaro's life. As for figures like Pain and Obito, he would discuss them later. For now, he wanted to learn more about Kimimaro's situation. Kushina asked in astonishment, you're saying that Minato and I were supposed to die on the day you were born? And Kimimaro was supposed to be kidnapped by Orochimaru? Yeah, Naruto nodded. Minato added, at that time, I was indeed prepared to use the Reaper Death Seal. If it weren't for Naruto's sudden intervention with the 4-symbol seal. In other words, what Naruto had witnessed was likely an alternate potential future. That. Naruto hesitated for a moment. This question, reminiscent of the previous life butterfly dream, had been troubling him for a while. He expressed his inner turmoil, I have so many memories from another life here. Am I still me or someone else? Am I truly your son, Naruto? Naruto looked up at his parents with a mix of anxiety and confusion in his eyes. In response, a fist landed on his head. Bang! Naruto was knocked into a crouching position, clutching his head, tears welling up. He looked at Kushina with a pitiful expression. Kushina's hair seemed to move of its own accord, dividing into 9 strands that floated behind her head. Her tone was unusually stern. Listen, Naruto. You are my son, and that will never change. If you ever think otherwise, I'll give you a beating. Even if I have to rise from the dead, I'll come back and give you a good beating. Calm down, Kushina. Minato calmed down the almost berserk Kushina, then gently patted Naruto's head. It hurts, Naruto whined, tears still streaming down his face. Minato gently touched the swelling bump on Naruto's head. Ah, sorry. So, that's been weighing on your mind? Naruto sniffled and nodded. Dad feels the same way as Mom just explained, Minato continued, his hand still on Naruto's head. You are our son. We watched you being born, and we've seen you grow up with our own eyes. We hope you'll become an excellent ninja. On the day you were born, I swore that I, Minato Namikaze, would do everything in my power to protect my family. Not as Hokage, but as a father and a husband. So don't think about it. Naruto lay in his small bed, pondering everything that had happened that night. With his most pressing concern resolved, Minato had also explained to him the backstory of Kimimaro. Hidden Leaf Village's intelligence operatives had detected Orochimaru's presence near the Land of Water. Given Orochimaru's status as an S-rank traitor, they couldn't ignore it. Minato, as Hokage, couldn't personally rush to the Land of Water, as it would be inappropriate. So Minato decided to send Kushina along with the contemporary Inoshikacho trio. They were accompanied by undercover Anbu for added security. Upon reaching the border of the Land of Water, Yamanaka Inoichi detected Orochimaru's trail, Shikaku set up various traps, and Kushina established a barrier. Unfortunately, despite a fierce battle, all they found at the end was a snakeskin, and Orochimaru himself had vanished. As they were preparing to return, a rebellion erupted in the Land of Water. The Kaguya clan, with their bloodline limit, the clan was mostly killed off when attacking Hidden Mist Village in a failed attempt to show off their ferocity, but they were wiped out, leaving Kimimaro as the sole survivor. By chance, he encountered Hidden Leaf Village's team and was brought back. After a thorough review by various parties in Hidden Leaf Village, it was determined that Kimimaro was not a spy and had no hidden agenda. Kushina proposed to adopt him, knowing that Naruto had always wanted a brother. Minato readily agreed, and the matter was settled. With the assurance that his family was safe, Naruto felt relieved and accepted his new big brother with open arms. After all, having him in their own home was much better than dealing with Orochimaru. Naruto closed his eyes, his mind filled with images of Kushina's fiery red hair and Minato's gentle smile. He murmured to himself, "This is great." Chapter 16. What is the meaning of life? The next day, Naruto, who had shared most of his burdens, was full of energy. Good morning. Kimimaro seemed a bit reserved today. Good morning. Naruto leaned over with a smile and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not used to this?" "No, it's just that I've always been treated as a weapon, imprisoned in a cell, and released only when I needed to fight. Sleeping in a warm and soft bed like yesterday, sitting in a bright and spacious room to eat, receiving meticulous care from others. It's never happened before. So, do you like it? Well, but what's the meaning? What is the meaning of life?" Ah. Naruto felt a pain in his head. He hadn't pondered such deep questions at such a young age, spending his days thinking about life and play. No wonder he had been kidnapped by Orochimaru. In my memory, the original characters asked 3 similar questions. The first was Orochimaru, and then the third Hokage explained how a snake shedding its skin symbolized rebirth, which is the meaning of starting a new life. Later, the whole anime, the third Hokage, embraced this symbolism of rebirth. The third Hokage was truly a mentor who could guide wayward apprentices in the ninja world or brainwash them. The second was Itachi Uchiha, and then Orochimaru explained that life had no inherent meaning. If there were any, it would only exist when life was eternal. As a result, 4-year-old Itachi contemplated jumping off a cliff on the spot. He would have perished that day if he hadn't suddenly regained his senses and saved himself. The third one was Kimimaro, and Orochimaru told him that life might not have a predefined meaning, but perhaps he could find interesting things to pursue while living. Just like how you found that flower, and just like how I found you. As a result, Kimimaro's path crossed with Uncle Snake by chance, shaping his life. Of course, there was also Gaara, who was similar in his willingness to become a tool that would never be discarded simply because he wanted to be needed. The children in this world, even if they were precocious, grew up too fast. Naruto didn't want to mislead Kimimaro as Orochimaru did. After all, they were just children, and they didn't truly understand the meaning of life. So Naruto decided to seek guidance from someone wiser, using the secret technique of summoning his father. Dad. Kinamaru asked what the meaning of life is. Minato and Kushina emerged from the kitchen with breakfast and took their seats. What is the meaning of life? Minato thought for a moment and then smiled. Everyone's answer is different, and you have to discover your answer. For instance, I find meaning in protecting. As a father, I must protect my children. As a husband, I must protect my wife. As Hokage, I must protect the village. These are the purposes that define my life. You're still young, and you can take your time to figure out your own goals. Protection? Kinamaru mumbled. Naruto nudged the still pensive Kinamaru with his elbow and pointed at Minato. How do you feel about us, compared to your previous clan? Kinamaru replied absently. It felt warm. I've decided, I must protect the warmth. Kinamaru smiled at Naruto. Kinamaru clenched his fists, thinking about Minato's gentle smile, Naruto's bright smile, and the joyful look on Kushina's face when he looked at them. He made up his mind, I'm willing to dedicate my life to safeguarding such life, maybe that's the meaning of my life. Alright, the food will get cold, Kushina reminded them. I'll take Kinamaru shopping for clothes and everyday necessities later, and Naruto, you're coming too. Okay. On that day, Naruto came to a profound realization, shopping with a woman is exhausting, even if that woman is your mother. Why did they have to meticulously choose and inspect everything, picking up, putting down, and haggling? In his previous life, Naruto mostly shopped online. If he couldn't shop online, he'd head straight to the store, look for what he needed, glance at the price tags, and make the purchase. Are men just too simple or a woman are too complex? After enduring the ordeal, Kinamaru's supplies were fully stocked, and he officially moved into the room next to Naruto's. This also meant that Naruto would have a companion in his future training, and someone to learn basic literacy from. Though Kinamaru was 3 years older than Naruto, he had received little education outside of combat. Minato planned to have Kinamaru study at home for a while before enrolling him in the ninja academy. At night, Naruto lay down in his bed as usual and entered the sealed space. Hey, Big Fox, I'm back. Naruto waved in greeting. Kurama raised an eyelid, glanced at him, then closed it again and said nothing. Give me some kind of reaction. Could it be that you're angry because I didn't come yesterday? Cut it out. Oh, come on, can't you see, Big Fox, you care about me so much. Naruto made a playful expression. Stop being presumptuous, you brat. Yes, I'm being presumptuous. According to Naruto's estimation, this fox was about 10% caring, 20% soft, and the remaining 70% was pure ego. If Naruto had to evaluate it, he'd describe it as an unappealing combination. He couldn't fathom the aesthetic sense of Sage of Six Paths. Among the nine-tailed beasts, Matatabi and Kurama had somewhat normal forms, while the others display bizarre appearances. Forget it, let's consider it a coincidence. Naruto didn't want to argue, and he couldn't convince the Sage of Six Paths anyway. By the way, do you have any issues with your fourth sibling? Kurama replied, no issues, I just defeated him. Naruto was intrigued. Tell me about the fight. There's not much to tell. He was weak, and I made him have 5 tails. By the way, do you fight with all 8 of them? Pretty much. Juki is the one I spar with the most. That guy has a sharp tongue and thick skin, and it's quite satisfying to spar with him. Nine Tails seemed to suddenly open up, sharing with Naruto the experiences of battling each of the tailed beasts. He grumbled, it's a shame that the 7th one can fly once he grows wings. He is hard to catch and ends up getting into fewer fights. Naruto looked at him with a puzzled expression. You're not a fox, you're a husky. You kick fights every day. The only difference is that your fighting ability is strong enough, so you can win after starting a fight. The Nine Tails responded, this fox has sensed your hostility. What are you staring at? I admire your formidable fighting skills. Humphrey, go on and tell your story. Alright. Chapter 17. Hidden detonation seals. In the days that followed, Naruto would tell Kurama the stories of his previous life. Unconsciously, the relationship between the fox and him grew much closer. At least Naruto refrained from hitting the iron gate in front of him. He didn't beat it. Of course, he also finished telling the story of the original in Naruto to Minato and Kushina, during which their reactions ranged from shock and sadness to anger. As for what action Minato would take after learning this information, Naruto didn't know. Judging solely from Kushina's reaction, she couldn't wait to catch Obito and hang him. After the beating, she might consider showing sympathy and forgiveness, or not. Unfortunately, when she thought about it, she knew that the child must be hiding very well. Even the Akatsuki organization had not yet reached that level in the story. For instance, Itachi was still a child, and he heard that he was preparing for the Chunin exams. The Great Shark was still in the Mist Village. Deidara was a student of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Despite Deidara often annoying his sensei, Onoki was still proud of him. He was a member of the Explosion Corps and possessed the explosion-style Kekkei Genkai. In the end, Minato solemnly instructed Naruto not to discuss these matters with anyone again, promising to do his utmost to eliminate the danger and prevent Hidden Leaf Village from facing the kind of catastrophic crisis depicted in the story. The most pressing task at the moment was to remove the hidden detonation seals within Hidden Leaf Village. Geno was originally an ninja from the Land of Mountains, Kagero Village. More than 20 years ago, he was ordered to infiltrate Hidden Leaf Village disguised as a craftsman. During the village's construction, he concealed detonation seals in every corner of Hidden Leaf Village, with all the seals interconnected like a vast net, capable of blowing up the entire village. The original plan was to detonate them during a war between the two villages, but Hidden Leaf Village preemptively seized Kagero Village's territory. After peace negotiations between the two villages, Geno never received orders to proceed. Subsequently, Kagero Village disappeared, and no one could give him orders. Thus, these detonation seals remained hidden in place. However, Naruto had always thought this situation was absurd. How could so many people, especially ninjas with enhanced sensory talents, be unaware of these seals despite years of training? How come the ninja dogs introduced into the village by dog breeders never spotted them? Perhaps it was the will of the universe, author, that kept them hidden. But now that Minato knows about them, there was no need to worry. He could simply call on ninjas to search and dismantle them. This time, maybe Naruto could make a small profit. Detonation seals scattered throughout the village were quite valuable. The explosion seal situation was handled with remarkable ease, and Hidden Leaf Village narrowly avoided another calamity. Naruto didn't participate in this matter and continued to carry out his training tasks day by day. Each day, when he sparred with Kimimaro, he found himself struggling and could only occasionally take out his frustration on Sasuke. This routine continued until the end of the year. Naruto's suggestion to hold a New Year's festival eventually turned into a celebration of Hidden Leaf Village's unique traditions. The scene was filled with the sound of drums and fireworks. It was bustling with people. While not quite to the extent of what Naruto had imagined, lanterns adorned the village, fireworks illuminated the sky, and people moved about, creating a festive atmosphere throughout the village. Minato and Kushina led Kimimaro and Naruto to enjoy themselves. Naruto followed his parents with great interest, experiencing the unique festival celebration. Even the typically stoic Kimimaro occasionally displayed a happy smile. It seemed that he had fully adapted and genuinely enjoyed the life he now had. In February, Kimimaro had been in Hidden Leaf Village for over half a year. For the past 6 months, he had been receiving basic education at home, and now it was time for him to attend the Ninja Academy. Of course, 8-year-old Kimimaro was placed directly in the 3rd grade. On his first day of school, the entire family accompanied Kimimaro to the Ninja Academy. When he entered the 3rd grade classroom, it created quite a sensation. Is that the 4th Hokage-sama? He's so handsome. I'm going to become Hokage one day. The 4th Hokage's wife is so beautiful. And when Kimimaro went to the front of the class with the teacher to introduce himself, the girls couldn't contain their excitement. The new transfer student is so handsome. Kimimaro. Kushina stood by the classroom door and smiled. It looks like you're quite popular, Kimimaro. Get along well with your classmates. Yes, mother, Kimimaro nodded. After that, 3 of them bid farewell to Kimimaro. Minato said, I'm going to attend the opening ceremony of the 1st grade next. Do you want to take a look? Naruto shook his head. No, I'll watch it when I go to school. I don't want to listen to the 3rd Hokage's speech at all, so please forgive me. Kushina followed and said, then I'll take a look when I send Naruto to school. Minato was helpless, smiled, and said, okay, see you later. Kushina waved her hand, goodbye, Minato. The mother and son walked out of the school, and as soon as they went out, they saw children fighting. And saw 3 children bullying a little Luai. Ahem, a Hyuga. So ugly, you white-eyed monster. 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 Woo. The little girl squatted on the ground and cried while covering her face. Let go of that girl. Naruto shouted, trying to act like a hero. Am I a Lilicon now? The 3 bullies turned around. Hey, there are adults here, run. Oh. The 3 bullies ran away in a hurry. Naruto walked over, gently pulled up the little girl, and asked, are you alright? The little girl finally held back her tears. Thank you. Kushina came over and touched the little girl's head. Are you the child of the Hyuga family? Well. The little girl fiddled with her fingers nervously. My name is Hinata Hyuga. Kushina pulled Hinata's little hand and said with a smile, let's take you home. Hinata obediently followed Kushina's side. Naruto didn't have any drama but just observed. The 4-year-old Hinata was quite cute. Am I becoming a lilicon? As he walked, Kushina was still talking about her deeds. When I was a kid, there were punks who laughed at my hair and said that the red hair looked like a tomato, and then I beat them all one by one. Ha ha ha, then no one dared to laugh at me in person. Little Hinata, be brave. Hinata looked at Kushina with big eyes admiringly. How amazing. Looking at Hinata's reaction, Naruto thought to himself, if Kushina were to teach Hinata, she might end up turning her into a fierce, fearless version of herself. Chapter 18. Uzumaki Clan's Heritage, Bonus Chapter. After Kushina completed her 6th heroic deed of pinning down and beating up the person who mocked her, they finally arrived at the Hyuga home. It's here. Kushina let go of Hinata's small hand and encouraged her, be braver in the future, Hinata-chan. Yes, thank you very much. Hinata bowed obediently in gratitude. Goodbye then. After returning home, Naruto realized that he had forgotten to leave his name for the good deeds just now. He didn't even say, I'm Naruto, bad luck. Naruto, Kushina interrupted his thoughts, handing him a book, and said, you have almost learned the necessary basic knowledge. The next thing to learn is this. Naruto took the book, which was as thick as a dictionary, and looked at the cover, Introduction to Sealing. Yes, sealing techniques, Kushina said. Naruto, you use the adamantine sealing chains when you were just born, which proves that you have perfectly inherited the blood of the Uzumaki clan. This is one of the reasons your father insisted on you keeping the Uzumaki surname. Our Uzumaki clan used to be famous for being good at sealing techniques, on par with the Senju and Uchiha clans. Our clan's advantages are strong vitality, a large amount of chakra, and our sealing techniques being more powerful than those of ordinary people. Mine can even suppress tailed beasts, which is why I became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Since you have inherited the talent of the Uzumaki clan, come and learn sealing techniques. You know the importance of sealing techniques, right? Yeah. Naruto listened quietly to Kushina's speech. Of course, he knew that sealing techniques were very important. In the future, when facing enemies with undead attributes like those using reanimation jutsu or Hidan, he could use sealing techniques on them. Even in the face of Orochimaru. That snake guy is a real problem. He can open the belly of the Shinigami and retrieve his hands when hit with the Reaper Death Seal and can still be resurrected through the Cursed Seal when hit with the Totsuka Blade Seal. Naruto didn't know how to deal with him. Sealing shouldn't be too difficult to learn, right? It's just different spells representing different functions. Write the spells according to certain rules, and then use chakra to exert various effects. It feels similar to programming, right? Can this stump me, a reincarnated person? 30 minutes later. What is this? WTF. Is going on? Am I stupid? Naruto looked at the introduction to sealing jutsus written on the cover of the book again, and it seemed that it became sealing jutsus from beginner to mastery, then sealing jutsus from beginning to abandonment, and finally sealing jutsus from entry to entry. At first, Naruto felt he could still memorize it, but after turning the page, he felt like 15, 16, 20, 25. 35 were too difficult. Fortunately, he could ask Kushina to solve his doubts. Kushina still had experience in teaching others the sealing technique. Her first disciple was her husband, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze Kakashi also came to learn for a while. In the beginning, he copied several commonly used sealing techniques with the help of the Sharingan. Now, Kushina's request for Naruto was to understand the basics and principles of sealing, which is still far from real application. Just like after we learned Pythagoras' theorem in school, we couldn't use it except to solve problems. Naruto, who had been learning the sealing jutsu for half a day, worked extraordinarily hard today, even breaking a sandbag and spreading the sand all over the floor. Then Kushina taught him a lesson, telling him to practice his fists and feet on wooden stakes outside in the future. Although the process of learning sealing techniques was not smooth, it didn't prevent Naruto from bragging to Kurama at night. Big Fox, I'm starting to learn sealing, Naruto smiled. Kurama sighed deeply, Humphrey. Kurama said bitterly, when the old man was in this world, we had freedom, then Madara tried to control us, but Hashirama Senju defeated him and he distributed us like candy to villages. We are weapons for them now. All my brothers are tortured because we are tailed beasts. I tried to escape to save my brothers, but I could only wait for Mido to die because she knew sealing techniques. After finally waiting for Mido's life to end, Kushina comes, and the most annoying thing is that she also knows sealing techniques. I had no choice but to wait and was finally released, however, was sealed by that yellow-haired guy again, and it was still sealed in two halves. Kushina's side doesn't need to think about it for the time being, so there is still some hope for this kid. Well, now this kid has also started to learn sealing techniques, and let the fox live. This kid is also, you can learn if you want to learn. If you have time, you might as well tell the old man a few stories. I've heard more stories during this time, and the whole fox culture has improved. Just like the kid said, what is men a culture? Don't be so negative, Big Fox. Think about the good in everything. At least when I've mastered the sealing technique, I can improve your living environment. Kurama said to Naruto, go away. Son dear, Fox come here, brat. Spring ends and summer solstice arrives, and then autumn and winter come. Naruto practiced hard in winter and summer. From the village perspective, he was as strong as a calf. Although he never won against Kimimaro, he never lost against Sasuke. He felt like he could fight 2 or 3 people without a problem, normally. This year seemed to have gone by very fast. Kimimaro had long been the top student in his class, and almost no one in the senior class was his opponent. With his current strength, there was no problem applying for early graduation, but Minato insisted that he finish an into school and make more friends. A family of 4 sometimes went out together, went shopping, ate, and had picnics. It is worth mentioning that Minato liked a kairaku ramen, Naruto liked the grilled meat, and Kimimaro preferred a dessert shop with dango. Kushina liked the rice cooked by Minato the most. The ordinary life continued until the end of the year without any change, but on December 30th, a small event made Naruto very happy. Chapter 19. Kurama the sadist, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was delighted to be the grandfather of the newborn. Due to the close friendship between their families, he felt it was only right to visit and see his grandson. Ah, so cute! Kushina exclaimed, looking at the baby on the bed. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his wife Hueco, and their son Sarutobi Shinosuke with his wife were gathered around the newborn. Sarutobi Shinosuke, the eldest son of the third Hokage, held an important position in Anbu. He wasn't well known because of his secretive role, but in the manga, he sacrificed himself for an unknown reason, leaving behind his only son, Konohamaru. Naruto also leaned over to take a look. The baby was cute and small, resembling a little monkey, befitting the Sarutobi surname. But Naruto refrained from saying that and instead asked, what's his name? The third Hokage, whose pipe had been confiscated before entering the house, stroked his beard and smiled, I have chosen this child's name. I hope he can become a powerful ninja when he grows up. The third Hokage's beard twitched for a moment before he continued, no, not just that. I also hope he can benefit Hidden Leaf Village. How about Sarutobi Yuki? Bringing happiness to Hidden Leaf Village. Bam. Kushina couldn't stand it and punched Naruto on the head. Naruto, don't be rude. Listen to what the third Hokage has to say. Oh. Naruto rubbed his head, feeling aggrieved. He. It's alright, the third Hokage chuckled. Naruto, you remind me so much of Minato. Silently, he added to himself, especially when it comes to choosing names. The third Hokage continued, so I named him Konohamaru, Sarutobi Konohamaru. What a good name, Konohamaru, Naruto echoed. Despite Naruto's attempt to suggest a different name, fate decided that Konohamaru would keep his name. After returning home, Naruto showed his belly to Kushina. Mom, can my seal be changed? What's the matter? Is Kurama acting up? Kushina asked, her expression stern, ready to deal with the Nine Tails if needed. No, we get along fine. I just want to improve the environment. Kurama, who listened to Naruto's stories every day, had even begun to laugh and occasionally shared chakra with him. Why did you suddenly think of changing the environment? Kushina asked, puzzled. I talk to the big fox every day, tell stories, and all. The sealed space is like a sewer, it's very uncomfortable, so I want to change it. Theoretically, it is possible. The 8 trigram seal is very flexible. It represents the elements of nature and can be combined into many kinds of environments. Then I want a forest-style one with a meadow, lake, and river attached. A little mountain in the distance, and the environment should be brighter. It would be better if day and night could alternate. Kushina listened to Naruto's requests, the corners of her mouth twitching. This is real jutsu. Do you think it's ordering a meal or building a house? Frustrated, she slapped Naruto lightly. Naruto covered his head, realizing he'd been too presumptuous. Alright, just make it more refreshing and comfortable. Listen, the seal of the Nine Tails is very important. I'll discuss it with Minato when he comes back tonight. You must not tamper with it. Kushina warned. Yeah, Naruto nodded obediently. By the way, what is the sealed space like on your side, Mom? It's almost the same as before, except the Nine Tails is just tied to a big stone ball. Haven't you two had a good talk? That stubborn fox. He has a terrible temper. Do you want me to beg him to talk to me nicely? Naruto hesitated, thinking the other half of Kurama was truly unfortunate. When a proud monster meets a fiery temper woman, it's a tough match. At night, Kurama, who was waiting to hear a story, was dozing off. Suddenly, the water on the ground seeped away, and grass sprouted, forming a lawn large enough for the fox to roll around on. The original black ceiling turned into a sky with blue clouds. Though there were still boundaries, the original fence and gate were covered with vines, and ever-morning glories bloomed. Kurama noticed the change, looked around, and saw Naruto standing at the door waving. "Yo, big fox, how do you feel?" "Free." Kurama lay down again. This new setup was undeniably more comfortable than lying in the water. "Don't be so ungrateful, my mom finally agreed to help change it. I promised you I'd learn the sealing technique and change it myself, but since I'm still learning, it would take years to reach that level, so I had to ask for help." Kurama's tail twitched slightly. Naruto noticed Kurama's subtle movements. "Alright, let's continue the story." Naruto cleared his throat. Continuing from last time, after seeing a vision, Griffith tries to run away from camp. He falls and finds the behelit again. As the band get close to him, the moon begins to cover the sun and starts a solar eclipse. Kurama loved dark stories for some reason, or he is a sadist, perhaps. Whether it worked or not, at least the bond between Naruto and Kurama grew stronger. In the future, Naruto could confidently ask Kurama for chakra as a fee for the stories. Naruto said to Kurama, "I let you enjoy so many stories for free. When I face difficulties, can I ask you for help, and you'll help me, right? Right?" Chapter 20. Ninja Academy. Hidden Leaf Village's Ninja Academy opening ceremony was as lively as ever. And boring. When it came to the speech of the third Hokage, the eyes of other children were shining, but Naruto was drowsy. There was no excitement in him at all. To those who possess the will of fire, everyone is family. The desire to protect one's family builds thicker and stronger bonds between each and everyone in the village. If the will of fire is embraced by everyone, the village will be alright no matter what happens. The third Hokage said with a joyful face and warm smile. Oh, there was another boy with pineapple-shaped hair who had a similar reaction to Naruto and looked like he was about to fall asleep. What a drag. After the beautifully written, rich in content, clear in theme, and sleep-inducing speech was over, the children left their parents and went back to their respective classes. The classroom of the ninja school was an amphitheater with long, slender desks, and the positions had already been allocated. It was said to be random. There were 30 people in Naruto's class. He observed them, the fat, the thin, the yellow-haired, the pink-haired, the spiky-headed, those with painted faces, those wearing hoods and sunglasses, the arrogant and cool ones in the front row, and the person beside him who looked down and played with his fingers. With these people and himself, this year's 9 rookie class was complete. Looking at the little girl beside him, Naruto decided to say hello. "Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I remember your name is Hinata, right?" "Why yes." Hinata's face visibly reddened, her mind full of thoughts. He remembers me, he still remembers me. That aunt taught me to be brave, but now I can't even speak clearly. Hinata lowered her head in frustration, her mind racing. Naruto was puzzled. How can I continue this conversation with your reaction? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Why did Iruka become a teacher? His parents didn't die in the Nine Tails attack this time. Why? At this time, Iruka wrote a few big characters on the blackboard and said, "From today onwards, I will be your teacher. My name is Iruka Umino, and I hope to get along well with everyone in the future." The children applauded respectfully. Let's get to know each other. The classmates whose names I read, please come to the podium. Iruka looked down at the list and said, the first one, Sakura Haruno. My name is Sakura Haruno. Here comes the ultimate simp of Sasuke and ultimate hater of Naruto. Will she treat me the same as the original? I don't hate her, but if she tried to treat me like Naruto, I think I should show her some gender equality. By the way, have you heard the name Sakura Haruno somewhere? Is it an important supporting role? I can't remember. Next, Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto perked up a little and looked over. A spiky-headed boy was standing on the podium, his face painted with oil paint in the shape of a dog's tooth, and there was a small white dog on his head. Huh? Where's Akamaru? Kiba had already spoken. I'm Kiba Inuzuka. I like dogs. My dream is to be a Hokage and let everyone have dogs. Naruto watched the spirited boy get off the stage and return to his seat. He walked with confidence, but he didn't notice where Akamaru was. Is he not yet born? Possibly. It seems that wanting to pet the dog is out of the question, so let's think about a way to pet my fox, but he will be angry if I try. Next, Sasuke Uchiha. As soon as Sasuke came to the stage, it caused a little riot among the girls in the class. This guy was good-looking and arrogant. The young master vibes, Naruto thought while looking at Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. My hobby is training and becoming stronger, and my dream is to be as good as my brother. After speaking, he glanced at Naruto intentionally or unintentionally. Naruto pondered, does this kid think he can do it again? Why does he never learn? Next, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like many things. My dream is world peace. Naruto didn't know what to say. He wanted to say he wanted to protect the people he valued, but he felt it was too embarrassing. A few of the girls said that Naruto was handsome, but more said he wasn't as handsome as Sasuke. It seems that the girls in Hidden Leaf Village prefer Sasuke's cold and arrogant style. It's no wonder that in some romance dramas, so many people like to watch the male protagonist with a straight face every day. What were they called? Drama. Naruto was not jealous. After observing the classmates, Naruto tried his best to remember their names. Although they were all just strangers, they were still his classmates. The bored Naruto looked at the class schedule and found that the content to be learned was quite rich, including Ninja World Common Language, Ninja World History, Ninja World Geography, Basic Arithmetic, Basic Ninjutsu and Taijutsu classes, etc. It feels like listening in class or not is about the same, and why is there no theory class on the Will of Fire? Should he skip class? Forget it, if he skipped class and went home, he might get beaten up, so let's chat with the Fox Spirit and bring that book on sealing jutsus tomorrow. When Naruto finished telling the Fox a chapter of Berserk, the class's self-introductions were over. Iruka started to teach the first lesson, the foundation of ninjas using ninjutsu, chakra. Chakra is derived from 130 trillion cells in the human body. It is the basis for ninjas to use various ninjutsu. Bala. And refining chakra requires Bala. Naruto tried according to what Iruka said. He felt that it was not as easy to use as what his mother taught him. Maybe his mother taught him her special skills. From the looks of these children, it seems that they are learning smoothly. It is not difficult for people in this world to refine chakra. As for the seals that Iruka talked about later, Naruto said that he learned them in his previous life. He can even perform Chidori, Fireball, and even water dragon bombs with 44 seals. It's a pity that Naruto can't release any of them right now. If he knew the order of the seals, he could release ninjutsu, but then the copying ability of the Sharingan would become a joke. There must be some coordination skills involved. For Naruto, the morning class was boring. If he hadn't been accompanied by the Fox Spirit, he would have fallen asleep long ago. When he heard the word end of class, it meant it was time for lunch. Naruto took out his bento and naturally sat beside Sasuke. What are you doing here? Sasuke was vigilant. For some reason, he always felt that Naruto wanted to make fun of him. I'll see what Aunt Mikoto has cooked. Naruto smiled, hinting that he wanted to eat. Humphrey. Sasuke opened the lunchbox. Wow, isn't this my favorite fried shrimp? Naruto rudely took one and took a big bite. Delicious. You bastard. This is my bento. Don't be so disrespectful. It's not a big deal, you can eat my meatballs. Naruto gave Sasuke a ball and then took a shrimp. Aunt Mikoto's cooking is really good. As expected of a woman who has raised 2 children, Naruto thought happily. After several years, Sasuke still couldn't adapt to Naruto's shameless appearance. This guy seemed to conflict with the etiquette he had learned in every move. A big family like Uchiha still has some rigid etiquette. Although it is not as serious as the Hyuga, it is not as loose as Naruto. Every time Naruto went to grab a meal, Sasuke felt that his peaceful dining table was disturbed by Naruto, and this guy had very similar tastes to himself, always grabbing the dishes he liked. Eating at the same table with him is like fighting a war. If it wasn't for my brother who often served me dishes. Humphrey, as expected, my brother is the best. For a creature like Naruto, eating this 10,000 times won't be enough. The lunch was enjoyed by the host and guests, probably. Naruto wiped his mouth and put away the bento box. Thank you for your hospitality, Sasuke. After speaking, he patted Sasuke on the back. Cough, cough, cough. Before Sasuke could swallow his last mouthful of food, Naruto nearly choked him on food. Chapter 21. Naruto vs Sasuke. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Naruto shouted as he sprinted away. Crack. Sasuke snapped his chopsticks in frustration, gritted his teeth, and yelled, Uzumaki. When I catch you. Naruto ran so fast that he couldn't be caught, deciding to avoid the fight for now. He realized he was at fault and couldn't believe he was getting more and more naive, arguing with a 6-year-old. In the afternoon, the class was a taijutsu session. Iruka-sensei explained, you will all be ninjas in the future, so let's use your strength to get to know each other. The first group for training, Sasuke Uchiha vs Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke stepped forward, clenching his fists tightly and glaring at Naruto. Naruto smirked, hey, don't be angry. Didn't I apologize? Sasuke gritted his teeth. Stop babbling. I'm going to beat you today. The battle begins. Both sides form the seal of confrontation. Iruka-sensei announced, making sure everyone paid attention. Naruto thought Iruka-sensei could have said a few more things like, 1. Don't be impatient. 2. Never miss any important details. 3. The referee must always be fair. Naruto and Sasuke formed the seal of confrontation instinctively. They had done this many times before. Sasuke noticed Naruto seemed distracted. He couldn't understand why Naruto always had so many random and irrelevant thoughts. Naruto's inattentive attitude at the beginning of the battle was irritating. Even though Sasuke was used to it, it still bothered him. Sasuke charged forward, aiming a punch at Naruto's face. He wanted to do this for a long time. Naruto blocked the punch with his forearm and countered by swinging his other hand at Sasuke's face. Naruto had been annoyed with Sasuke's handsome face for quite a while. Sasuke jumped back. There was no Chakra enhanced strike, it wasn't the Chidori. The first round was just a warm-up, testing if the opponent's strength and speed had improved. As expected, both had progressed, and neither had slacked off. They moved in again, their fists and palms clashing. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand, but Sasuke knew he was at a disadvantage. Naruto had tough skin and strong endurance. Once Sasuke's strength waned, Naruto would overpower him. They were very familiar with each other's moves. Sasuke knew Naruto's next move, so he dodged and swept his leg. Naruto jumped to avoid the sweep. Sasuke took the opportunity to kick sideways, but Naruto caught his calf and threw him to the ground. Naruto figured this move wouldn't be very effective. Sasuke would probably pull off some acrobatic escape. Sure enough, Sasuke used his hand to flip midair, landing gracefully and drawing cheers from the onlookers. Showing off again, Naruto thought, rushing over and twisting into a sweeping kick. The secret taijutsu of the blue beast, Leaf Whirlwind. Sasuke dodged the initial kick aimed at his head, but Naruto continued his spin, sweeping Sasuke's legs out from under him. Whoa! Sasuke lost his balance and fell. Naruto swiftly pinned him down, ready to strike. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. Form the seal of reconciliation. Iruka-sensei announced, saving Sasuke from further embarrassment. Iruka-sensei was impressed. These two, based on their physical prowess alone, were already at a Genin level. It was no surprise, given their heritage. Naruto got off Sasuke and extended 2 fingers. Humphrey. Sasuke grudgingly hooked Naruto's fingers with his own, completing the seal. A group of girls nearby called out to Sasuke, "Ah, what a pity, Sasuke-kun lost." Yeah, but Sasuke was so cool. But Naruto was awesome too. Sasuke is still cooler. Hee, don't you think Sasuke and Naruto make a good match? Are you gay? Hinata, however, quietly whispered to herself, Naruto-kun is amazing. Naruto's mouth twitched as he overheard. Did something weird get mixed up in Sasuke's fan group? Hey, that move just now, what was it? Sasuke asked awkwardly. Naruto turned and saw Sasuke looking at him, clearly puzzled. Naruto shrugged and explained, that move is called Leaf Whirlwind. The upper kick blocks the opponent's retreat. The actual attack is with the lower kick. It was taught to me by Might Gay, who calls himself Hidden Leaf Village's proud blue beast. Sasuke nodded. It was a strong move, but the name was strange. Naruto's friends were as unusual as he was. Next time, I'll beat you. Sure, Naruto replied, having heard it many times before. Don't look down on me. I'm going to train with my brother, and I'll defeat you. Sasuke exclaimed. Naruto dismissed the idea. Big brother Itachi is so busy, how does he have time to teach you? Sasuke suddenly felt discouraged. Since his brother joined Aunt Boo, he had become busier and spent less time with him. Forget it, if that doesn't work, I'll find someone else to teach me. All this is to defeat Naruto, prove myself, surpass my brother, and make my father proud. Naruto watched Sasuke's changing expressions, finding it amusing. The other students' fights were less interesting, more like children flailing at each other. They barely knew a few moves. Shino and Kiba seemed somewhat competent, but Sasuke could probably defeat them in 3 moves. Choji and Shikamaru, who could have been promising, didn't end up fighting. Choji was too kind-hearted. Shikamaru is my friend, how can I fight my friend? Iruka-sensei explained, this is just a training exercise, not a real battle. It's fine. But what if I hurt him? Choji didn't want to fight. If you want to be a ninja, you will inevitably get hurt. The teacher is here to ensure safety. But no, I don't want to fight Shikamaru. Choji insisted. Shikamaru couldn't stand it anymore. This is too troublesome, teacher. I concede. The two of you. Iruka-sensei sighed. He had seen students afraid of getting hurt, but never ones who refused to fight for fear of hurting others. Even if they were kind, it was too much. Their families were fighting ninjas, not medics. And Shikamaru, how could a child be lazier than his father? Iruka-sensei was out of ideas. Next time, he would give them different opponents or find another way to solve this. Children's personalities were the hardest to change. Naruto nudged Sasuke with his elbow. Sasuke, what do you think? Chapter 22. Peaceful life. Coward Sasuke frowned. How could someone who didn't even dare to take a fight be a ninja? Don't be so cold, Sasuke. Those two are good friends, Naruto said. Sasuke was confused. One didn't dare to make a move, and the other conceded defeat. What's good about that? Both of them are thinking of each other. One is afraid the other will get injured and doesn't take action, and the other is afraid the other will be embarrassed by the teacher and admit defeat, Naruto explained. So what? Sasuke asked. Of course, I want to get to know them. What's wrong with having more friends? Naruto said, genuinely liking Shikamaru and Choji. In the original series, the two didn't show any disgust towards Naruto like the others. They even formed a group of 4 with Naruto and Kiba to skip class together. Shikamaru once asked his father, Shikaku, why do people in the village hate Naruto? Shikaku replied, what do you think of him? Shikamaru answered, I don't hate him. Shikaku then said, do what you think is right. Choji once nearly fought for Naruto. Even though these events hadn't happened yet, Naruto still felt a natural affection for them. So, he wanted to get to know them better. Shikamaru and Choji, right? Hello. Naruto pulled Sasuke, who wore a reluctant expression, over to Shikamaru and Choji, who had just left the field. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and this guy is Sasuke Uchiha. I know you guys. You're amazing, Shikamaru said, noticing how almost all the girls' eyes followed the two of them. He sighed, thinking, what a drag, they seem like very troublesome guys. Shikamaru finally mustered a bit of energy and continued, so, what's up? Choji, who had been silent, stepped forward to half-block Shikamaru, worried that the two were there to cause trouble. Naruto said calmly, it's nothing. I just think you two are pretty cool, so I wanted to get to know you. At this, Choji, who wasn't particularly chubby yet, looked a bit stunned. He had always felt a bit inferior because of his plumpness, and other children disliked him for being clumsy and didn't like to play with him. Only Shikamaru didn't laugh at him for this, so Choji only had Shikamaru as a friend. Now that someone said he was not bad, Choji was a little overjoyed. Don't you think I'm fat? Choji asked anxiously. Does that have anything to do with making friends? Naruto replied nonchalantly. What's wrong with being chubby? Naruto had a few chubby classmates in his previous life, who were mild-mannered and had good temperaments. Being around them was fun. Choji, you are also a member of the Akimeki clan. I've always believed that the Akimeki clan's strength allows them to make their companions feel safer, right, Sasuke? Naruto said truthfully and then attempted to involve Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. He had heard of the Akimeki clan. He didn't care about Choji's stature, as long as he was strong enough. Shikamaru was happy for Choji. If he could make new friends, Choji would be happy. Shikamaru turned his head, and sure enough, Choji was moved to the point of tears, sniffing hard. Thank you. I'm so happy, Choji said. Naruto didn't expect Choji's reaction to be so strong. He waved his hand and said, it's okay. Why don't I invite you to eat takoyaki ramen tomorrow at noon? It's delicious. Sasuke found his blind spot. Why not after school? Because today is the first day of school. My mother told me to come home early. Naruto sighed and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. The consequences of disobedience, Sasuke, you understand. Sasuke shuddered at the thought of a terrifying figure with flowing red hair and looked at Naruto with more sympathy. I'm lucky my mom is gentle through, but I heard from my mother that she wanted me to recognize Aunt Kushina as my trainer. No way. In all fairness, Aunt Kushina used to be pretty good, cheerful and liked to laugh, praising me for being cute every time. But once, I made her angry, and she strangled me by the neck and drilled her fists on the top of my head. When Shikamaru heard Naruto's words and saw Sasuke's reaction, he roughly understood something. Sure enough, moms are troublesome creatures. Thinking that when he got home, his mother would ask about his school situation. After he made friends, his mother would brag about how well she had done and then start to nag if he was listless again. After 3 minutes, she would drag his father, who was watching the fun, into it, saying that no one in the Nara family could be saved. Fortunately, their son was still young and could be corrected quickly. His father would probably try to defend a bit and then lose the battle, secretly using ninjutsu to plug his ears, giving himself a headache until dinner was over. Troublesome. Maybe I should try to learn ninjutsu, at least enough to sneak in earplugs, Shikamaru thought. and Choji's mind was full of thoughts about the ramen for lunch tomorrow. Naruto's treat. At the end of the afternoon class, the four little friends walked out of the school together. Choji and Shikamaru were led away by their parents. Choji happily waved goodbye to Naruto and Sasuke, while Shikamaru waved with lazy attitude. Naruto noticed that Hinata went back with Neji, and when Neji said something with a smile, Hinata replied in a low voice. It seemed they had a good relationship. Sasuke called out to his brother with a look of surprise, ran over, and hugged Itachi's thigh. Well, because of the height difference, Sasuke could only hug his thigh. Itachi smiled and said hello to Naruto, then led Sasuke away. Naruto went back with Kimimaro. I also have a family now. Naruto, who went to school for the first day, had to talk about today's experience when he got home. Sasuke did the same, complaining to Itachi with a frustrated face, saying that he had lost to Naruto again and wanted to learn ninjutsu from his brother. Choji told his father, Choza, that he had made 2 new friends and happily ate 2 more bowls of rice. Choza was also happy for his son, so he served him another bowl. As for Shikamaru's house, it was similar to what Shikamaru had guessed. Shikaku was soon discovered by his wife after putting on the earplugs and was scolded for half an hour. Shikamaru was thinking about how he would wear earplugs in the future. Hinata finished her evening training, coaxed Hanabi to sleep, and lay tiredly in her bed. Thinking that she would see Naruto again tomorrow, she smiled sweetly and fell asleep. Chapter 23. Horny girls. The next day, Naruto went to school with Kimimaro, carrying a book of sealing techniques. When he arrived in the classroom, he greeted Hinata with a warm smile and then immediately dived into his book. It was typical of Naruto to focus intensely on his training, and Hinata admired his dedication, believing it is the secret behind his growing strength. Naruto's skill with sealing techniques had improved significantly. He could now use storage scrolls proficiently, meaning he wouldn't need to carry a backpack in the future. This is no small feat for a young ninja. Though storage scrolls were expensive, Naruto used them freely. It wasn't because his family was wealthy, it was because Kushina knew how to make them, and she made them exceptionally well. Most of the high-quality storage scrolls in the ninja shop came from Kushina's skilled hands. In recent years, while taking care of Naruto, Kushina had made many scrolls out of boredom. Selling them turned out to be just as profitable as completing missions. However, the demand for these scrolls wasn't very high, and the market was very saturated. Not every ninja used scrolls as extensively as Ten, who treated them almost as disposable. Any extra scrolls at home could be traded with any wealthy shinobi. At noon, Naruto invited Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji to eat at a kairaku ramen. The council of boys sat in a row, eagerly anticipating their meals. Naruto had a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Choji had a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Sasuke had a bowl of miso chashu pork ramen. Choji had a bowl of miso chashu pork ramen. Shikamaru had a bowl of vegetable ramen. Choji had a bowl of vegetable ramen. Choji had a bowl of miso ramen. Choji had a bowl of miso ramen. The scene was almost comical, reminiscent of the Sage of Six Paths distributing chakra to the tailed beasts. Shikamaru and Naruto had anticipated Choji's appetite, but Sasuke was left wide-eyed, knowing Choji had a big appetite but not realizing it was this extreme. Fortunately, Naruto had enough pocket money. When he asked funds for the dinner party, Kushina, knowing there would be a member of the Akimaki clan, had generously added extra to the amount. After finishing their meals, Choji rubbed his small stomach and sighed contentedly. That was delicious. Thanks for the ramen, Naruto. Next time, I'll treat you to a barbecue. I know a great place. Okay, Naruto agreed cheerfully. The 4 friends returned to school and went their separate ways. Before Naruto opened his book, he noticed a little girl with pale yellow hair, nervously approaching him. Naruto, are you free? She asked timidly. Naruto put down his book and replied, What's up? Do you have a good relationship with Sasuke? It's okay, Naruto nodded, remembering the bond they had formed from playing together as kids. Sasuke might not remember, but Naruto cherished those memories. Then do you know what kind of girl Sasuke likes? So that was it. Naruto almost thought she was interested in him. He pondered whether Sasuke liked girls. Sasuke's favorite person was undoubtedly his brother, followed by his parents, then Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, and lastly, everyone else. Is it normal for a 6-year-old girl to care about this? Are girls in this world too horny? Naruto decided to be honest. Sasuke is interested in people stronger than him. Even if they aren't as strong as him, they should at least have some special skills. Ino's face fell in disappointment. But Sasuke is so strong, it's impossible to surpass him. Isn't there anything else, like hairstyle or personality? If I had to say, he probably likes someone good at housework, has long hair, and a gentle smile, Naruto said, describing Sasuke's mother, Mikoto. Got it, thanks, Naruto. She was happy because she could now win Sasuke's favor. She planned to invite Naruto for dinner in the future. Thank you, Naruto. Multiple voices chimed in. Ino's smile froze as she turned and saw a group of girls surrounding her and Naruto. The information has been leaked. Why is this happening? You guys. The girls started arguing. Naruto wasn't interested, these girls were not his type. They don't have sense of insecurity like me I think, but they are just children right now. Naruto continued studying his sealing techniques. Little did he know, gossip about Sasuke's ideal type would spread that day, causing rifts among friends and leading almost every girl in the class to grow her hair long. From spring to autumn, as the girl's hair grew more than 10 centimeters, a year passed. During this year, Sasuke learned the fireball jutsu. Confidently showing off a large fireball, he was surprised when Naruto, who was secretly learned the water jutsu from Kushina, countered with a water stream, drenching Sasuke and chilling him to the bone. Sasuke was disheartened and took days to recover before asking his brother to teach him new ninjutsu. Naruto had finished reading Introduction to Sealing Jutsus, and Kushina commented that Naruto's current level was enough for an internship in the sealing class. She then gave him Mastering Sealing Jutsus. Regarding water ninjutsu, Naruto discovered he had dual water and wind chakra natures, likely inherited from his parents. Deciding to learn water techniques first, Naruto looked up to the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It's not that Naruto didn't want to learn the Rasengan, his chakra control wasn't advanced enough yet. Tree climbing and water walking were next on his list. The flying Raijin was also on hold until he graduated from the Ninja Academy. The King Kong blockade technique is still challenging for a 7-year-old Naruto. So, Naruto focused on water ninjutsu for now. Not only could it be used to counter Sasuke's fire techniques, but it could also be used in blocking enemy. However, after teaching him water style, water stream, Kushina waited nearly a month to teach water style, water wall, claiming Naruto needed practice, but Naruto sensed she was hiding something. What Naruto didn't know was this: in the Sarutobi household, Kushina was learning water techniques from the third Hokage. What's with this technique? Kushina looked frustrated. The third Hokage explained, there are 2 types of water walls, one for broad defense and one that covers all around, including above your head. Ah, I see. Why the sudden interest in water ninjutsu, Kushina? Ninjutsu isn't your strong suit. Naruto asked me to teach him. He rarely asks for anything besides sealing techniques. Now he's interested in water ninjutsu, so I want to teach him myself. You can send Naruto to me directly. No, it's about my pride as a mother. Please continue teaching me. Kushina resembled a parent studying alongside their child for exams. Alright, the third Hokage agreed. He enjoyed teaching, and with nothing else to do besides spending time with grandson, he was happy to help. Next, let's learn the water dragon jutsu. Chapter 24. The 3 Uchihas, one unlike Kushina, who was full of energy. Several children in the Uchiha family seem to have suffered a lot recently. Things started with the graduation ceremony of the ninja school. This year is the 55th year of Hidden Leaf Village. Itachi Uchiha has just turned 12 years old, and most students should graduate at this age. However, Itachi, a genius of the Uchiha family, went to the battlefield at the age of 5, graduated at the age of 7, also worked in Anbu for a year. But his 3 friends of the same age don't have his talent. Although they are stronger than ordinary students, that's all. It's nothing if it's just that, after all, not everyone is a genius. As usual, as long as they graduate successfully, they can join the Hidden Leaf Village Police Force, the proud department of the Uchiha clan. The Hidden Leaf Village Police Force was established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and its members are all from the Uchiha clan, responsible for maintaining the security of the village. Of course, this not only expressed the second Hokage's trust in Uchiha but also facilitated observation of Uchiha's every move. Mainly, Madara Uchiha betrayed Hidden Leaf Village and brought a large husky to demolish the village. The impact was too great, and Obirama had to guard against it. But Obirama didn't blindly reject Uchiha, he also cultivated a ninja like Kagami Uchiha, who was very good and close to the village. After Tobirama died, the senior Hidden Leaf Village leaders, led by the third Hokage and Danzo, did not fully understand Obirama's intentions and blindly suppressed the Uchiha family. Under the blind operations of some people, there should be no objection to throwing this blame on Danzo. There were differences between Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf Village. At the same time, voices within the Uchiha clan calling for a coup loudly emerged, causing Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head, a great deal of headaches. It was not until the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, took control in recent years that the situation improved. Everyone knows that the fourth Hokage once had a disciple from the Uchiha clan who died heroically in the war. Of course, they didn't know that the hero Obito, who was presumed dead, was alive, and Minato was worried about how to find him. These were not the concerns of the three Uchiha friends who had just graduated. They just wanted to join the Hidden Leaf Village police force. However, the day before they were about to graduate, they were called by the clan head Fugaku. Fugaku sat on his knees in his living room, looked at the three somewhat restrained young people in front of him, and said with a serious face, "Gen-gi, Jiro, you will graduate soon." General Uchiha, Gi Uchiha, and Uchiha Jiro replied in unison, "Yes, Patriarch. Originally, I should have arranged for you to join the police force, but the plan has changed." The three of them were a little flustered. They had been looking forward to that day for a long time. The police force is the proud department of the Uchiha clan and the dream of every child. Could it be that their grades were so poor that the clan head was disappointed? Don't be nervous, it's not because of your lack of ability but because of other arrangements for you. Fugaku briefly talked about Uchiha's situation and continued, "Over the years, I have had many exchanges with the fourth Hokage, and we have been working hard for Uchiha to integrate into Hidden Leaf Village smoothly. Now Shisui has joined the Shadow Guards, and fourth Hokage holds him in very high regard." According to Shisui, the fourth Hokage once instructed him on the body flicker jutsu, almost treating the members of the Shadow Guards as his students. And Itachi has already joined Anbu, and the fourth Hokage deliberately asked his disciple Kakashi Hatake to lead him for a while. But just the two of them are not enough. I also hope you can work hard for it. The three of them were both excited and apprehensive. They didn't expect the patriarch to entrust such an important matter to them. Did he want them to join Anbu? Or even the Shadow Guard? Jen dared to ask, "So, what do we need to do?" Fugaku said, "I want you to be like ordinary ninjas. After graduation, you will form a team of 3, led by a Jonin, to perform tasks. Not only you but also future graduates of the clan will do the same, including my son Sasuke." The three of them silently digested Fugaku's words. Their long-standing dream was shattered by the words of the clan head. But at the same time, the clan head seemed to have high hopes for them, otherwise, he would not have explained so much. This feeling made them a little overwhelmed. "Anyway, gather on time tomorrow, and the village will appoint a very good Jonin as your leader. In the future, follow his instructions and don't bring shame to the glory of the Uchiha clan." "Yes." X3 The three responded reflexively, then left in a daze. At 5:30 the next morning, the three of them arrived at the gate of Hidden Leaf Village. This was the location the head teacher had told them. To give the teacher a good impression, they arrived half an hour early. The patriarch said that the leading teacher is an excellent Jonin, so he would be very serious, as majestic and powerful as the clan head. They must not be late. The three of them stood in place and waited, but 20 minutes later, the teacher hadn't come yet. It was still too early. Except for the 2 guards at the gate, there was no one around, except for an occasional green-clad figure running in various strange postures. At 6 o'clock, when the three of them were getting a little impatient, the green-clad figure, who had passed by for the 3rd time, stopped in front of them. With teeth seeming to flicker with a strange light, he raised a thumb and said, "Yo." The 3 young men, "Are you Gen-gi, and Giro?" The 3 of them were stunned for a moment. They had a bad feeling and replied, "Yes." "May we ask who you are?" "Good question." Gay struck a few self-assured poses and said, "I am Hidden Leaf Village's proud green beast. Mike Gay. From now on, I will be the leader of Team 4. Let's shed the sweat of our youth together." The mouths of the 3 of them dropped open, almost petrified on the spot. No matter how you look at this teacher, he doesn't seem normal. Is he the very excellent Jonin that the clan head mentioned? Have we misunderstood what excellence means? And what is Hidden Leaf Village's beast? I think you are Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang. This tooth is going to blind our Sharingan that we haven't even awakened yet. Hello, teacher." The 3 poor children replied mechanically. First, they were unable to join the police force, and then they were disillusioned with the excellent Jonin. Their worldview was a bit shattered, and their eyes were faintly tearing up. Oge shed tears of excitement and hugged his 3 students. "I became a teacher. I must do my best. Then, Gen-gi, Jiro. Let's face the rising sun and have a hot-blooded morning run. This is youth." Chapter 25. The 3 Uchihas -2 Since then, 3 new figures could be seen running against the rising sun on the streets of Hidden Leaf Village. Gay, leading his disciples for the first time, was thrilled. He noticed that the 3 children worked incredibly hard, diligently completing any training task, even if they ended up exhausted and unconscious. Gen-gi and Giro were struggling internally. This wasn't what they had envisioned, But they had to obey the teacher's arrangement as per the patriarch's orders. They believed that failing to meet the training goals would embarrass the Uchiha clan, so they often encouraged each other in secret. Gen, don't let the teacher underestimate Uchiha. Gi, for the glory of Uchiha. Jiro, me too. Gen, I am a ninja of Uchiha. Gi, I can persevere. Jiro, me too. With unyielding belief, the three gritted their teeth and completed the nearly impossible physical training each day, earning Gei's admiration. Then, Gei made a significant decision. This outfit has excellent breathability and moisture retention and pursues the perfect shape and beautiful lines for easy movement. When you wear it, you will immediately feel the difference and become addicted. This is the proud secret of Hidden Lee Village's Blue Beast. Gei took out 3 green jumpsuits and gave a thumbs up, his white teeth gleaming. This is a gift from me as your teacher. Go ahead and change into them. General Gijiro. They took the clothes in a daze. They had become accustomed to obeying Gei's orders, whether it was running against the rising sun, running upside down against the sunset, or doing push-ups in the wind and rain. So, when Gei handed out the green jumpsuits, they took them reflexively. But wearing them was so embarrassing. Wouldn't it be disobedient if they didn't change? These slightly rigid teenagers, determined to uphold Uchiha's glory, took Gei's warm advice as an order to follow. In the end, 4 figures in green jumpsuits, 1 large and 3 small, shouted youthful slogans while running through the streets and alleys of Hidden Lee Village. This spectacle caught the attention of the villagers. It also caught the eyes of Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji. The 4 of them were out for dinner, staring blankly at the 4 odd figures running by. Naruto tugged at Sasuke's clothes and asked, "Sasuke, why do those people shouting youth look familiar to me?" Sasuke, unsure, said, "Those 3 seem to be from the Uchiha clan. And the same age as my brother?" Shikamaru and Choji looked at Sasuke strangely. "Everyone in the Uchiha family is like this?" "That's not it." Sasuke was annoyed. "What happened to these people? Although we didn't know them well, they weren't like this before, right? Are they Uchiha?" Naruto knew Gei. He guessed the 3 boys were from the Uchiha clan, hence his vague recognition. But Gei shouldn't have other students besides Lee and the others, right? Is this some kind of butterfly effect? Most other passers-by didn't recognize the 3 children, but Gei was a well-known figure. The villagers speculated about whose child was so unlucky to end up like this at such a young age. Not to mention the reactions of passers-by, Gei was in a very good mood. When the 4th Hokage let him lead the team, he was a little worried about whether he would be a good teacher. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly, and as expected, the youth did not let him down. Gei secretly made up his mind to teach these 3 lovely disciples with all his heart. As for Gen, Gei, and Giro, when they put on the jumpsuits, they felt like something was going to leave them. General Uchiha came home that night in despair. "What the heck have I done today? Why did things turn out like this? I graduated from the ninja school smoothly and joined the ninja team. Even the overloaded training a few days ago, I gritted my teeth and endured it, but why did I put on those shameful jumpsuits today? And I followed Mr. Gei across the streets and alleys of Hidden Lee Village. The glory of the Uchiha clan has been tarnished by me. I am the sinner of the Uchiha clan. Even the pain in my eyes can't surpass the pain in my heart." "Huh? Eyes?" Gen picked up a mirror and saw that his eyes were red, and there was a tomoe around the pupil in each of his left and right eyes. "This is the Sharingan? Gen?" The next morning, Gen came to the meeting place with dark circles under his eyes and saw his 2 teammates, who also had dark circles under their eyes. "You are." "I've awakened my Sharingan." In an instant, the 3 of them, with their Sharingan activated, looked at each other. The 3 teenagers in green tights, staring at each other with their Sharingan, created a very strange scene. Finally, Gen was the first to speak. "Last night, I felt like I had become a disgrace to Uchiha, and I felt very guilty inside." He continued, "I also felt like I had betrayed the trust of the patriarch and didn't deserve the name of Uchiha." "Jiro, me too. Could it be?" An incredulous expression appeared on Gen's face as he pulled at his extremely elastic collar and said in shock, "Is this all part of the patriarch's plan?" Gi echoed, "That's why the patriarch said we should all obey Teacher Gei's orders. And the patriarch said our leading teacher is an excellent Jonin. The patriarch must have known that Teacher Gei could help us awaken our Sharingan." The more Gi spoke, the more reasonable it seemed. "I heard that Mr. Gei's best friend is Kakashi, who has the Sharingan. So, Mr. Gei must understand the Sharingan well and use this method to stimulate us." "Jiro, I think so too." The 3 looked at each other, as expected of the patriarch, as expected of Mr. Gei. Fugaku, who had just watched his son leave, sneezed at the same time as Gei, who was leaping to the meeting point. "Youth." At this moment, Gen, Ge, and Jiro's admiration for Fugaku and Ge was like an endless ocean. I've decided. Gen smacked the palm of his left hand with his right hand and said, I'm going to have a haircut like Teacher Ge's. Ge touched his long hair and nodded firmly, okay, I agree. Jiro, me too. As for the shame and anger from yesterday, or the hard work from the past, what did the three say? With their newly awakened Sharingan, it was as if nothing had happened. Yo, my lovely disciples, you guys are extraordinarily shining today. Ge looked at the three freshly shorn heads, stretched out his thumb, and showed his big white teeth. Ge-sensei, we are ready. Let's start today's youth practice. The three disciples imitated Ge, stretching out their thumbs, showing the same smile. Oh, Ge burst into tears, this is youth. Let's go. Oh. A new day had begun. Chapter 26. Time skip. The Uchiha family had three more 12-year-old prodigies who had awakened their Sharingan, but Fugaku couldn't bring himself to smile. This is not what I wanted. How did this happen so fast? I know the Sharingan requires emotional stimulation to awaken, but to this extent? Fugaku pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling that his own Mangekyō Sharingan was on the verge of losing control. Is it too late to set things right now? While he was brooding, a pair of soft hands pressed against his temples, gently massaging them. Are you troubled by something? Mikoto asked softly. Ah, it's about Gen, Ge, and Giro. These three children are very talented, but... Mikoto chuckled softly. Isn't that a good thing? They're much more energetic than before. Is this just a matter of perspective? Fugaku sighed and said, maybe it is a good thing. Of course, it's a good thing. Minato beamed. Recently, Gen, Ge, and Giro had completed over a dozen D-rank missions, ranging from catching cats and dogs to weeding, farming, and even handling heavy lifting. Clients couldn't praise them enough, especially for physical tasks. After each enthusiastic shout of youth, they outperformed expectations. Hiring such diligent ninjas is worth every penny. Moreover, these missions have indirectly helped many residents. Knowing that these three children are from the Uchiha clan has gradually improved the clan's reputation. People are no longer excessively fearful when they see the police force. Under Fugaku's leadership, the police force's law enforcement attitude has also been changing. Only a few old and stubborn members of the Uchiha still try to cause trouble, but they are manageable and can't stir up much trouble. Minato enjoyed sharing Gen, Ge, and Giro's amusing stories at dinner, smiling as he did so. Naruto realized these green-clad Uchiha kids were a result of his father's cooperation with Sasuke's father. Naruto couldn't quite evaluate it, but he thought Sasuke's family might be saved. That evening, Naruto lay on his bed, entered his sealed space, and finished a chapter of Berserk to the Fox Spirit. The relationship between him and Kurama had improved significantly. Now Naruto could come in, sit in front of Kurama, talk, and even pat Kurama's paws when he was happy. Every time Naruto sang, Kurama would give a grudging compliment, "Brat, stop." Oh, Naruto hurriedly exited the space. Kurama glared at him. The stories Naruto told were tolerable for killing boredom, but he often spoke in strange languages Kurama didn't understand, which frustrated the fox. Naruto had grown accustomed to interacting with Kurama. When he told stories, it was like coaxing a child. When he sang, it was like annoying a pet cat. Big Fox, are you still arguing with my mother every day? Naruto knew Kurama could share memories and communicate with Kushina's fox spirit. So what? That detestable woman. Don't speak ill of my mother. Just talk to her like you do with me. Is it so hard to communicate properly? Humphrey. Do you want to argue too? I don't want to, but you can at least try to be more friendly. Kurama lay down heavily, grumbling to himself. Naruto didn't bother trying to persuade them. Maybe their arguments were just their way of communicating. It was understandable for a woman like his mother and Kurama to argue with each other. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed swiftly. Back then, Kimimaro was a melancholy youth pondering the meaning of life. 5 years later, he had become a warm-hearted young man despite his cold demeanor. His popularity in the class was even more exaggerated than Sasuke's. When Kimimaro smiled, it was like a celebrity charming his fans. Unfortunately, his smiles were mostly reserved for his little brother Naruto, possibly due to his brotherly protective instincts developed in Hidden Leaf Village. Because of this, Naruto received numerous snacks and gifts meant for Kimimaro from his female classmates, often accompanied by love letters. Naruto never refused them and shared the snacks with his always hungry friend, Choji, who envied Naruto's luck. However, these days were coming to an end, as Kimimaro had graduated. In the 57th year of Hidden Leaf Village, Kimimaro, at 12 years old, graduated at the usual age. In terms of strength, Kimimaro could handle 3 to 5 irukas, the only thing he lacked was experience. Minato insisted Kimimaro graduate like a regular student, and it proved to be a wise decision. Over 5 years, Kimimaro transformed from a lost weapon of war into a beloved young man. Team assignment? I plan to place Kimimaro in Team 4. At the dinner table, Minato answered Naruto's question with a smile. Team 4? Naruto felt it sounded familiar. It's the current team of Gai, Gen, Gi, and Giro. Oh, on Gai's team, Naruto realized, then asked, but aren't there already 4 members in that team? Kushina and Kimimaro looked at Minato, sharing the same question, while Kakashi continued eating nonchalantly. Even though Kakashi was an adult, he often joined Naruto's family for dinner when he wasn't on a mission. Despite Kushina urging him to find a girlfriend, he hadn't made much progress. Naruto often wondered if his mother should pair Kakashi with Kurenai Yui, but learned Asuma had recently returned to the village and often spent time with Kurenai. So Naruto brainstormed again. Yuzuki Ujou seemed like a good match, although she had a childhood sweetheart, Hyate Gekko, who might not survive his illness, so she was a candidate. Anko Mitarashi was another option, though she had a rumored difficult personality. Alternatively, Kakashi could be paired with Maitru Mummy from the Hidden Mist village. Finally, as a last resort, Jiraiya could take Kakashi to a village renowned for its eligible women. Back to the topic, Minato explained that in 2 years, he wanted Gai to lead a new team. Although Team 4 was good, it lacked a calm and wise leader, also Kimimaro could fill that role after training. Naruto thought his dad's explanation was too polite. To put it bluntly, the 4 of them were all reckless, and they needed someone with brain. The next day, Naruto went to school as usual and found a new student in the class. Chapter 27. Naruto vs Sasuke. As soon as Naruto entered the classroom, he saw Kiba showing off Akamaru to everyone. Kiba held a small puppy, no bigger than an adult's palm. The puppy was completely white except for some black fur on the back of its ears, giving it a cute appearance. Naruto approached, feeling an urge to pet Akamaru. He didn't have much hope for petting Kurama, so petting someone else's dog would have to suffice. Kiba, can I pet Akamaru? Naruto asked politely. Do you like dogs too, Naruto? Kiba was thrilled. He was a straightforward person, and anyone who liked dogs was a friend. Naruto nodded. I don't mind, Kiba said nonchalantly. But Akamaru has to agree. Akamaru barked happily and wagged his tail. Without needing further encouragement, Naruto reached out and petted Akamaru, a foolish smile spreading across his face. Sasuke, secretly observing, shuddered. He felt he had seen that smile before but couldn't remember where. Kiba was surprised to see how much Akamaru liked Naruto. I didn't expect Akamaru to like you so much. This is the first time you've met. Naruto thought to himself, my affinity for animals must be strong, maybe because I'm a Jinchuriki. The time spent playing with Akamaru was short. Soon, the children returned to their seats, and Akamaru perched on Kiba's head. Some students were surprised that Kiba wasn't reprimanded for bringing his pet to class. Not everyone understood the ninjutsu of the various clans. For example, during the Chunin exams in the original series, Naruto was amazed at how Kiba brought Akamaru on stage, and he made a fuss about the techniques used by Shino, Ino, and others. It's not surprising that many people don't understand the significance of the ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan. Of course, Naruto wasn't one of them. Because of Akamaru, Naruto routinely played with the dog every day, gradually getting to know Kiba. Kiba naturally joined Naruto's small circle, adding one more person and one dog to their group. Kiba occasionally brought along a friend with a very low presence, a strange person who always wore a hood and sunglasses, played with bugs, and was often interrupted by Kiba. This kid was Shino Ibarame. Since meeting Kiba, Naruto often sighed that the group of 4 from the original series had formed, though they never skipped class. When Naruto returned to his senses, Iruka was engrossed in teaching. Today, the lesson was on camouflage, summarized as an actor. This made sense. As a ninja, acting skills were essential. Otherwise, using the transformation technique and blowing your cover with a few words wouldn't work. This wasn't an action game, it was a life and death situation. Naruto listened attentively, feeling his acting skills improving. In the afternoon, during taijutsu class, Naruto defeated several opponents with ease, eventually facing Sasuke. It was a spectacular taijutsu showdown. Iruka had forbidden Naruto's water jutsu and Sasuke's fire jutsu, as they were too powerful and could accidentally injure the spectators. Yes, both sides had cheerleaders. Most girls supported Sasuke for his looks, while most boys supported Naruto, not wanting Sasuke to hog the spotlight. Naruto wondered why, despite inheriting his father's handsome looks and style, he didn't have many female fans, not that he wanted them. Naruto absently finished the seal of opposition with Sasuke. Seeing Naruto distracted, Sasuke didn't bother to warn him. Sasuke threw 3 kunai, then rushed forward. Naruto dodged the kunai, but as he approached Sasuke, he heard 2 sharp dings behind him. Ah! Amidst the gasps of the girls, the kunai Naruto dodged collided midair and flew back toward him. Has Sasuke already learned this trick? Naruto was startled but quickly moved aside. Sasuke anticipated his move and landed a punch on Naruto's chest. Naruto staggered back, rubbing his chest. Impressive. It seems Itachi has been teaching you. Sasuke knew Naruto recognized the technique as Itachi's but didn't respond. Naruto then taught Sasuke a lesson, easily overpowering him. Sasuke wasn't too disappointed. He believed he would win once he awakened his Sharingan. Naruto admired Sasuke's determination, always believing he could win next time. I should not slack off from my training. Sasuke's Shuriken technique gave Naruto an idea. Should he learn it too? It would be amazing to combine it with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu in the future. If he couldn't master it, he could consider learning the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Minato had used a similar technique in battle, creating a field of kunai. Maybe Naruto could do the same. Speaking of Shadow Clone Jutsu, it was time to learn it. It was one of the most frequently used jutsu in the entire series. He would ask about it tonight. Chapter 28. Shadow Clone Jutsu. When the Shadow Clone Jutsu is cancelled, it indeed returns both memory and experience to the user, Minato explained solemnly to Naruto. While it can double the effects of certain exercises, it also brings back the feeling of exhaustion. It must not be used indiscriminately. And the multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu is a forbidden jutsu, Kushina added. It consumes a tremendous amount of chakra. If you use it recklessly, you could seriously harm yourself. Despite these warnings, Naruto eagerly received the training method for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Minato and Kushina emphasized the side effects and cautioned him against its indiscriminate use. Naruto, though aware of these dangers, remained captivated by the Shadow Clone Jutsu. As a child, he dreamt of creating clones like the older Naruto, and now, inspired by the stories of the ninja world, he yearned to master this jutsu. The idea of having one clone play games while another did homework seemed perfect to him. Excitedly, Naruto studied the instructions and attempted the jutsu in front of his family. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he declared, forming the hand seals. However, nothing happened. Scratching his head in confusion, Naruto tried again, focusing his chakra more intently. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, an identical copy of Naruto appeared beside him. The clone turned to face him and saluted. Reporting for duty, Naruto Uzumaki 001. Naruto stared in surprise. Kushina and Minato exchanged amused glances. Minato chuckled, well, the name is fitting. A shadow clone is indeed a one-off. It's impressive that you were successful in creating a clone on just your second attempt. Naruto curiously circled the clone, feeling a mix of excitement and wonder, akin to his first visit to the zoo. He reached out to poke the clone, finding the touch indistinguishable from his own body. The clone, sharing Naruto's curiosity, mirrored his actions, poking and prodding as if confirming its existence. When Naruto's prodding became excessive, the clone snapped, "Hey, that's enough. Is it that fun to poke yourself? It's indecent." Naruto froze, embarrassed. With so many eyes on him, he quickly dispelled the clone. Instantly, the memories returned to him, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Experiencing the events from the clone's perspective was disorienting, but Naruto knew he needed more practice to adapt to the dual viewpoints. Later that night, Naruto had a bold idea. Creating another clone, he faced it and tried to communicate with the entity sealed within him. Big Fox. They called in unison. Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, raised an eyebrow. What are you up to now? I want to see if you can control this clone, Naruto proposed. Why would I do that? Naruto grinned mischievously. Just for fun. You can come out for a bit. The clone transformed into a miniature version of Kurama, standing only half of Naruto's height. Naruto patted the tiny fox's head. Want to come out for a walk? You can use this clone. Kurama, intrigued by the offer, decided to try. He manipulated the clone through the gap in the seal left by Minato. An aura of power emanated from the tiny fox, imbuing it with Kurama's majesty. As Kurama flicked his tail, Kushina burst through the wall from the adjacent room, red hair blazing and exuding the aura of a fierce ninja. Kurama, what are you doing? She shouted. Naruto tried to intervene, but Kushina's chakra chain shot towards the miniature fox, instantly dispelling it. Naruto clutched his stomach, feeling the clone's pain in his memories, though his body remained unharmed. The mental sensation was disconcerting. Minato entered the room, assessing the situation. Kinamaru followed, looking puzzled at the broken wall. After calming down, Naruto explained everything to his parents. Kushina had sensed Kurama's chakra and feared the worst, leading to her dramatic entrance. Despite the misunderstanding, she simply hugged Naruto and began cleaning up the debris. Minato ruffled Naruto's hair. "It's okay, Naruto. Your mother was just worried about you. You were a bit reckless this time." Naruto nodded, realizing he should have warned them. "Are you and Kurama friends?" Minato asked. In the sealed space, Kurama's ears twitched. Naruto thought for a moment. "I think so." Kurama remained silent, but Naruto interpreted his silence as agreement. "Can he borrow my clone again?" Naruto asked. Minato considered it. "Yes, but tell him not to harm anyone, stay in human form, and avoid causing trouble. Also, don't maintain the clone for too long." Naruto agreed eagerly, confident Kurama would understand. With the family back to normal, Naruto went to bed, bidding Kurama good night. As Naruto's consciousness faded, Kurama whispered, "That's it." Chapter 29. Growth. The information Kimimaro received that evening was overwhelming, making it hard for him to calm down. He never expected such a powerful monster to reside within Naruto. Kimimaro clenched his fists. Starting tomorrow, he resolved to intensify his training, aiming to match the energy of his 3 teammates. He needed to grow stronger quickly. Whether it was the Nine Tails or any other threat, he would never allow anything to harm his family. The next day, life returned to its usual rhythm. Naruto attended class, while he sent a clone, controlled by Kurama, to explore the village. Disguised with the transformation jutsu to avoid drawing attention, Kurama wandered the streets, mindful of Naruto's well-known presence in Hidden Leaf Village. In the afternoon, Naruto had an idea and asked the Nine Tails clone to buy snacks. Initially disdainful of human food, Kurama was swayed by Naruto's playful threat, "Try it, or I'll dismiss the clone." Soon, Kurama found himself enjoying the food. It turned out this fox was a hidden foodie. He sampled fruits, meatballs, grilled meat, and more, as if discovering a new world. His favorites were grilled meat and grapes, which he ate without spitting out the skins. Once the money was spent, Kurama had Naruto release the clone, returning to the sealed space to sleep. Before drifting off, he set a small goal, to taste all the food in Hidden Leaf Village. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Kurama reflected on his past. "What was I thinking, wanting to destroy such a place? It's all Madara Uchiha's fault." Time passed, and nearly 3 years later, Naruto's class was nearing graduation. According to Kimimaro, Gai left Team 4 last year. Naruto imagined a scene, the 4 green jumpsuit-wearing members hugging and crying, while Kimimaro stood awkwardly to the side, hearing slogans about the youthful world. The image was both amusing and heartwarming. Naturally, Kimimaro became the brain of Team 4, although his strength was nothing to scoff at. Since the Nine Tails incident, Kimimaro had trained diligently, even learning some of the 8 Gates technique from Gai. Currently, Team 4 is among the strongest in Hidden Leaf Village. Kimimaro's Shikatsu Yaku, combined with the 8 Gates, and his teammates' Sharingan, enhanced by their own 8 Gates training, made them formidable. These 3 peculiar Uchiha members, despite their clan's traditional focus on fire ninjutsu, dedicated themselves to taijutsu, causing Fugaku some concern. Gai had moved on to train a new team, Neji, Ten, and Rock Lee. Naruto was curious whether Neji's character had changed over the years, especially after his father's death. Hinata had become more outgoing, no longer stuttering when speaking to Naruto and excelling in taijutsu. She is the strongest girl in the class. Sakura and Ino continued their rivalry. After Naruto jokingly said, "Sasuke likes strong girls," the class's fangirls threw themselves into training with renewed determination. Naruto was puzzled by Sakura's ability to keep pace with Ino despite her civilian background, speculating that she might have hidden talent. Kiba had recently boasted about learning animal ninjutsu, claiming newfound strength. Akamaru barked in agreement, but Naruto remained skeptical, waiting to see the results. Shikamaru and Choji had diligently studied their family's secret techniques, feeling the pressure from Naruto and Sasuke's progress. Even the typically lazy Shikamaru didn't want to be left behind by his friends. Sasuke had advanced significantly, mastering shuriken techniques and several fire jutsu. Recently, he had also been learning Ganjutsu and body flicker techniques from Itachi and Shizui. Naruto had made great strides as well. His knowledge of sealing techniques had advanced to the point where he is close to learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Also, his chakra reserves increased significantly, allowing him to use the multi-shadow clone jutsu effectively, and to wield the adamantine sealing chains in combat, making even the Nine Tails wary. Kurama, feeling indebted for all the food Naruto had provided, also agreed to let Naruto use his chakra to offset the debt, giving Naruto plenty of pocket money in the process. Naruto had been learning water jutsu from Kushina, though his techniques were not as powerful as hers. Kushina proudly claimed this was natural since she was his mother, while Minato explained that Naruto's growing body limited the power of his jutsu. Naruto, however, suspected Minato was just trying to console him. Despite these challenges, Naruto's water jutsu was already stronger than that of an average ninja. His fire jutsu, which countered Sasuke's due to its elemental advantage, was also impressive. Compared to his portrayal in the original series, this Sasuke was an enhanced version, thanks to the guidance of his brother and cousin. 3 years of growth had brought many changes. Now, Naruto's primary focus is on graduating. On the day of the graduation exam, the test covered multiple subjects, including transformation, clones, and shuriken throwing, in accordance with Minato's rigorous standards. Naruto passed with flying colors. As he received his forehead protector, he bowed deeply to Iruka. "Thank you, Iruka-sensei." Iruka, taken aback, waved his hands modestly. "It's nothing." Despite not being the strongest, Iruka was a dedicated teacher who always cared for his students. Naruto respected him deeply. One thing that puzzled Naruto was the absence of Mizuki, who had been the first villain in the original series. Mizuki? Minato's expression grew serious. He attempted to kill an injured comrade during a mission to escape the enemy's pursuit. Fortunately, Team 4 intercepted him. Mizuki's actions were reprehensible, and he is now in prison. Naruto felt some sympathy for Mizuki, who had crossed paths with the wrong team. But overall, things had turned out for the best. Naruto's journey as a ninja was about to begin. Chapter 30. New Jonin Sensei. The second day after receiving their forehead guards, the graduates returned to their classrooms one after another. Today, the team arrangements would be announced. A group of Hidden Leaf Village Genin excitedly discussed who they would be paired with, and the girls, led by Sakura and Ino, had already started quarreling over who would be with Sasuke. Hinata, affected by the excitement, quietly asked, "Who does Naruto-kun want to be with?" Naruto saw an opportunity to boast. He cleared his throat. "It doesn't matter what I think, it's mostly already decided." Hinata was slightly disappointed but continued to listen quietly. For example, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji will form the Ino-Shikacho trio, and they should be in the same class. Hinata nodded. She had heard of the Ino-Shikacho formation in Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto continued, "Hinata, you'll probably be on a special reconnaissance team with Kiba and Shino. As for me, I'll likely form team with Sasuke. Naruto-kun is amazing." Although Hinata was disappointed, she still praised Naruto. Shikamaru, lying on the table in the front row, thought to himself that while Naruto's analysis made sense, it felt like the fourth Hokage had tipped him off in advance. Sasuke, who had been eavesdropping, was thrilled. He and Naruto would make a great team. He didn't care who the third member would be with his and Naruto's strength, they could complete any mission, or was it his arrogance? After a while, Iruka walked in and began to speak. "From today onwards, you are all ninjas. But remember, you're just Genin. Many challenges await you in the future." Iruka spoke earnestly and emotionally. He had watched these children grow up, and now they were finally embarking on the path of ninjas, facing various dangers and tests ahead. Iruka felt a mix of pride and sadness as he looked at the familiar faces, whether serious or distracted. Finally, Iruka read the class list. After a bunch of names were called, Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. Yes. Sakura was ecstatic, turning to show a victory sign to Ino, who clenched her fists in frustration. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba and Yuzuka, Shino Ibarame. Despite Naruto's spoilers, Hinata still felt a pang of disappointment. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimaki. Ino looked at Shikamaru, who was still lying on the table, and Choji, who was snacking, feeling disheartened. Why did it have to be them? After the class divisions, the Jonin came in one by one to lead their teams. When only Team 10 remained, Asuma entered, cigarette in mouth, and said coolly, "Team 10, follow me." Ino looked at Asuma, then at Shikamaru and Choji, feeling despair. A smoker, a slacker, and a glutton, how unlucky. The little girl seemed to wear a mask of pain. A few minutes later, an unexpected person entered. "Mom?" Naruto jumped up in shock. What was going on? No one had told him about this. Aunt Kushina? Sasuke was equally shocked. Since recognizing Kushina as his teacher, he had been put through many challenges. Was she going to be their Jonin sensei? The other students were surprised too. Naruto's mother? Wasn't she the wife of the fourth Hokage? And Sasuke's teacher? "Hey, Naruto, Sasuke." Kushina greeted them. Naruto finally regained his senses and asked, "Mom, are you going to be our sensei?" "I wanted to, but Minato didn't agree," Kushina said, somewhat annoyed. "He said he already decided who would take you." Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, only to be caught in a headlock by Kushina. "Little Sasuke doesn't seem to want me as your Jonin," Kushina said, drilling her fist into Sasuke's head. No, I'm just disappointed, Sasuke quickly corrected, knowing better than to argue with Kushina. Kushina let go of Sasuke and waved, "Teammate, follow me." The three obediently followed her. Akamaru whimpered, sensing future difficulties, while Shino pushed up his sunglasses, remaining stoic. Hinata's mind was racing, Naruto's mother. Meeting the parents. Her face turned as red as Kushina's hair. Naruto pieced things together. In the original story, Teammate was led by Kurenai Yui, but she was still a new Jonin and not qualified to lead the heirs of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Ibarame clans. As the son of the third Hokage, Asuma was qualified but was destined to lead the Inoshikacho trio, as the Sarutobi clan witnessed their alliance. So, Kushina leading Teammate made sense. Only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were left in the classroom. The three sat in a row. Sakura broke the silence. "Naruto, Sasuke, what just happened?" Sakura's inner self was excited. That red-haired woman was so cool. Naruto replied, "That's my mom, probably the strongest female ninja in Hidden Leaf Village right now." Sasuke nodded, thinking she is the most terrifying woman in Hidden Leaf Village. "Eh? Then why did you look so surprised?" Sakura asked. "Because no one told me she'd be a Jonin sensei. It was a shock." Sasuke nodded again, sharing the sentiment. "Who will be our sensei then?" Sakura wondered. "Probably Kakashi." "Kakashi?" Sakura hadn't heard of him. Kakashi? Sasuke knew him as the copy ninja, possessing the Sharingan, and more laid back than many Uchiha clan members. Naruto began explaining, "Kakashi Hatake, my dad's disciple, became a Jonin at 12, known as the copy ninja. He is very strong, but he likes reading erotic novels, being late, and being lazy. He's like a lazy sloth." "It's not nice to talk behind someone's back, Naruto," Kakashi's voice came from behind them. Chapter 31. Test when? Sasuke and Sakura spun around in shock, completely unaware of the presence behind them. A man stood there, a slender figure with silver hair, a forehead protector, and a mask covering his mouth and nose. Only one eye was visible, and he was holding a book, not even glancing up as he spoke. Naruto remained calm. He knew Kakashi too well. Is it a good habit to eavesdrop on other people's conversations? Besides, everything I said is true. Well, most of it, Kakashi replied. Speaking of which, why aren't you late today? Naruto asked, curious. He then teased, did my mom drag you here? Kakashi coughed, snapped his book shut, and tapped Naruto on the head. We'll talk gossip later. For now, the three of you come with me. Naruto had never been to the school rooftop. It was said to be the place where Itachi once fought. Naruto and Sakura sat side by side. Sasuke, ever the cool kid, claimed the best spot, and Naruto scowled at him. Kakashi leaned on the opposite guardrail. As Naruto just introduced, I am Kakashi Hatake, and from now on, I'll be your sensei. Let's start with introductions, beginning with Naruto. Naruto stared at him without saying a word. You came to my house every day for dinner. Do we really need to do this? Kakashi, with his usual deadpan expression, stared back. Despite being familiar with each other through Naruto's mom, they still had to go through the motions. Naruto sighed, deciding to play along. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like training and getting stronger. I hate people being late. My dream is world peace. Kakashi then turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, hands clasped and chin resting on them, coolly said, Sasuke Uchiha. I like training with my brother. I hate losing to Naruto. My dream is to surpass my brother. Itachi's younger brother, Kakashi thought, remembering the genius who joined the Anbu at 11. My name is Haruno Sakura. I like. My dream is. I hate Ino. Sakura's eyes kept drifting to Sasuke. Naruto and Kakashi understood, but Sasuke found this teammate's behavior strange. Kakashi looked at the three of them, one was his teacher's son, another was the younger brother of a former subordinate, and the last was a girl lost in her own fantasy. Despite this, they still needed to be tested. Minato-sensei wouldn't let Naruto pass without earning it. Tomorrow, we'll start with a survival drill. Sakura questioned, isn't it a mission? Why a drill? We've done many drills in school. This isn't an ordinary exercise. Out of the 27 graduates, only 9 will become Genin. The other 18 will be sent back to school. It's a tough test with a failure rate of over 66%. Even you, Naruto, won't get special treatment. That's it. Tomorrow at 5 a.m., meet at the training ground. Bring your ninja tools. Kakashi vanished in the blink of an eye, purposely omitting that they shouldn't eat breakfast. He knew Kushina might beat him if Naruto skipped a meal. What do you think, Naruto? Sasuke asked, and Sakura looked at him expectantly. As the son of the fourth Hokage, Naruto might know more. Naruto looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Are you stealing my lines? Angrily, he said, I think he left too fast. I wanted to invite him to dinner. Sasuke was exasperated. I meant about tomorrow's drill. Yes, yes. If I fail, will I be sent back to school? Sakura asked. Kakashi is a qualified ninja. If he says it's a survival drill, it's serious. I don't know the specifics, but it won't be a simple exercise, Naruto deduced. Sasuke and Sakura nodded. Ordinary survival drills wouldn't have such a high failure rate. Naruto continued, he specifically reminded us to bring ninja tools, which means we might have to fight. We could end up facing Kakashi. Fight against a Jonin? Why not just spar among ourselves? Sakura asked, raising her hand. Naruto and Sasuke turned to look at her, making Sakura feel self-conscious. She lowered her head. Okay, I get it. Naruto felt dumb too, thinking, why didn't I consider sparring among ourselves? Fortunately, they figured it out. If it were an ordinary Jonin, we might have a chance. But Kakashi's on another level. Why? Sasuke wasn't convinced. How strong was Kakashi, really? Naruto explained, Kakashi can at least fight Brother Itachi. Do you think the three of us could beat him together? Itachi was 17, already a team leader in the Anbu, skilled in combining Genjutsu and Shuriken techniques. Even without the Mangekyō Sharingan, he was formidable. If they faced Kakashi, defeat was almost certain. Sasuke was convinced. If Kakashi was at Itachi's level, they had no hope. So Kakashi shouldn't expect us to beat him. As long as we give our best, we should be fine. Sasuke nodded, but Sakura was still worried. If anyone was sent back, it would likely be her. Let's go eat together to celebrate our team assignment and discuss tactics for tomorrow. I don't want to lose too badly, Naruto suggested, still remembering the pain from when Kakashi pinched his face as a child. Okay, Sasuke agreed, used to having meals with friends. Yeah. Sakura forgot her worries, her inner self cheering. Long live. Eat with Sasuke. Thank you, Naruto, for this opportunity. Naruto thought while looking at Sakura, is she delusional or just blind? The three of them left the rooftop together. Kakashi, secretly watching, was satisfied. The team dynamics seemed good, which was what he valued most. Strength was secondary. As expected of Sensei's son, Kakashi thought of Minato and his long-deceased teammates as he walked towards the memorial monument. Chapter 32. Kakashi vs Team 7. In the evening, when Naruto returned home, Kushina pulled him aside and asked mysteriously, Naruto, do you know Shino? Shino? Is he okay? What's wrong? Kushina replied with frustration, Shino is such an odd child. If he's not careful, he'll get left behind. Naruto chuckled. Shino has a really low profile. My classmates often forget about him at gatherings. Kiba's had to take him along a few times. Why doesn't Kiba forget him? Kushina asked. I don't know. Maybe he finds him by his smell? Naruto guessed. Kushina raised a finger to her chin thoughtfully. Do I need to use perception ninjutsu to make sure she knows around before I say anything important in the future? Naruto smirked. It's not impossible. Anyway, our family doesn't lack chakra. Then he added, but it's not that bad. Once you get used to him, you'll start to sense his presence. Early morning, Naruto left home with a sandwich in his mouth and arrived at the meeting point right on time at 5 o'clock. It is the training ground with 3 wooden logs in the center. Although he knew Kakashi might be late, Naruto didn't dare to be. After all, Kakashi was their sensei, and when sensei orders a 5 o'clock gathering, you show up at 5. It's a basic rule for ninjas. Sasuke and Sakura had also arrived. They greeted each other and waited. 10 minutes later, Naruto walked over to where Sasuke and Sakura were chatting and said, looks like he's going to be late again. Why don't we prepare? Naruto pulled out steel wire, kunai, and other tools from his ninja kit. Sasuke and Sakura agreed, and with that, 3 of them started setting up traps around the training ground. They rigged it with all sorts of tripwires. Kakashi, who had been observing from a tree, smiled approvingly. Not bad. They're working together to set traps. But when Naruto took out a stack of explosive tags, Kakashi broke into a cold sweat. No way, does this kid want to blow up the training ground and kill me? Naruto, however, decided against it and put the explosive tags away. After all, Kakashi wasn't his enemy. The 3 Genin continued working for a couple of hours. By the time they were done, the practice field was covered in traps, with barely any space left to stand. Kakashi, still hiding, grinned slyly and suddenly used the body flicker jutsu to appear before them. Sakura gasped, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto glared, pretending to be upset. You're late. Kakashi tried to explain, I ran into a black cat on my way, so. Naruto thought to himself, Jiraiya sure taught you well in the art of spying. Seeing the three of them silently glaring at him, Kakashi cleared his throat. Alright, let's start the test. The three instantly perked up. Then Kakashi added with a smile, but first, dismantle all the traps you've set up. We'll move to another training ground. Naruto, huh? Sasuke, huh? Sakura, huh? Hurry up. The exercise ends at noon, and there are only 2 hours left. Yes. The three of them gritted their teeth as they disarmed the traps they had painstakingly set up. Reluctantly, they followed Kakashi to a new training ground, feeling like they were shrouded in dark energy. I'll explain the test rules, Kakashi said, pulling out 2 bells. Your goal is to grab these 2 bells from me before noon. Anyone who doesn't get a bell fails the test. Sakura frowned. Then why are there only 2 bells? Kakashi answered seriously, because only 2 of you can pass. Those who fail will be sent back to the academy. You can use ninja tools, and unless you're ready to kill me, you won't get the bells. Sakura's heart sank. Is this a ploy to eliminate me? I finally graduated and got assigned to the same team as Sasuke. This should have been a happy moment, but why does it feel like this? Naruto remarked casually, that's harsh, playing mind games with us. It's a psychological tactic. Stay strong, Sakura, don't hold back for Sasuke-kun, Sakura steeled herself. Who knows? Kakashi's tone shifted as he announced, the test begins now. In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke positioned themselves in front of Sakura, who drew her kunai defensively. Naruto formed a hand seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. He created shadow clones with a one-handed seal, forming a cross with his left hand's index and middle fingers. Naruto Uzumaki, join in. X2020 clones shouted in unison, creating an imposing atmosphere. Naruto smacked his forehead. Enough already. Can't you see the situation? Attack him. Oh? Shadow clones? Kakashi was surprised, with this many, does this kid have an abnormal amount of chakra? As expected of the sensei's son. Kakashi quickly punched a clone, making it disappear. As the first clone vanished, the second one shouted, get him, brothers. The remaining 9 clones charged at Kakashi, full of righteous indignation, only to be swiftly taken out one by one. Meanwhile, 10 other clones stood back, preparing for an attack. Water style, water dragon jutsu. 10 massive water dragons rose in front of the clones, diving down from the sky, heading straight for Kakashi, covering nearly 20 meters around him. Sakura stared at the spectacle in amazement. She knew Naruto was good at water style, but this was on another level. She glanced at Sasuke. If Naruto is this strong, then Sasuke-kun, who's supposed to be on par with him, must have an equally powerful fire style, right? Even Sasuke was taken aback. I've never seen shadow clones combined with a water dragon bullet to flood the battlefield. Even if this guy has insane chakra levels, there has to be a limit. Kakashi's reaction was more genuine. After taking down the last clone, he widened his eyes at the sight of the 10 water dragons, blocking almost all hiding spots. He resisted the urge to curse. You call this a water style? Chapter 33. Kakashi vs Team 7. 10 water dragons roared down and smashed into the ground, causing waves to splash around and gradually spread to the feet of the clones. Kakashi had already vanished from his spot. The 10 Narutos and the Sakura clone in the front row immediately started moving. The 3 Sakura clones stood back to back in the center while the 10 Narutos formed a circle to guard the surroundings. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground at Sakura's feet, pulling her down until only her head was exposed. Kakashi appeared, hearing Sakura shout, Sasuke. But when she spoke, it was Naruto's voice, and he flashed Kakashi a big smile before turning into smoke and dissipating. Sasuke and Naruto immediately charged at Kakashi, trying to disrupt his movements. The 10 surrounding Narutos turned, and one of them transformed back into Sasuke, quickly forming a seal. Sasuke's cheeks puffed up as he shouted, Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A shadow clone? Kakashi was surprised. Did he swap out Sakura with a transformation technique while I was distracted by the water dragons? How did he know my target was Sakura? No, as long as the 3 people standing together are shadow clones, the outcome will be the same no matter which one I attack. Kakashi quickly figured out Naruto's and Sasuke's strategy. His hands formed seals at lightning speed, earth style, earth wall. Kakashi clapped his hands on the ground, and a 4 to 5 meter high earth wall rose, blocking the oncoming fireball. The dog's head carved into the wall was scorched black. Naruto seized the opportunity to form seals, and a large amount of water spurted out of his mouth, water style, water bullet. Sakura, who was standing next to Naruto, released her transformation and threw 6 shuriken, sealing off Kakashi's left and right escape routes. At the same time, Naruto released a shadow clone, which then dissipated. The clone on the other side of the earth wall received the message and immediately signaled Sasuke. Kakashi ran up the dirt wall, but when he looked up, he saw 2 kunai shooting straight down from above. It was Sasuke's shuriken throwing technique. Kakashi deflected the attack with his kunai and continued running to the top of the dirt wall, looking down at the 3 of them. The kunai hadn't made an impact. Sakura's 6 shuriken were embedded in the earth wall. Naruto's water bullet hit the wall and flowed down, briefly raising the water level. Sasuke had already bypassed the earth wall and joined Naruto. They had planned that the 3 of them should regroup as much as possible. Otherwise, they would be easy targets. Kakashi clapped his hands atop the earthen wall and said, "This is a very impressive team effort. First, Naruto's 10 shadow clones were used as a feint to distract me. Then, 10 shadow clones combined to use water dragon bullets. When I lost visual contact, you swapped the real body with the shadow clones using a transformation technique, making the clones the bait. After I attacked, you flanked me on both sides. Naruto and Sakura blocked my retreat to the left and right, continuing to harass me with shadow clones. You've used the memory transmitting ability of shadow clones very cleverly to guide Sasuke's attack from my blind spot. I'm impressed, but Naruto, your chakra must be nearly exhausted by now, right? Maybe it's time to admit defeat?" The chakra cost was indeed significant. With 20 shadow clones, 10 water dragons in a waterless environment, and a water bullet, it's been draining. The transformation technique can be ignored. Naruto cooperated by releasing several shadow clones within Kakashi's field of vision. He panted and said, "It's been taxing, but have you wondered why the 3 of us are just standing here, listening to you?" Kakashi suddenly rolled off the dirt wall, his eyes narrowing at the sight of a golden chain on the wall, still quivering with energy. "Finished?" Naruto's voice reached Kakashi as he leapt away from the wall, leaving him with a lingering sense of fear. "Where did you learn that?" Kakashi followed the chain with his eyes, noticing it stretched from behind Naruto, hanging down against his thighs, concealed by the shallow water on the ground, and quietly wrapped around the earth wall. So the water bullet was used for this. "I remember this technique isn't typically used like this," Kakashi muttered, stunned by the versatility of the adamantine sealing chains, known for binding even-tailed beasts. How did her son use this technique so creatively? "Are you trying to kill me?" The golden chains dissipated into fragments as Naruto started gasping. "Nonsense, if I had my mother's full strength, I'd summon 4 chains directly to your face, but I'm not wasting that kind of energy on you." Seeing Naruto was exhausted, Sasuke pulled out a kunai to guard Naruto's right side, while Sakura moved to cover his left. Kakashi observed their coordination with satisfaction. "Well, you're showing a good application of ninjutsu as ninjas, but let me teach you another lesson in ninja tactics, illusion. Break." Naruto was suddenly disoriented, but then he felt a huge tail tap him lightly. He snapped back to reality. "Thanks, Big Fox. PFFT, you fell for such a basic illusion? Pathetic." Kurama mocked. Naruto didn't argue, opening his eyes to see that Sakura had already formed a seal and released herself from the illusion. "Great, Sakura, this illusion's level is pretty decent." Just as Naruto was about to help Sasuke break free, he saw Sasuke's eyes suddenly widen and turn red, with a single tomoe spinning slowly in each eye. Naruto was stunned. "Sasuke, you've awakened your Sharingan, at the perfect moment." Kakashi was equally shocked. Could it be that Itachi's younger brother is also a genius? Sasuke felt the change, looked at his hands, clenched his fists, and smirked. "With this power, I should be able to defeat Naruto." Naruto was taken aback. "I see you as a brother, and your first thought after awakening your Sharingan is to beat me?" Sakura was overwhelmed by Sasuke's smile, her eyes practically turning into hearts. "So cool, so cool, so cool." Fortunately, Kakashi remained focused on the exercise. He raised an eyebrow and said, "So, you've awakened the Sharingan? Well, I have one too. Let's see if you, as Uchiha, can match up to me, an outsider. Stop looking down on me." Sasuke couldn't bear the insult and charged forward, his eyes blazing red. It's beyond unfair to push kids to awaken their Sharingan just to play mind games. Naruto had no choice but to rush in and grab Sakura, using her as cover. Kakashi felt no shame and continued, "Besides ninjutsu and illusions, there's also..." Kakashi disappeared in an instant, reappearing to kick Sasuke in the chest, finishing his sentence with taijutsu. Naruto caught Sasuke as he was sent flying backwards, pulling him to safety. Sakura seized the moment and threw her kunai, trying to buy time for Naruto and Sasuke to adjust their positions. Just now, she hadn't seen Kakashi's movements at all. Chapter 34. Kakashi vs Team 7. Kakashi ignored Naruto and Sasuke, then raced to Sakura, who was standing behind him. Naruto saw this and turned Sasuke around, throwing him at Kakashi. Secret Jutsu, Sasuke toss. Sasuke adjusted his posture midair and kicked Kakashi in the lower back. Kakashi effortlessly grabbed Sasuke's leg and pushed him to the ground, just in time for Naruto's attack. Leaf Whirlwind. But Kakashi was too familiar with this maneuver. He easily caught Naruto's leg and slammed him against Sasuke. The two lay neatly together on the ground. It all happened so quickly that Sakura was still in a defensive stance when Kakashi appeared behind her, his hand gently but firmly gripping her neck. As Naruto and Sasuke struggled to get up, Kakashi suddenly chuckled. He noticed Sakura's hand discreetly reaching for the belt tied around his waist. "So, you remember the mission was to get the bell after all," he said with a smirk. Before Naruto and Sasuke could react, Kakashi released Sakura and swiftly threw a kunai behind him, dispelling a sneaky shadow clone. When Kakashi earlier said Naruto lacked chakra, Naruto had dispersed several clones in front of him while secretly keeping one in reserve. "That's enough," Kakashi said, raising a hand to signal a stop. He adjusted his headband to cover his Sharingan. The purpose of this test has been achieved. He had seen the teamwork of the three Genin and their unyielding determination to complete the mission. "Though none of you got the bell, you made me take this seriously," Kakashi admitted. He removed the bells and handed them to Sakura, continuing, "Now that you've achieved your goal, tell me how you plan to distribute these two bells." Sakura took the bells in a daze. At first, she was ecstatic, imagining herself on missions with Sasuke. But then she looked at Naruto, realizing that from strategy to combat, he has been the driving force. Her contribution felt small in comparison. Sasuke frowned. Naruto, on the other hand, was puzzled. Kakashi's test seemed complete, with their teamwork shining through. So why was there still an issue with the bells? Everyone was silent for a moment. Then, Sakura walked over to Naruto and Sasuke, holding out the bells with both hands. These should belong to you." Biting her lip, she added, I'm the weakest, and I didn't help much in the fight. But even if it was just for 2 days, I was really happy to be part of this team with you guys. Next time." Naruto smiled at Sakura's gesture and didn't take the bell. "I'm happy to be on this team with you too. What do you think, Sasuke?" Sasuke looked up at Kakashi. "So, as long as we get the bell, we pass, right?" Kakashi nodded. "Yes. What are you planning?" Sasuke took the bells from Sakura, tossed one to Naruto, and then sliced the remaining bell in half with his kunai. He handed one half to Sakura, saying casually, "This is enough." Sakura was so moved that she almost burst into tears. "Sasuke." She hugged a small doll with Sasuke's name on it and mentally screamed, "I have to make him mine." "You clever little bastard," Naruto said with a grin. He also cut his bell in half and tossed one half to Kakashi. "Indeed, this is enough." Kakashi held the half bell, smiling even more brightly than Naruto. "All of you pass." "Awesome." Sakura cheered. Sasuke gave a small smile. "Kakashi-sensei, please take care of us." X3 please take care of me. To celebrate the official formation of Team 7, Kakashi-sensei will treat us. Naruto said with a mischievous grin, remembering how Kakashi had thrown him earlier. Kakashi sighed, "I can't say no to you guys. Let's go." As the three Genin laughed behind him, Kakashi looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and muttered, "I've become a teacher." With a sigh, he pulled out his favorite book with a yellow cover from his ninja pouch. At the barbecue restaurant, Naruto, who rarely managed to outwit Kakashi, rubbed his full stomach and hiccuped contentedly. He wasn't the best at fighting on an empty stomach. "Next time, I'll bring Choji along," Naruto thought, glancing at Kakashi, who looked like he was holding back tears. The wealth Kakashi has accumulated over the years, bringing Hinata along wouldn't be too much, would it? Choji and Hinata will decrease Kakashi's wealth significantly. Sakura and Sasuke sat side by side, their faces glowing with happiness. Sasuke seemed a bit unsure of what to do, placing his chopsticks down after his last bite. Noticing that everyone had finished eating, Kakashi snapped his book shut and waited for the three of them to look at him before he said, "Team 7's first mission starts tomorrow. I've got something to take care of, so you're dismissed." Kakashi bolted out of the restaurant, leaving the three Genin staring at each other. Thankfully, he had at least paid the bill before leaving. Naruto asked, "Got any plans for the afternoon, Sasuke?" "Training. Let's train together, then." "Alright." Sakura looked back and forth between them, asking, "Is your usual communication always this brief? Is this how close friends talk?" She couldn't help but think of Ino and quickly shook her head. "Why am I thinking of that loudmouth pig?" "Pretty much," Naruto replied. When you're familiar with someone, conversations are casual. If there's more to say, you say it. If not, you keep it short. Sakura, want to join us? Sure. Sakura agreed eagerly, excited at the prospect of training with Sasuke. The three of them headed for the training ground, where they had set traps earlier. It was a large field with 3 wooden posts on one side and a little river on the other, both surrounded by trees, an ideal training location. Naruto invited Sakura along for more than just company. Since they were going to be a team, it made sense to assist her in developing her skills sooner rather than later. Sakura will likely follow Tsunoda's route in the future, therefore, having a qualified medical ninja on the team was essential. I'll learn the Rasengan next. My father left me the training approach. You can participate if you're interested, but it's difficult for individuals with little chakra. Considering Minato's nature, he'd probably be eager to teach anyone with potential, even passing down techniques like the Rasengan and Flying Thunder God. After all, he did teach the Flying Thunder God to Genma's team for their Flying Thunder formation. Sasuke and Sakura considered Naruto's impressive chakra reserves and compared them to their own. They both shook their heads, realizing they couldn't afford to learn such a technique. Alright, Naruto said, understanding their decision. So, what are you planning to practice next? Chapter 35. Rasengan Shizue taught me the body flicker jutsu, but I'm still not very skilled at it. I also need to get more familiar with the Sharingan, Sasuke said, touching his eyes. A smile crept across his face as he thought, when I tell Itachi about this, he'll be proud of me. Sakura remained silent, unsure of what she should be practicing. All she knew was that she'd get to train alongside Sasuke, and that was enough for her. Naruto, however, wasn't surprised by her reaction. At 12 years old, Sakura lacked a sense of urgency. Unlike those from prominent clans, her family didn't push her to become stronger. Sakura's biggest dream was to someday change her last name to Uchiha rather than focusing on becoming a stronger ninja. Naruto knew that even if he left her alone, Sakura would eventually realize what she needed to do, especially when the Chunin exams came around, and she started feeling like a burden to the team. But he wasn't about to let that happen. After all, she was his teammate and could be strong enough to protect herself, not a burden. If you don't have a specific goal, let's start with chakra control. Have you practiced tree climbing and water walking? Naruto asked. Sakura, ever the diligent student, questioned, what does climbing trees have to do with chakra control? And what's water walking? Alright then, I'll teach you how to climb trees. Once you've got that down, Sasuke can teach you how to walk on water, Naruto replied. Yeah. Sakura was energized and determined to impress Sasuke. Sasuke had no objections. He and Naruto had learned tree climbing and water walking before they graduated, so teaching it to their teammate wasn't a problem. The tree climbing I'm talking about isn't the usual kind. You have to gather chakra on the soles of your feet to stick to the tree, Naruto explained. As he spoke, he casually walked up the tree trunk and hung upside down from a branch as a demonstration, shocking Sakura. Sakura quickly began trying it herself. Within 30 seconds, she was walking up a 10-meter-high tree as if it were flat ground. She smiled, this is easier than I thought. Sasuke was taken aback. The teammate he had always considered a burden had such strong chakra control. It had taken him days to learn what she mastered in moments, maybe because she didn't have large chakra reserves. Impressive. Naruto gave her a thumbs up. As expected of you, Sakura-chan. I'll leave the water walking to you, Sasuke. Naruto waved as he walked away. Oh, Sasuke replied nonchalantly. He wasn't one to go back on his word. Sakura felt touched. Naruto was truly a great teammate for helping her become strong. Naruto paid no attention to the interaction between the two and moved to the side to practice the Rasengan. Naturally, he used shadow clones for training. He decided to summon 2 clones, as doing more at once might be overwhelming. Naruto pulled out a scroll and unrolled it, revealing a ball surrounded by intricate seals. He formed a hand sign and slapped the scroll. A dozen water-filled balloons appeared, prepared in advance for training. Naruto picked up a water balloon and gave it a light squeeze, then signaled to his clones. Got it? Got it. The clones replied in unison. The clones were excited. Practicing the Rasengan was way more fun than sparring with Kakashi. Each clone grabbed a water balloon and began focusing on making the water inside rotate. The initial rotation was smooth, the water began to drive the balloon's shape, flattening it. But how do you get the chakra to revolve in numerous directions at the same time? That was the true challenge. The original manga suggested using the other hand to help, but Naruto wasn't interested in shortcuts. He wanted to master the Rasengan single-handedly, especially since he planned to use it as a quick strike technique. Later on, he would learn how to combine it with shadow clones for bigger moves. Naruto envisioned himself outmaneuvering an enemy, pretending to be a frail, long-range fighter, only to surprise them with a Rasengan to the face. But mastering the technique was tough. After an hour of training, Naruto released the two clones. As their memories flowed back to him, Naruto felt a slight headache, along with an influx of jumbled thoughts. Couldn't my clones be more reliable? He muttered, rubbing his temples. They had been thinking about random stuff. One wanted to flush the toilet, another was daydreaming about playing with a kitten's ball of yarn, and a third was stuck on the planets. How does that relate to the Rasengan? Though to be fair, the planetary model wasn't entirely unrelated. Naruto imagined the solar system as he worked with a water balloon. When he pictured Halley's Comet and other planetary orbits, the balloon started to bulge in multiple places. That's the feeling, he thought. Naruto released two more clones to continue training. Following the idea he just had, he imagined adding more comets. After about half an hour, one of the clones suddenly jumped up, shouting, "I did it." The other clone scowled, then grabbed a kunai and stabbed him. "You know too much," he declared coldly. Naruto's eyelids twitched. He said nothing. As the clone's memories and experiences returned to him, Naruto found that he and the remaining clone managed to burst their water balloons one after another. But just as he was about to celebrate, his clones gleefully slammed into a tree, yelling, "Motherfucker! I will kill you." When Sasuke finished teaching Sakura water walking and returned, he witnessed Naruto's clone getting destroyed. Sakura looked at Naruto, who was still rubbing his temples, and quietly asked Sasuke, "What's wrong with him?" "He's happy?" Sasuke replied uncertainly. Sakura blinked, confused. "Happy?" Sasuke found it odd as well. Knowing Naruto, his clone had indeed shown signs of joy. But why kill it while it was happy? This guy's mind is getting weirder by the day, Sasuke thought, shaking his head. He watched as Naruto picked up another balloon and continued training. Seeing that Naruto didn't seem suicidal, Sasuke went off to practice the body flicker jutsu in an open area. Sakura stayed behind, observing Naruto for a while. Finding nothing particularly strange, she happily reviewed her training progress before heading off to join Sasuke, probably to stick close to him. Naruto focused on the balloon in his hand, trying out his earlier method. It was a tough challenge. If the first stage of water balloon training was to practice rotation and maintenance, then the second stage with a rubber ball was about chakra control. By the afternoon, his hands' chakra pathways were sore, with only a bit of energy left. The three friends said goodbye to each other and went home. Chapter 36. Jujutsu Kaisen. Naruto returned home and trained physically for over an hour, attempting to deplete his energy, but to no avail. He was no longer the child who grew tired after just a few dozen push-ups. Naruto considered adding weights to his workout routine. However, if he strictly adhered to Rock Lee's regimen, he risked injury or worse. He decided to increase the weights gradually and thought he could approach Kimimaro for guidance. After all, Kimimaro worked hard every day with his team 4 friends, so he would probably understand. At dinner, the family of 4 sat around the table, and as usual, Kakashi arrived on time. Naruto kept staring at Kakashi's ninja pouch, making the Jonin visibly uncomfortable. Even with all the courage in the world, Kakashi wouldn't dare take out any of his strange books in Naruto's house. Yet, he often touched his ninja pouch, like someone desperate to check their phone after an hour. Feeling the presence of his food seemed to calm his nerves. Kushina talked about her day in class. She mentioned how Kiba and Akamaru rushed recklessly during a test and ended up getting knocked to the ground by her. She also shared how she knows insects grossed her out so much that she accidentally punched him in the face, breaking his sunglasses. Kushina also noted that little Hinata, despite being skilled in taijutsu, lacked decisiveness and would need more training. Naruto was concerned whether Akamaru was hurt and asked curiously if Shino's eyes were tiny dots since he had never seen Shino without his sunglasses. Then, he worried whether Hinata would turn out rebellious like in the alternate version of her, the alternate universe where Minma and Naruto Uzumaki fought. Minato asked Kakashi about Naruto's performance that day. Kakashi praised Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Naruto, however, took the opportunity to complain, saying that Kakashi used his Sharingan to defeat all 3 of them and that, in the end, Kakashi had slammed both him and Sasuke to the ground so hard that Sasuke was nearly in tears from the pain. "Feel the pain, Kakashi," Naruto thought with a sadistic smile. Kakashi felt a chill down his spine under Kushina's sharp gaze. Meanwhile, Rokon Sasuke, who was showing off his Sharingan at home, sneezed, rubbed his nose, and went back to enjoying his brother's praises. There was frequent laughter at the dinner table, and Kimimaro, who had been quietly smiling, seemed to eat a bit more lightly. He truly cherished his current family, his father, mother, younger brother, and Kakashi, who felt like an older brother. After dinner, Minato and Kushina once again reminded Kimimaro not to overexert himself in training, and everyone dispersed. Later that evening, Naruto went to his usual meeting with Kurama. "Big Fox, wasn't it cool when I launched 10 water dragon jutsu today? Huh, those little splashes? The third Hokage could do better while sneezing. Is it that bad? I thought it was enough to give Shukaku a run for his money. Are you thinking of fighting Shukaku? Don't you hold a grudge against him? That's the spirit." Kurama perked up, something rare for the Nine Tails. "Once you get better at water style, you'll almost be at that woman's level. When the time comes, use my chakra to drench Shukaku in a downpour." Imagining Shukaku's miserable state, Kurama nearly laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 Dato, and that chain-breaking technique of yours, give Shukaku a taste of that too." Then, Kurama suddenly stopped and lay down, his once excited tail drooping to the ground. His expression turned melancholic. Naruto sensed that mentioning the adamantine sealing chains brought up painful memories for Kurama, and he didn't know how to comfort the tailed beast. Fortunately, Kurama's resilient nature kicked in, and he clenched his massive claws into fists, pounding the ground as he roared, "Just like that. Get stronger, kid. Beat all 8 of those other beasts, and tie them up with that broken chain of yours. There are 9-tailed beasts in the world. If one fox suffers, all should feel the same pain." What had gotten into Kurama? Naruto had no idea, and he didn't dare ask. He figured that bringing up Shukaku wasn't the best idea, as it had ignited the fox's fighting spirit. Maybe he should have talked about peaceful coexistence with the tailed beasts instead. Naruto thought for a moment and then said, "Tonight, I'll tell you the story of Jujutsu Kaisen. It all begins with the..." Kurama, intrigued by the promise of a new story, calmed down. In Jujutsu Kaisen, all living beings emanate energy called cursed energy, which arises from negative emotions that naturally flow throughout the body. Ordinary people cannot control this flow in their bodies. As a result, they continually lose cursed energy, resulting in the birth of curses, a race of spiritual beings whose primary desire is to bring harm to humanity. These curses are shown as gruesome monsters, onryo, vengeful spirit, yurei, ghosts, and yokai. The more Kurama listened, the more familiar the tale seemed. This cursed energy, the creation of mystical creatures to bring balance to the world, sounded a lot like the Sage of Six Paths creating the tailed beasts. Was Naruto just making this up to deceive him? But the details seemed too specific. Kurama's moral education had a long road ahead. Early the next morning, Team 7 gathered at the mission hall on time, but Kakashi was only half an hour late this time. Their first mission wasn't the usual cat-catching task but a D-rank emergency mission, to help out at the orphanage. Naruto was curious, is the orphanage short on staff? Shouldn't they hire long-term workers? Hiring ninjas doesn't seem cost-effective. Kakashi, who seemed to know a lot about the orphanage, explained as they walked, the village usually provides subsidies for these kinds of missions. Sensei has been very supportive of the orphanage in recent years. He continued, the orphanage normally has 4 staff members, including the director and her adopted son, so they usually don't need extra help. But one of the teachers suddenly fell ill, and the director with her son had to assist with surgery at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital yesterday, so they're temporarily short-handed. Naruto felt something was off. Sakura raised her hand and asked, why would the orphanage director and her son need to assist in surgery? Doesn't the hospital have enough doctors? They do, Kakashi replied, but this surgery was particularly complicated. The director and her son are highly skilled in medical ninjutsu, even more so than most of the hospital's doctors, so they were asked to help. Naruto found this even stranger. More skilled than the doctors at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital? Who were these people? Did Tsunoda secretly adopt someone and place them at the orphanage as the director? Unable to figure it out, he asked, who are these 2 people? Kakashi thought for a moment and replied, their names are Yakushi Nano and Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto felt a sense of familiarity with the names. Huh? Kakashi continued, Yakushi Nano was once a highly regarded Anbu operative. But after a certain mission, she approached Sensei and said she was tired of the Anbu life and wanted to return to Hidden Leaf Village to run the orphanage. Minato Sensei respected her wishes, and she's been dedicated to the orphanage ever since. When funds were tight, she would help out at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital to earn extra money. Now that the village supports the orphanage, she still volunteers at the hospital from time to time. Chapter 37. Nano Yakushi was once an ace spy under Danzō, famously known as the Eruki no Maiko, the wandering nun. Her gentle and kind heart, coupled with her exceptional skills in medical ninjutsu, made it easy for her to infiltrate enemy ranks and gain their trust. However, her kindness became her greatest weakness. She found it increasingly difficult to betray or kill the comrades who placed their trust in her. If she had been Uchiha, The emotional toll might have triggered the awakening of the Mangekyō Sharingan long ago. Danzō was well aware of Nano's character and repeatedly exploited it, threatening the children at her orphanage to coerce her into betraying those who trusted her. This cycle of manipulation continued until Danzō was removed from power, and Minato assumed full control as Hokage. At that point, Nano requested that Minato stop assigning her spy missions. She wished only to devote herself to running the orphanage. Minato, unlike Danzō, respected the personal choices of his ninja. While he might send spies to gather crucial information for the village, he never forced anyone against their will. As a result, Nano was able to continue as the orphanage director, occasionally taking part-time work at the hospital to support the children financially. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Naruto began to piece together the situation. This was characteristic of his father's leadership release. While Minato was perceived as a powerful and formidable fourth Hokage by outsiders, to the villagers, he was a warm and guiding light. And what about Kabuto Yakushi? Naruto asked, knowing Kabuto to be a cunning and dangerous character, possibly as dangerous as Orochimaru himself. It was essential to understand him fully. Yamato Yakushi, or Kabuto, is an orphan adopted by director Nano. He was taken in during the last Great Ninja War, having lost his memory due to a head injury. Director Nano later taught him medical ninjutsu, and he proved to be exceptionally talented. His skills now nearly surpass those of the director herself. It seems Kabuto's current motivation is to help the director support the orphanage, with little interest in becoming a full-fledged ninja. Kakashi, ever the professional ninja, thoroughly collected information even for a D-rank mission. Naruto hoped that they would be equally diligent in gathering intelligence for future C-rank missions. There was, after all, a running joke in the ninja world about the absurdity of Team 7's C-rank missions. Sasuke, listening to Kakashi's briefing, found it impressive. As expected of a Jonin, the information was comprehensive. Sakura, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. Learning medical ninjutsu seemed like a good idea. Given the strength of her teammates, she likely wouldn't contribute much in battle, but medical knowledge could be invaluable. Moreover, if Sasuke were to get injured in the future. Sakura clenched her fist with determination. Wouldn't that mean he would rely on her? Meanwhile, Naruto was inwardly lamenting for Orochimaru, who was likely lurking in some dark corner. Orochimaru's two strongest subordinates, one was Kimimaro, who had long been brought back as Naruto's brother, and the other was now the determined director of an orphanage. This was essentially severing Orochimaru's right-hand men. Let's keep up the pressure, Naruto thought. The four of them had reached their destination while conversing. Naruto looked around and noticed that the orphanage wasn't as run down and shabby as he had imagined. Inside the open gate was a large courtyard resembling a playground. Swings, seesaws, and other play facilities reminded Naruto of an elementary school from his previous life. The children were playing and chasing each other in groups. A person dressed as a nun noticed Team 7 and approached to greet them. Hello, I'm the teacher here. My name is Tsubaki. Are you the ninjas who accepted the mission? Kakashi handed the mission list to Tsubaki and responded, yes, we're Team 7, led by me, Kakashi Hatake. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha. Haruno Sakura. The three youngsters introduced themselves in turn. Welcome, Tsubaki said with a smile. There are 31 children here who need your care. Today, they need a literacy class and an arithmetic class. Could you also play some games with them afterwards? No problem, Kakashi replied. Tsubaki gathered the children together and announced, today, we have 4 temporary teachers here to instruct you. They're all very powerful ninjas, so please be on your best behavior, okay? Okay. The children chorused. Seeing the children obey so readily, Tsubaki turned back to Kakashi and said, I'll handle the meals and cleaning today, so I'll leave the children in your care. With that, Tsubaki left. As soon as the teacher departed, the children became excited and started looking curiously at the 4 members of Team 7. Are you ninjas? Are you strong? Do you know ninjutsu? The children buzzed with excitement, like preschoolers seeing rare animals at the zoo for the first time. So, what do you plan to do next? Kakashi asked, shrugging, and leaving the decision to them. Naruto exchanged a glance with Sasuke, then took a few steps back, creating some distance between them. Sasuke understood immediately and stepped back as well. The two of them began to form hand seals simultaneously. Water style, water bullet jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Naruto and Sasuke spat out water and fire from their mouths, respectively. The large fireball collided with a massive amount of water, creating a huge plume of white steam. The children watched in awe and screamed with excitement. It's ninjutsu. It's ninjutsu. That's so cool. That brother is so handsome. Sakura's ears twitched as she felt a sense of impending competition. Naruto pulled Sasuke in front of the children and asked with a smile, "Do you want to see even more powerful ninjutsu?" "Yes." The children shouted eagerly. "If you do, then hurry to the classroom. After class, I'll put on a show for you." The children eagerly rushed into the classroom. Naruto turned to Sakura and said, "Sakura-chan, I'll leave the teaching to you. I'm not very good at that." "No problem, leave it to me," Sakura responded confidently. Then she suddenly realized something and looked at Naruto. "Wait, what did you just call me?" Naruto looked up at the sky. "Ah, it's such a nice day, isn't it, Sasuke?" "You idiot." Sakura clenched her fists and stormed off to the classroom angrily. Naruto suddenly remembered something and looked at Kakashi. "Sensei, why haven't you taken out your weird book today? Aren't you reading it?" Kakashi sighed. "There are so many kids watching, so I have to be mindful of the influence." Naruto was shocked. "Are you the kind of person who would care about that? What kind of image do you have of me?" Kakashi asked as he took the book out of his ninja pouch and walked away. "You should focus on what to perform next," he added. "Come on, Sasuke, let's go see how Sakura's doing with the lesson." "Yeah," Sasuke replied quietly. "But do we have to put on a show?" "Why not? It's dumb." Naruto turned to Sasuke with a serious expression. "We're ninjas, brother. It's a mission. There's nothing dumb about it." Chapter 38. I will always return at the end of class. The students rushed out and headed straight to Naruto and Sasuke. Big brother, perform. Perform. Ninjutsu. Ninjutsu." Naruto signaled to Sasuke. Reluctantly, Sasuke walked to the middle of the field and performed Uchiha-style martial arts routine. With flashy moves that looked almost like hip-hop, it was no wonder that Dance King Madara Uchiha always talked about dancing with others. The children were captivated by Sasuke, especially the little girls who cheered and screamed, with Sakura leading the way. Naruto face-palmed. "Since when did you join in, Sakura?" The fan culture is already corrupting Hidden Leaf Village's minors. After Sasuke's street-style demonstration, several of his after-images suddenly appeared on the field, making the children gasp in awe. Then, the after-images vanished, and Sasuke reappeared next to Naruto. Though his mastery of the body flicker jutsu, passed down from Shizui, wasn't perfect, Sasuke's performance was enough to impress the kids. With his hands in his pockets, Sasuke nodded at Naruto, signaling that it was his turn. Naruto generously formed a hand seal and shouted, "Multiple shadow clone jutsu," creating 18 clones. The clones immediately got into character, somersaulting and doing stunts. They gathered together and shouted in unison, "Naruto Uzumaki Clone No 118, reporting sir." Naruto, with a tick mark on his forehead, said, "Be serious. It's a performance." The clones suddenly acted as if they realized something, then shouted, "Welcome to the Naruto Uzumaki Acrobatic Troupe." One particularly clever clone stepped forward, bowed to the audience, and then pulled out a gong from nowhere. He struck it with a loud doing and announced, "Watch closely, folks. After this, there's no such show. As long as the audience wants to see it, we can do anything. Those with money, pay up. Those without, just cheer us on." Then he turned around and waved, "Brothers, start the show." The children clapped out of courtesy, while Sasuke tugged at Naruto's sleeve and asked, "What exactly are you planning?" Naruto responded irritably, "I don't know. Don't ask me." "Sasuke and Sakura? You're clones. And you don't know what they're planning?" The clones had already started their performance, doing 20 backflips in a row, a basic feat. They could flip from one end of the playground to the other without breaking a sweat. The physical capabilities in this world are so ridiculous, they could attempt any acrobatic trick from Naruto's previous life. Somersaults, tightrope walking, human ladders, and wall runs were all part of the fun. Especially with a risky act like tightrope walking, the clones enjoyed themselves, walking steadily because they knew if they slipped and fell, they'd disperse. As for the steel wire, ninja kits provided all the necessary tools. The Uzumaki Acrobatic Troupe continued to entertain, with the children cheering and applauding non-stop. Finally, 15 of the clones stacked themselves into an Arhat formation, the scene resembling a pyramid. One clone ran up to Sakura, curled into a ball, and asked, "Pink hair, do you want to play bowling?" Sakura glanced at Naruto. Naruto's expression was complicated as he said, "Just throw him at the wall over there. The more clones you knock down, the better." Sakura's eyes narrowed, and her face twisted into a grin. "You asked for it." She picked up the clone. The clone lamented, "Please remember me in the original body. I am Naruto Uzumaki number 001, the one-time use clone." Naruto's frustration hit its peak. "You're the one who hit the gong earlier, too." Number 001 grinned. "I'm going in. Hurry up." Sakura's anger gauge was maxed out. Pink hair, huh? And you dare call me pink hair? Shanaro. With a mighty shout, Sakura hurled number 001 right into the center of the human wall. The 16 clones vanished amidst laughter and cheers. Meanwhile, the Night Tails watched the scene with interest from within the sealed space. This kid has some skills. Why doesn't he perform like this for me? Ever since the sage passed away, I've been nothing but an orphan. 1,000-year-old orphan. Sasuke was stunned. It wasn't Naruto's chaotic antics that shocked him, he was used to that by now. What surprised him was the realization that Sakura's strength might surpass both his and Naruto's. The children first applauded and cheered, but when they looked at Sakura, they suddenly fell silent. Good thing we didn't cause trouble during class earlier, or Sakura-sensei would have killed us, they thought. Naruto turned to the 2 surviving clones who hadn't participated in the human wall and asked, "So, how do you 2 want to go?" One clone responded, "Cool. Let's go out in style." Before Naruto could say anything, the other clone quickly formed a seal. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive water dragon surged from beneath the bragging clone, spiraling upward with him on its head. Ah, oh, 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 oh. The screams echoed, whether from fear or excitement, it was unclear. The water dragon soared into the air, and the clone called out, "Sasuke!" Fireworks. Sasuke was confused. He glanced at Naruto, who sighed and said, "Fine, do the phoenix flower jutsu. Using my ninjutsu as fireworks." Sasuke was annoyed, but seeing how the water dragon had turned into an acrobatic display, he decided to play along. Fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. A string of basketball-sized fireballs shot out of Sasuke's mouth, flying towards the clone in the air. The clone jumped down, weaving between the fireballs, and shouted at Sasuke, "You jump, I jump." Naruto growled through clenched teeth, "Finish him." Sasuke complied, unleashing a massive fireball that engulfed the clone in the air, making him disappear spectacularly. However, just as the last clone on the ground dissolved into water, Naruto's eye twitched, and he overheard the clone's final thought, "Sasuke, you bastard, I will always return." After a fun-filled morning, Team 7 had lunch with the children. Then came the last part of the mission, getting the children to take a nap. The director and her son were expected to return in the afternoon. However, no one had experience with this task. Even though Kakashi had taken care of Naruto as a child, he never had to coax him to sleep. In the end, the children demanded a story before they would go to bed. Hearing this, Naruto, who had a knack for stories, perked up. "This, I can handle. The 1,000-year-old fox at home listens to stories every day." So Naruto began. The story starts 20 years ago. The Marine finally captured and killed the king of pirates, Goldie Roger. What they didn't expect was Roger's final attack. With a smile on his face and near his last moments, he said, "You want my treasure? You can have it. I left everything I gathered together in one place. Now you just have to find it." Halfway through the story, the children were already fast asleep, not even remembering the name of the protagonist. Chapter 39. Sakura's realization before Kakashi and the others left. They had a face-to-face meeting with the head of the orphanage, Nano Yakushi, who had just returned from the hospital, and her assistant, Kabuto Yakushi. Both wore the same round-frame glasses, and the smiles on their faces were gentle and peaceful. It seemed that Kabuto genuinely wanted to dedicate himself to the development of the orphanage. For a moment, Naruto silently mourned for Orochimaru, who had now lost Kabuto, his right-hand man. One could only wonder if Orochimaru's future experiments would go as smoothly. Sakura approached Nano Yakushi for a brief chat, and they seemed to get along well. After leaving, the 4 shinobi, Kakashi and his 3 students, headed back to submit their mission report. Kakashi walked ahead, his eyes glued to the book in his hand. Naruto followed with his hands in his pockets, striding along with a bored expression, secretly hoping Kakashi would walk into a telephone pole. Sasuke frowned, his mind consumed with thoughts about what Naruto had said earlier about jutsu. Sakura also seemed lost in thought. Sasuke. After handing in the mission, Kakashi wasted no time and hurried off. According to him, he was eager to see what the next part of the story would bring. Naruto and Sasuke went to the training field to practice as usual, while Sakura said she would borrow a book first and catch up with them later. When Naruto and Sasuke arrived at the training ground, Naruto began practicing with a stack of targets, determined to complete the second stage of his Rasengan training as soon as possible. Naruto created over a dozen shadow clones, each holding a Rasengan. He stared at his clones for several minutes, ensuring nothing seemed out of the ordinary, then took a Rasengan and began to practice. Meanwhile, Sasuke was honing his teleportation jutsu. Shishui's body flicker technique seemed to integrate with Shadow Clone's Agan jutsu, making it appear as though each clone wasn't real, when in fact, every one of them was. It was a formidable and bewildering tactic. During a break, Naruto observed Sasuke's practice and came up with an idea to try later. After about half an hour, Sakura returned with a large book. Naruto asked curiously, "Sakura-chan, what's that?" Sakura held up the book for Naruto to see and replied, "It's a medical ninjutsu textbook. I asked the head of the orphanage about medical ninjutsu today, and she recommended some books for me to read first. So, I borrowed one from the library." "Why did you suddenly decide to become a medical ninja?" Naruto wondered why Sakura had taken an interest in medical ninjutsu so early on. Sakura pondered for a moment before replying, "Because I find it hard to help you guys in combat, and sometimes I feel like a burden. But if I learn medical ninjutsu, I can be more useful." Naruto gave her a thumbs up and encouraged, "You can do it. Your chakra control is amazing, so maybe you have a natural talent for medical ninjutsu." Glancing at Sasuke, Sakura nodded resolutely. "Yes, I'll do my best." Naruto picked up his Rasengan and was about to continue practicing when he suddenly paused. "Wait, am I encouraging someone to study medicine?" Naruto looked up at the sky. It was clear, with no sign of thunderstorms. Peaceful days are short. The atmosphere at the training ground was harmonious. Sasuke practiced his teleportation jutsu among the trees. Occasionally, dozens of Sasuke's phantoms would appear and disappear. Sakura sat in the shade with a medical textbook as thick as a dictionary on her lap. She read intently, occasionally glancing up at Sasuke for a brief eye refresh before returning to her book. Naruto's clones held Rasengans in the open space, striking various poses and expressions while practicing. There was even a clone of Naruto in a blonde pigtail wig, fuming. Naruto suddenly remembered a rumor he heard in his previous life about some shady online streamers who would wear women's clothing to get better luck. Maybe trying a similar tactic would give him some inspiration. It was worth a shot. Although the main body would never be caught in a dress, a clone trying it out wouldn't hurt. Besides, if it didn't work, the clone would just disappear anyway. No harm done. When the clone dispersed, Naruto's face turned red. It was understandable when a one-off Naruto Uzumaki number 001 appeared earlier. After all, he was a bit of a prankster, so perhaps his clone's personality got a bit exaggerated. But Naruto didn't remember having any interest in cross-dressing. And yet, here was this memory of Naruto Uzumaki, the legendary most beautiful woman in the Naruto world. Seriously, can you guys consider the circumstances before messing around with my clones? Teammates are watching. "Hey, Kurama, why don't you come out and blow up Hidden Leaf Village?" Naruto thought. "No way, the food in Hidden Leaf Village is pretty good," Kurama replied. At this time, a plain-looking boy was wandering around Hidden Leaf Village's snack street, holding a pile of snacks, eating heartily with a joyful expression. Upon closer inspection, one could see his eyes had vertical pupils. It was a clone that Naruto had lent to Kurama, who had changed its appearance on purpose. Naruto couldn't help but complain, "Kurama, could you eat a little less? Every time the clone disperses, I feel so full even though I haven't eaten anything. It's weird. What does it matter? It's just a sensation caused by memory regression anyway. And who insisted that I should experience human food?" Naruto gave up arguing with Kurama and began to reflect on his training. After an afternoon of practice, he felt like his Rasengan was on the verge of a breakthrough, but it still needed something more. Naruto looked at his red, swollen palms. Tomorrow, it'll be done. The three friends headed home, but as they parted ways, Sasuke and Sakura exchanged strange looks, prompting Naruto to rush home even faster. The next day, the three shinobi followed Kakashi to take on a mission to clean up garbage from a river. After a busy morning, they returned to the training ground to continue their practice. Kakashi joined them this time. It seemed like a rare moment of responsibility, but Naruto suspected it was more likely because Kakashi had finished the novel he was reading and had nothing else to do. After asking about their training progress, Kakashi learned that all three students had mastered basic skills like tree climbing and water walking. Naruto and Sasuke were focused on their ninjutsu, while Sakura was diligently pursuing her path. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. This teaching gig was really easy, rarely did he need to put in any effort himself, and he didn't even have to worry about his training. So, Kakashi casually found a tree, leaned against it, and prepared to dive back into his book. Naruto practiced diligently for over an hour, focusing his chakra into the Rasengan in his hand, spinning, maintaining, and increasing the chakra output. Finally, with a snap, the Rasengan burst. Naruto looked at the fragments on the ground with joy. It was finally complete. Chapter 40. Donut Maker Naruto, sensing that he was nearing the completion of the Rasengan, stretched out his hand and visualized an invisible sphere within his grasp. He concentrated on containing his chakra within the boundaries of that imaginary sphere. Blue chakra surged in Naruto's hand, forming thousands of chakra threads that spiraled around a central point, following different paths until they coalesced into what resembled a translucent ball of energy. This was the preliminary form of the Rasengan, but its power was still far from the perfected version. Naruto pressed the chakra ball against a nearby tree, and with a bang, sawdust flew as a hole about the size of a basketball was blasted into the trunk. Excited, Naruto summoned 10 shadow clones, instructing them to strike the tree with their unfinished Rasengans. The surrounding trees were left in disarray, a clear testament to the destructive power of the jutsu. Next, as long as he kept practicing to make the Rasengan more stable and powerful, he would fully master it. His 2 teammates were already accustomed to Naruto's antics and didn't pay much attention. Kakashi, however, had noticed Naruto's progress. He looked at the blonde boy with the blue sphere in his hand. It was as if he could see the shadow of Minato-sensei. Kakashi walked over to Naruto, instinctively ruffling his hair, and asked, "Have you mastered the Rasengan?" "Not quite yet, but with more practice, I'll perfect it soon. After that, I'm planning to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Got any tips?" "The Flying Thunder God? You'd be better off asking Genma and the others. Or better yet, ask Minato-sensei directly," Kakashi replied with a bit of helplessness. Minato-sensei had tried to teach him, but unfortunately, he didn't have the knack for it. Despite being called a genius, Kakashi knew he wasn't skilled in every aspect. "Haha, your answer makes me feel like I should have already asked him, huh? I've also studied the Flying Thunder God Seal quite a bit, but I'm still working on getting the hang of it." "Then I'm not sure I can help," Kakashi admitted, though he was looking forward to the day Naruto mastered the Flying Thunder God. The combination of the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God would make Naruto Hidden Leaf Village's second Yellow Flash. "Hey, what's the use of asking you? Huh? Maybe there is some use," Naruto mused, deciding to give his mentor something to do. "What's on your mind?" Kakashi sensed mischief in Naruto's tone. "What do you think about Sasuke?" "In terms of strength, he's certainly strong for a Genin, and he's talented, especially since he awakened the Sharingan at such a young age." Kakashi began to catch on to what Naruto was suggesting. "Then why not teach him that move of yours?" Kakashi sighed. "You mean Chidori? Don't go renaming other people's jutsu without permission. I still think Donut Palm sounds cooler. But if you don't like that, I've got another name, Donut Maker, where a single strike creates a hole in the CH. Stop. Kakashi interrupted Naruto's wild naming spree and brought the conversation back on track. "Why do you suddenly want me to teach Sasuke Chidori?" "Because we're all training hard, and it feels wrong watching you do nothing," Naruto thought, but instead, he said. "Sasuke's learned a lot of flashy jutsu, but he still lacks a powerful, one-hit kill move. The Sharingan and Donut Maker would be a perfect match." Kakashi couldn't argue with that. After all, he knew from personal experience how well the Sharingan complemented Chidori. "Alright, I'll go check on Sasuke's progress." With that, Kakashi left, and Naruto created more shadow clones to continue practicing the Rasengan, determined to grasp the spatial awareness needed for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu on his own. Naruto had also wanted to learn Chidori, not necessarily for practical use, but just for fun. With his chakra reserves, plus the chakra of the Nine Tails within him, he might even be able to create a city-level version of the Donut Palm Jutsu for amusement. What should I name it then? But that could wait, mastering the Flying Thunder God Jutsu was more important. After all, it's hard to play a game without being able to flash step. Before long, Naruto heard the distinct chirping sound of birds. Kakashi must have been demonstrating Chidori. It seemed that Kakashi and Sasuke had hit it off and jumped straight into training mode. That evening, after Naruto returned home, Kushina suddenly called out, "Naruto, come here. Mom's going to teach you a new ninjutsu." "Ninjutsu?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "That's right, a sensory ninjutsu. Why do you suddenly want to teach me a sensory technique?" Naruto wondered. Kushina tapped her chin with her finger as she explained, "Well, you know how Shino's presence is so low it's easy to overlook him. So, I learned a sensory jutsu from Minato just to avoid ignoring him. Before I say something important, I quietly sense how many people are in front of me to make sure I haven't missed him. But today, I realize that even without consciously using sensory jutsu, I can sense the chakras around me." "So, what? Did she awaken Kagura's mind eye?" Naruto was taken aback, feeling like he had a lot to say. For example, was Shino's presence really that low? Almost to the level of a KK Genkai? And did she learn a sensory jutsu just to keep track of her students? And Kagura's mind eye, awakened for such an absurd reason? Was she joking? Could it get any more ridiculous? In short, Kushina had indeed mastered this ability. She then explained to Naruto the sensation of using Kagura's mind eye, how, with herself at the center, she could sense all the chakras within a 5-kilometer radius and distinguish between them. As she grew more accustomed to the ability, the range seemed to be gradually increasing. Naruto thought that if he could match these different chakras with specific people, it would be like playing an RPG with a mini-map. Finally, Kushina taught Naruto the sensory ninjutsu she'd been using frequently, encouraging him to practice it diligently. The jutsu was called chakra sensing, invented by the great ninjutsu pioneer Obito Senju. It didn't require any hand signs, all you needed to do was touch the ground or a wall with your fingers, and you could sense anyone nearby. For general sensing, you didn't need to take any action, but this technique required a certain level of talent. Naruto's family had this talent. Minato had used it before when he led Kakashi and the others on the battlefield. So, Naruto's training regimen expanded, but he didn't mind. After all, who wouldn't want a mini-map? Mom, can you sense how much chakra I have? Say, compared to Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, curious about something he'd been wondering for a long time, though his question was tinged with a bit of mischief towards Kakashi. Chapter 41. First mission Team 7 continues their usual routine, taking on missions in the morning and training together in the afternoon. Recently, however, Kakashi has noticed something strange about Naruto's eyes. They now convey emotions like empathy, sympathy, and excitement. This puzzles Kakashi, as Naruto's eyes have become unusually expressive. When questioned, Naruto brushes it off with responses like, "It's nothing, don't worry about it," or "You just have to live with conviction," further deepening the mystery. But everyone is accustomed to Naruto's quirks by now, so Kakashi doesn't dig deeper. The truth behind Naruto's strange expressions lies in what he learned from his mother, Kushina. She informed him that his chakra reserves are nearly 10 times those of Kakashi's under normal conditions. This knowledge leaves Naruto struggling to contain his emotions whenever he sees Kakashi, a living unit of chakra measurement. Despite Kakashi's rigorous training under Kushina's watchful eye, which made him somewhat stronger than his counterpart in the original timeline, he still can't compete with the immense chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto is only 12 years old now, but as he matures and his body strengthens, the gap will widen even further. He might easily burn through a few hundred calories without breaking a sweat, not to mention the nine-tailed fox sealed within him. Naruto once asked Kushina how much chakra he had exactly. Kushina, with a mysterious smile, simply told him to learn chakra perception jutsu and see it himself. Shaking off his thoughts, Naruto puts on his training weights and starts his physical exercises. As for the Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, and chakra sensing training, he leaves those to his shadow clones. Naruto is determined to strengthen his physique. After all, whether he uses the Nine Tails chakra mode or Sage mode in the future, it's like adding multiple buffs to his abilities. With the Uzumaki clan's physicality and the resilience of a Jinchuriki, it would be a waste not to focus on physical training. Meanwhile, Sakura has already finished reading another book. According to her, she has memorized the previous one completely. Naruto is impressed. Sakura's knowledge is akin to a high school student having memorized the entire Oxford Dictionary, leaving him with nothing to say but, "That's insane." Given Sakura's dedication, Naruto introduced her to Shizune, a medic ninja who assisted in his birth along with Sarutobi by Hueco. On the day of the Nine Tails attack, Shizune was saved by Minato. After several years, she left the Anbu, got married, and now works at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. She has a habit of pinching Naruto's cheeks and making him call her sister, which at least provides enough guidance for Sakura in her medical training. Sakura was too shy to bother Nano Yakushi, who was always busy at the orphanage. Now, Sakura has learned basic medical ninjutsu and can heal minor wounds. In addition to her standard ninja tools, she now carries a medical kit and plans to further expand her medical knowledge. Sasuke's progress with the Chidori has been relatively smooth. He's managed to generate some sparks, but he's still far from mastering the technique. One day, Team 7 received the infamous Catch the Cat mission. This cat, named Tora, isn't just any cat, it's the beloved pet of the Fire Daimyo's wife. Its frequent escapes have contributed significantly to Hidden Leaf Village's economy. How the cat managed to escape from the daimyo's residence to Hidden Leaf Village is anyone's guess. Due to Lady Daimyo's special status, she's always personally received by the Hokage, Minato no Mikage, who often assigns these tasks to Team 7. Catching the cat was uneventful, but when they returned to the Hokage's office to report, Naruto met Lady Daimyo, a heavily adorned, plump woman. After handing over the cat, Lady Daimyo clutched it tightly, fussing over it as she was escorted out by her entourage. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if she would hire Hidden Leaf Village ninjas as guards when she left, contributing even more to Hidden Leaf Village's economic growth. After Lady Daimyo left, Minato stopped Kakashi, who was about to lead the team, out and said, "Hold on. I have a C-rank mission for you." At that moment, an elderly man stumbled through the door, reeking of alcohol. The old man wore a bamboo hat, carried luggage, and clutched a bottle of sake. Naruto instantly recognized him, Tazuna, a famous NPC from the Land of Waves arc, the bridge builder who lied about the mission's rank and guilt-tripped Team 7 into helping him. Tazuna eyed Naruto and the others with disdain, muttering, "Are these kids supposed to protect me? They don't look very reliable." Naruto knew what kind of man Tazuna was, so he didn't react. But Sasuke and Sakura glared at him, clearly offended by his lack of faith in their abilities. Minato wasn't bothered by Tazuna's attitude and calmly explained, "You requested a C-rank mission, and Team 7 is one of Hidden Leaf Village's top generation squads. Kakashi Hatake, their leader, is my former student. They're more than capable of handling any situation that might arise." Upon hearing that Kakashi was the Hokage's student, Tazuna took a closer look at the team. Noticing their competent appearance and the blonde-haired boy who resembled the Hokage, he hesitantly asked, "Is that boy your son?" Minato didn't hesitate to confirm, "Yes, that's my son, one of the top graduates of the Ninja Academy." The gears in Tazuna's mind started turning. For the cost of a C-rank mission, he had managed to secure the Hokage's student and son. What a bargain. Tazuna quickly dropped his attitude and agreed, eager to ensure they wouldn't change their minds. Kakashi took the mission details, then turned to his team. "The mission to guard the Land of Waves might take some time, so go prepare. We'll meet at the village gate in half an hour." Kakashi and the rest of the team departed to make their preparations. Only Naruto stayed behind, looking at Minato and saying, "Dad, can you take me home?" Minato raised an eyebrow, puzzled that his son, already grown, would make such a request. Naruto quickly explained, "I just want to experience the Flying Thunder God Jutsu a few more times, it might help with my training." "Ah, I see. Alright then," Minato agreed. 3 seconds later, Naruto found himself at home, courtesy of the Minato Namikaze Express. Kushina happened to be home as well, her squad had just completed a simple mission. Minato briefly explained the situation before returning to his office. "You're going away? And for a long time?" Kushina asked, her worry evident. Even though Naruto was mature for his age, she couldn't help but fret. "I'll help you pack right away," Kushina declared, rushing to get everything ready. You don't need to go through so much trouble." Naruto only had time to reach out with a half-hearted protest as his mother bustled around, too concerned to listen. Chapter 42. A Mother's Love. 20 minutes later, Naruto stared in disbelief at the huge pile of luggage in the living room, towering taller than he was. Kushina proudly explained, "This bag has enough clothes for half a month. This one has dry food and water. We've got medical supplies, weapon kits, and military food pills in this one. This one's full of fruit, snacks, and other treats. Over here are ninja tools, ice-cold pills, and explosive tags. Everything's ready. Mom, we're going on a mission, not a camping trip. We don't need all this stuff." Kushina suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. You should also take tents, sleeping bags, emergency torches, and some kitchen utensils." With that, even more things were added to the pile. Naruto was close to tears. "Mom, I can't carry all this. I just need some basic ninja gear and clothes." Kushina pulled out a few scrolls. "Why can't you take it? Didn't you learn the sealing technique?" Seal. With a snap, all the items were neatly packed into the scrolls. Kushina handed the scrolls to Naruto. What could Naruto say? There's a saying, nothing is colder than when your mom thinks you're cold. Since his mom had prepared everything, he might as well take it. Better safe than sorry, especially with all those explosive tags. He'd give them back to her when he returned. "Okay, I'm off. Wait, take these too." Kushina handed Naruto 2 red-edged scrolls, one labeled Endurance and the other Love. "What's this?" "If you're ever in danger, open both scrolls at the same time to summon help. But if you open just one, it'll release a Genjutsu to protect against the enemy." "A powerful summoning?" Naruto carefully tucked the scrolls away. Knowing his mom, he might end up summoning either her or his dad. With these scrolls, Naruto felt confident that as long as he didn't go to the village hidden in the rain, he'd return safely. When Naruto arrived at the village gate, everyone else was already there, each carrying a bag. Naruto, however, had nothing in his hands, which made him stand out. Sakura noticed and asked, "Naruto, didn't you bring any luggage?" "It's all here." Naruto patted the scrolls on his waist. "Wow, those scrolls must be expensive, right?" "No, my mom made them. She said that when she was pregnant, she had a lot of free time, so she made a bunch of them. She even sold some to help support our family." Naruto pulled out 2 scrolls and handed them to Sasuke and Sakura. These are ones I made while practicing sealing. They're better than the standard ones, but not as good as my mom's. You can use them. As for Kakashi, he could make his own. After all, he wasn't one to freeload. Sasuke took the scroll without a word, putting it into his ninja pouch. Sakura carefully examined her scroll before storing it away. Alright, everyone's here. Let's move out, Kakashi said. As they left, Naruto glanced back and noticed the two guards at the gate weren't Izumo and Kotetsu. A small disappointment. The group set off. Naruto and Sasuke led the way, Tazuna followed a few meters behind, and Kakashi and Sakura flanked him on either side. Kakashi put away his Kika novel as soon as they left the village, maybe to stay more alert. Sakura, curious about the Land of Waves, asked, and Kakashi explained, the Land of Waves is a small island nation. They don't have their ninja village, so they hire shinobi from the mainland. Our mission is to protect Tazuna on his journey home and ensure the completion of his bridge. We shouldn't run into any battles with other shinobi, at most, we'll encounter samurai or bandits. Tazuna's eyes darted nervously. He hadn't told Hidden Leaf Village the full truth. After walking for a while, they came across a small puddle on the road. Kakashi glanced at it but said nothing, pretending to be distracted. Naruto used his basic sensory jutsu and detected two faint chakras, both weaker than Sasuke. Seeing that Kakashi didn't react, Naruto decided not to warn anyone. He just tensed up, ready to attack if needed. Sasuke didn't notice anything unusual but saw Naruto's change in posture. He silently prepared for a possible fight. When the five of them were just past the puddle, the water bulged, and two figures burst out, chains in hand, heading straight for Tazuna. Naruto reacted instantly. With the fastest hand speed of his life, he formed a Rasengan and slammed it into the back of one of the attackers' heads. Sasuke, just a bit slower, used his body flicker jutsu to appear beside the other attacker and kicked him squarely in the face. The demon brothers were down. "Che, weak," Sasuke said with disdain. Naruto looked at the man he hit with his Rasengan. The guy's head had left a hole in the ground, no way he was surviving that. The one Sasuke kicked had crashed into a tree, smashing his head. Naruto smirked. "If you're that weak, why even bother covering your faces? Do you think you're Kakashi? Or is the manga artist just too lazy to draw your faces?" Kakashi, feeling slightly targeted by Naruto's comment, examined the attackers' outfits. These are the demon brothers from Hidden Mist Village. They're known for doing whatever it takes to complete a mission. He then turned to Tazuna. "Their target was you, which means you didn't tell us that you were being pursued by shinobi. This is beyond the scope of a C-rank mission." Tazuna, sweating, realized how close he had came to death. Kakashi addressed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. "Given that the client lied about the mission's difficulty, we can abandon the mission. What do you all think?" Sasuke, in his usual cool tone, said, "I'm fine either way." He figured that if all the enemies were this weak, it'd be good practice. Sakura felt she didn't have the right to decide, so she went along with her teammates. Naruto thought for a moment and then said, "We're just gainin'. It's against the rules to take on missions above C rank. Even though I believe we can handle it, this is about risking our lives. Are you going to abandon me?" Tazuna's voice trembled. Naruto shook his head. "No, I'm saying that if we risk our lives, we should get more than a C rank reward. So you'll need to pay us more." Chapter 43. Manipulation of Tazuna. Naruto's abrupt involvement nearly surprised Kakashi. He glanced at Naruto solemnly and thought, when did you become so greedy for money? When Tazuna heard this, he immediately began to play the sympathy card, claiming that the Land of Waves was poor, that all their hopes were pinned on the bridge, and that he truly couldn't afford the fee for a B-rank mission. Finally, Tazuna pulled out his ultimate move, moral blackmail. "Even if you don't want to protect me, it's fine. If I die, at most my daughter and my 8-year-old grandson will resent Hidden Leaf Village for the rest of their lives and cry every day. But don't worry, I won't blame you. It's not your fault." Tazuna's eyes gleamed cunningly. Kakashi scratched his head, finding the situation troublesome. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly, and Sakura's expression turned grim. But Naruto wasn't fazed by this trick. He calmly said, "Well, I guess there's no choice. Why don't we put in some extra effort and head to the Land of Waves?" Tazuna felt triumphant, thinking his plan had worked, and a sly smile crept across his face. The team sensed that Naruto was up to something. Kakashi decided to play along with Naruto's act. "You want to continue the mission?" "No, what I mean is, it wouldn't be good if they hated Hidden Leaf Village forever. So why don't we work extra hard, go to the Land of Waves, and kill his daughter and grandson? That way, the whole family will be reunited." Naruto then turned to Tazuna with a malicious grin. "And of course, we'll take care of the real culprit who lied about the mission level first." Tazuna collapsed to the ground in fear. No. You can't do that. Naruto responded righteously, if you eat a bowl of ramen, you should pay for it. It's only fair. We can't accept a low-level mission fee while doing a high-level mission, can we? Naruto was adamant about setting things right. Lying about a mission's level could have serious consequences, or it could be overlooked if Tazuna settled the matter by paying the correct commission or forfeiting the mission altogether. After all, Tazuna's deliberate withholding of information was akin to endangering the lives of the fourth Hokage's son and the Uchiha clan's prodigy. In true shinobi style, ensuring the family's neatness wouldn't be unreasonable. What was most infuriating was Tazuna's attempt to manipulate them through moral blackmail. It was like reading a bad novel, where you can predict the plot exactly. In the end, Tazuna apologized sincerely and requested Team 7 to continue protecting him. He promised to clarify the mission level and make up the commission once they reached Hidden Leaf Village. It didn't matter much to Kakashi whether they continued the mission or not. With his strength, he could handle any unexpected situation, and no village would bother to send an assassin just to kill a foreman. Sasuke wanted to continue training and face strong opponents outside the village, so Sakura followed Kakashi's lead. Naruto mainly wanted to test his current strength and see if he could go head-to-head with Zabuza. So the group continued their journey. Along the way, they experienced hunger and thirst and spent the night in small inns. But they reached the seaside pier and prepared to take the waterway. As they boarded a motorized boat, Naruto found it fascinating. While the land was still dominated by horse-drawn carriages, the boats had engines, a complex mix of technology. Now that we're here, Mr. Tazuna, why don't you tell us more about your situation? Kakashi began the conversation. Naruto, seated comfortably, took out some melon seeds from his scroll and started munching, offering some to his teammates as well. Go on, let's hear your story. So Tazuna continued with his tale, trying to evoke sympathy by explaining how the Land of Waves was oppressed by the evil merchant Gato. The general summary was, Gato is ruthless, treating people like animals. The people of the Land of Waves suffer under his tyranny. However, the people are too afraid to resist. Fortunately, Tazuna decided to build a bridge to rally the people's courage, shouldering all the burdens on his own. The atmosphere grew heavy after hearing this, but Naruto remained indifferent. If the people didn't stand up for themselves, who could they blame for being oppressed? Cough, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but the truth holds. With so many workers, can't they just pick up a hammer and sickle and fight back? If that doesn't work, why not post a bounty on the underground black market for Gato's assassination? Just mark it as a D-rank mission and note that Gato is filthy rich. Perhaps a kind-hearted old man in his 90s would take on the task, saying, I don't care about the reward, I'm just curious how much money Gato has. Of course, if you don't dare to make the payment, you might find yourself having a heart-to-heart conversation. It's not because the old man is stingy, it's just that there's a certain spendthrift in the organization who asks for money every day. As Naruto was lost in these thoughts, the ship approached the dock. This was Naruto's first time leaving the Land of Fire and stepping onto foreign soil. For a moment, he felt a surge of emotion. And the urge to shout, Land ahoy! After docking, there was still a long road ahead to reach Tazuna's house, and they could be attacked at any time along the way. Naruto took out a stack of explosive tags, then grabbed some from Sasuke's ninja pouch and handed them to Sakura. Sakura, take these for self-defense. Sakura was the least lethal member of the team. Sakura's hands trembled. Too many. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of explosive tags. The little money she'd earned from missions since graduating probably wouldn't cover the cost. It's fine. You can return what you don't use. Besides, Sasuke's family is in this business, so you can get a discount from him later, Naruto said generously, and Sasuke nodded in agreement, showing support for his teammates. Sakura carefully stored the tags and enthusiastically answered, I've never been in such a well-funded fight before. As they walked, a mist gradually formed around them, and suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed. Kakashi quickly knocked Tazuna down and shouted, Get down! The three Genin reacted swiftly, crouching just in time as a massive sword, nearly 2 or 3 meters long, spun over their heads and embedded itself in a nearby tree. A figure leapt out of the woods, landing on the sword's hilt, arrogantly turning its back to the group. I didn't expect to run into the famous copy ninja Kakashi. No wonder the demon brothers failed. Kakashi also recognized Zabuza. His face was unreadable, but his eyes grew serious as he held back Sasuke, who was eager to fight. It's the demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza. This isn't an opponent you can handle. Form up and protect Mr. Tazuna. With that, Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. The three Genin quickly stood and formed a protective circle around Tazuna. Naruto gauged the situation and decided that Kakashi could protect them. Naruto secretly made some hand seals, planning to give Zabuza a nasty surprise. Chapter 44. Zabuza vs Team 7. Naruto quietly moved behind Kakashi, quickly forming 3 hand seals. A sudden thought crossed his mind: what if I hit Kakashi with the mysterious art of Hidden Leaf Village right now? No, focus. This is a battle, he reminded himself. Inclusive thoughts are dangerous. Shaking off the weird idea, Naruto launched his ninjutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A massive water dragon, easily 4 or 5 meters wide, erupted from the water, cutting through the fight between Kakashi and Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock. You call that a water dragon jutsu? In an instant, Zabuza grabbed the giant sword at his feet, kicked off the tree trunk, and swung it with both hands, striking the water dragon's head. The force of the strike launched him away, and he landed a bit awkwardly in the nearby lake. Watching this, Naruto thought, is this really how you're supposed to use the executioner's blade? He recalled an episode where Danzō and Itachi were able to strike down most of the hunter ninja, but Yagura entered his version 2 form and launched a tailed beast ball toward Danzō. Naruto had been stunned back then. Danzō was impaled by his sword. With little time to react, Danzō attempted to deflect the attack with a Kubika Ribicho but failed. Even if Itachi didn't join Akatsuki in this timeline, Danzō probably still would have died on some mission for Hidden Mist Village. It was funny how all 3 wielders of the Executioner's Blade, Danzō, Zabuza, and Suigetsu, ended up as rogue ninjas from Hidden Mist Village. Maybe the sword has some weird curse that makes its wielders defected. Back to the fight. The water dragon's head shattered, sending the rest of the water crashing into the large tree where Zabuza had been standing a moment before. The tree, already weakened from Zabuza's earlier attack, swayed and then broke. Water cascaded down, flooding the forest, though it was a bit of a waste. Zabuza stood on the water, raising one hand to the sky and the other in front of his chest, striking a pose that practically screamed mid-level boss. He sighed dramatically, as expected of Kakashi Hatake, using such a large-scale water-style jutsu without me noticing. It made sense, no one would think that 3 genin could pull off such a high-level water-style jutsu. Kakashi, though, didn't bother correcting him. When did you see me using a water-style jutsu? But explaining things mid-battle would only give away his weaknesses, and Kakashi wasn't about to do that. Hidden Mist Jutsu. Zabuza's voice echoed as the already thick fog became even denser, and he disappeared into the mist. Everyone, be careful. He is a master of silent killing, Kakashi warned the team. Zabuza killed over 100 of his fellow students during the Hidden Mist Village graduation exam, earning him the title Demon of the Hidden Mist. Don't take him lightly. Zabuza's eerie voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. There are 8 vital points in the human body. The throat, the cervical vertebrae, the lungs, the liver. So, where should I start? Naruto muttered, where's the silent killing if all you do is yap? The fog thickened so much that even Kakashi, standing just 2 meters away, was almost invisible. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 shadow clones popped up around Naruto, forming a protective circle around Sakura and Tazuna. Suddenly, one of the clones pulled out a kunai and stabbed another clone. Naruto and the others immediately realized, right, we've got sensory ninjutsu. Naruto made a mental note, number 001, you're getting extra ramen tonight. Naruto started using the sensory ninjutsu he had recently learned to search for Zabuza. But it wasn't easy. Lots of shinobi had techniques to hide their presence, and Zabuza was a master of it. So, Naruto and his clones didn't find anything for a while. Oh, shadow clones? That's pretty impressive for someone your age, kid. You're worthy of being killed by me, Zabuza taunted. Sasuke and Sakura were already trembling. Sasuke was overwhelmed by the intense killing intent from the 2 Jonin. The feeling of helplessness in the face of death made him consider ending it all. He even raised a kunai to do it. A nearby shadow clone noticed and smacked him on the back of the head. Get it together, or I'll tell Big Brother Itachi about your cowardice. Sasuke snapped out of it instantly. I can't disappoint my brother. With his Sharingan now activated, Sasuke's eyes sharpened as he searched desperately for Zabuza. The tomoe in his eyes spun wildly, and in a moment, one tomoe turned into 2. The clone was speechless. What the? Is Itachi like an instant power-up for you? Just mentioning him levels you up? As for why Naruto wasn't affected by the killing intent and still had the energy to joke around, he grew up with the 9 tails. Zabuza's aura was nothing compared to Kurama's. Sasuke threw his kunai with all his might. Naruto was still muttering to himself, what a coward. You said you were going to kill me, but you attacked Kakashi instead. As Zabuza swung his blade at Kakashi, Kakashi dodged, but the attack turned out to be a water clone, which dispersed on impact. In truth, Zabuza was in a tough spot. He wanted to kill the yellow-haired kid or Tazuna first, but the shadow clones surrounded them like an iron wall. There was no way he could slip through without being noticed. Assassination requires stealth. If you're caught, it's just an attack, not an assassination. So, Zabuza decided to take out Kakashi first, the strongest opponent. Once he was down, the kids would be easy. But somehow, those two brats sensed his water clone's movements. Are they using some kind of sensory ninjutsu? If Zabuza kept targeting Kakashi, the two kids would keep getting in the way. But if he went for Tazuna directly, the shadow clones might hold him off just long enough for Kakashi to interfere. Maybe I should wipe out all the shadow clones with one strike or lure them away. I can hold off Kakashi with my main body while the water clone deals with Tazuna. Zabuza finalized his plan, hidden in the mist. He swiftly formed 44 hand seals in rapid succession. Zabuza unleashed the water dragon jutsu using the lake water, but it wasn't as strong as the water dragon jutsu Naruto had just used. The water dragon roared and surged forward, aiming to wipe out all 23 targets, including the shadow clones. No way 3 Genin could defend against that. The 5 clones in the front row were obliterated as expected, unable to react in time. But as the first clone disappeared, Naruto immediately reacted, forming 2 seals. Water Style, Water Formation Wall Chapter 45. It's a trap normally, a water wall takes 6 hand seals to create, raising a water barrier from the ground. But Tobirama's version only needs 2 seals. A massive amount of water shoots out, spiraling and rising to form a hollow water column. If left uncapped, it almost looks like a water-based version of a different jutsu. Zabuza's water dragon clashed with Naruto's water wall. The dragon's head and body started to wear down, some of it merging into the water wall and strengthening it, while the rest splashed out, injuring a nearby shadow clone. Naruto, Sakura, and Tazuna were safe inside the water wall. The remaining 5 shadow clones rushed toward where the water dragon had gone, each holding a small blue orb. Zabuza swung his giant sword, slicing through 3 clones with one swipe and kicking another aside. When the last clone was about to smash its Rasengan into his waist, Zabuza blocked with his sword. The Rasengan hit the blade, causing a thin crack to appear in it before the clone was taken out too. At the same time, the water dragon dissipated, and the water wall gradually came down. Naruto noticed Kakashi snapping out of his stillness, charging at Zabuza with lightning crackling in his hand. Kakashi's lightning cutter sprint was incredibly fast. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, Zabuza reluctantly raised his large sword to block. With a loud clang, the executioner's blade shattered, the broken half scratching Zabuza's calf before sinking into the water. Just then, an ice wall shot up, blocking Kakashi's attack. Ice style? Kakashi dispersed the lightning cutter, stepping back cautiously, eyeing the masked boy who had came to Zabuza's aid again. Retreat. Zabuza growled, knowing his leg injury would only get worse if he kept fighting. He had no choice but to pull back and recover. Hyuga quickly helped Zabuza retreat, but Kakashi didn't pursue them. As the thick mist slowly cleared, Naruto sent several shadow clones to try and retrieve the broken blade that had sunk into the water. They couldn't find it, so the clones dispersed themselves in frustration, feeling guilty for not completing their task. Naruto rubbed his temples, a bit exasperated. You guys tried hard, why feel bad about it? Kakashi lowered his headband to cover his Sharingan, sighing in relief. Zabuza probably won't be back for a while. Let's keep moving. Naruto watched Kakashi for a moment. Did we win this time, or was it just another draw? He wondered. Kakashi didn't seem too worn out. The group of 4, plus Tazuna, continued westward. Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Sakura was annoyed that she hadn't done much in the fight, despite Naruto giving her so many explosive tags she never got to use. Sasuke, with his 2 Tomoe Sharingan active, was lost in thought, already thinking about when he could spar with Naruto again. A grin spread across his face, nearly reaching his ears. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something. Hey, Kurama, can you sense if Zabuza's coming back? Of course, Kurama replied curtly. Then why didn't you warn me earlier? I could have hit him with a water cannon and ended it. Didn't you say you wanted to practice your sensory ninjutsu? But that's for training. This was a real fight. I can practice later. Don't you humans believe that progress happens faster when your life's on the line? But Zabuza isn't strong enough to make me feel any real danger. Are you relying on that white-haired guy up front, or the 2 scrolls Kushina left you? Both. And besides, you give me plenty of confidence too. Wait, did you just call my mom by her name? Are you not mad anymore? Kurama usually called Kushina that woman or something similar. Why the change today? This fox can call her whatever he wants. Oh, Naruto mumbled, feeling a bit awkward. Kurama fell silent. His attitude toward Naruto's family had changed a lot over the years. It started with Naruto himself. Kurama noticed the kid was never afraid of him, even telling him stories when they first met. When Naruto learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu, his first thought was to lend it to Shukaku, and now he even complained when Kurama didn't help him. Then there was Kushina. She had said something pretty bold to Kurama back when she first sealed him, "You have the power to dominate the world, but I can dominate you." For over a decade, Kurama had hated her, wanting to crush her when he was finally free, even though his real anger was aimed at the one who controlled him with the Sharingan. But later, as Naruto's sealed space evolved, so did Kushina's. The fox and the woman argued daily. But no matter how intense their fights got, Kushina never restricted Kurama's movements within the seal. Oddly enough, Kurama started to enjoy their quarrels because Kushina treated him like a person, not a beast. And then there was Minato and Naruto. Their chakra had a warmth to it, and under Naruto's influence, Kurama noticed they held no malice toward him. The most surprising thing was that whenever Naruto's family talked about Kurama, they referred to him as he in the common ninja language, not it. Kurama closed his eyes. Strange humans. The group finally arrived safely at Tazuna's house. They were greeted with what seemed like a modest but hearty dinner, with plates full of fish. Naruto thought it must be a specialty of the Land of Waves and decided to give it a try. Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, wasn't bad at cooking, and everyone ate with gratitude. The next day, Naruto, realizing he wouldn't stay healthy without some greens, took out a scroll his mother had prepared. He pulled out a variety of vegetables, fresh meat, and other ingredients, handing them to Tsunami while asking for a healthier, balanced meal. Tsunami didn't refuse, though she felt a bit embarrassed, knowing the household was already tight on resources. After breakfast, Tazuna went to work on the bridge, and Kakashi took the students to guard him while they trained nearby. Kakashi leaned against a tree, his hands in his pockets. Sakura sat under the tree, fully engrossed in her book. But while Kakashi read an 18-plus novel, Sakura was deep into medical textbooks. Their reading choices couldn't have been more different. Sasuke, with his Sharingan active, focused on honing his Chidori, the sound of chirping birds echoing through the area. He pierced a tree with his first Chidori, then another with a second, grinning like the 12-year-old he was. It seemed like he might unlock a new level of his Uchiha heritage at any moment. Naruto, meanwhile, released 30 shadow clones. 10 worked on improving sensory ninjutsu and the flying thunder god jutsu, 10 trained Rasengans to smash trees and stones, and the last 10 worked on refining his wind nature transformation. The real Naruto strapped on weights, ran a few kilometers to warm up, and then found a random tree to punch and kick. Kakashi glanced up occasionally, watching his 3 students. It was great, everyone knew what to work on and was making progress without much guidance. The birds chirping here and the explosions were a bit noisy, but Kakashi contentedly turned to the next page of his book. Only to find that the chapter had ended. Chapter 46 Training in the evening, the team of 4, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, headed home with Tazuna after a long day of work on the bridge. Naruto had pushed himself to the point of exhaustion. As usual. The strain from maintaining 30 shadow clones all day finally caught up with him. As the clones dispersed and their fatigue returned to his body, Naruto staggered and began to fall forward. Kakashi caught him just in time, pulling him onto his back. Naruto laughed, feeling a familiar warmth from Kakashi, a bond he cherished. Just for this, Kakashi, I'll get Jiraiya's autograph for you one day, Naruto thought. Unaware of Naruto's thoughts, Kakashi sighed and spoke softly, Naruto, using shadow clones to train can speed up your progress, but it also doubles the fatigue. You're pushing yourself too hard. If you keep this up, you'll hurt yourself. Naruto brushed off the concern with a grin. It's fine, sensei. I'll just sleep it off tonight. But deep down, he knew he couldn't continue at this pace. They were not in Hidden Leaf Village, they were in dangerous territory. Zabuza could attack at any moment. He needed to be more careful with how many clones he used the next day. It wasn't that Naruto wanted to work himself to death. It was the fox's reminder that made him doubt whether he could make progress without facing a life-and-death crisis. In his previous life, he'd lived a comfortable, sheltered life, far from any real danger. He'd never even met a thief in 20 years, let alone experienced a true sense of crisis. He used to be an ordinary student who liked to quietly level up in games until he could overpower others with ease. Now, in this world, Naruto had plenty of ways to protect himself. Unless the entire Akatsuki gang showed up to snatch Kurama, it was hard for him to feel any real danger. Kakashi then turned to Sasuke, offering advice. Sasuke, with your current stamina, using Chidori 4 or 5 times a day is your limit. It's not that you don't have enough chakra, but Chidori puts a huge strain on your body. Yeah, Sasuke replied, his face pale. He was so drained that he needed Sakura's help to walk. Sasuke didn't say much. He had been pushing himself hard, trying to keep up with Naruto's insane training regime. But even with his Sharingan, Sasuke felt like he was no match for Naruto's monstrous stamina. Sakura didn't expend as much energy as the others. She spent most of her time studying medical books, taking breaks every hour or two for physical training to stay in shape. Her goal was clear: to become a qualified medical ninja as quickly as possible. Because of this, she could now carry Sasuke on the road with a contented smile. Back at Tazuna's house, Kakashi laid Naruto down at the dining table. Sakura reluctantly let go of Sasuke's hand. Seeing Tazuna's tired face and Naruto and Sasuke covered in dust, Inari couldn't help but think of his father. Tears welled up in his eyes as he cried out. Why do you all work so hard? No matter how hard you try, you can't beat Gado's men. Why do you even fight? After shouting, Inari ran back to his room and locked the door. Inari. Tsunami, concerned for her son, chased after him. Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke exchanged confused glances, but Naruto seemed to understand. He remembered the reason behind Inari's outburst. Frankly, Naruto didn't like the kid's attitude. Naruto had to resist the urge to smack Inari, reminding himself, he's just a kid. What's the point of arguing with an 8-year-old when Naruto himself was only 12? There were plenty of kids who had gone through worse. Look at the children in the Hidden Leaf Village orphanage, or even Sasuke, who lost his entire family. Heck, even Kakashi lost his father at a young age. Did these people give up? No. The real problem was this messed up ninja world. Maybe if Madara Uchiha had forcibly united the world and then let Hashirama Senju rule with a softer touch, things might have been better. But that was a pipe dream. Both Madara and Hashirama were too stubborn. And with Black Zetsu manipulating things behind the scenes, chaos was inevitable. But was Black Zetsu wrong? After all, he was trying to save his mother by any means necessary. In the end, it all came down to the gods who created this world. Their whims led to tragedies everywhere. That kid was never like this before. Tazuna began to explain Inari's backstory to everyone. It turned out that when Gado first arrived in the Land of Waves, he used fear to control the people. Inari's father, who dared to resist, became an example, killed by Gado to crush the spirit of the entire country. Ironically, Inari's father had an X-shaped scar on his chin. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if this guy was somehow related to Danzō, remembering the conspiracy theories he used to joke about when watching the anime. The team couldn't do much to help. Naruto knew that no amount of talking would solve Inari's psychological issues. After all, they were ninjas, not therapists. They couldn't just wave away his problems. Their job was to deal with Gado, and once he was out of the picture, Inari might start to heal. Until then, they'd focus on their mission. After a quiet dinner, everyone went back to rest. The next morning, Naruto was full of energy again, as if he hadn't been dead tired the day before. Sasuke, however, was still recovering. He clenched his fists, frustrated. Damn it, how long will it take to catch up to him? Kakashi noticed the state of his students. In the past, it wasn't as obvious. But now, with Naruto around, Sasuke's progress seemed more normal in comparison. They started their training as usual. Naruto decided to have the number of shadow clones he used, saving more energy for potential emergencies. Sasuke hadn't fully recovered yet, so he took it easier than before. Sakura continued her routine of studying and physical exercise, sticking to her own pace. Kakashi was pleased. His students seemed to be listening to his advice, and as a teacher, it was satisfying to see. Even the way he turned the pages of his book was more relaxed. Thanks to the calm weather the day before, a few more workers had come to help Tazuna with the bridge, speeding up the project slightly. And so, 3 days passed, with a small boat slowly rowing across the sea. Chapter 47. Return of Demon Naruto. There's malicious intent approaching, Kurama suddenly warned. Naruto, who was warming up with a run, stopped abruptly. His fingers touched the ground as he closed his eyes to sense the presence. They aren't hiding their presence. It must be Zabuza and Haku. Kakashi-sensei, we have an emergency. Naruto quickly removed his training weights and sprinted in the direction of Tazuna, with Sasuke and Sakura following closely behind. Kakashi was even faster. By the time the three of them arrived, Kakashi had already blocked the Senbon Haku had aimed at Tazuna with his kunai. Zabuza was still standing on the bridge more than 5 meters away, taunting, "It's been a long time, Kakashi. Are you still dragging these brats around? Don't you think they're just dead weight?" Kakashi, never one to back down, smirked and retorted, "Aren't you also dragging a brat along this time?" "Humphrey," Zabuza sneered, "Haku is different from them. I've trained him since he was a child, and today, nothing will stop us." With that, Zabuza began forming seals to use the hidden mist jutsu. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived at the battlefield just in time. Seeing the seals forming, Naruto threw a kunai and shouted, "Sakura!" Sasuke. Understood. Sakura also threw a kunai. Zabuza, dodging the kunai, scoffed, "Such childish tricks. Wait, an explosive dud?" His eyes widened as he quickly leapt sideways, barely avoiding the explosion. Sasuke, with his Sharingan activated, had already predicted Zabuza's landing spot and launched the Phoenix Fire style, sending a barrage of fireballs toward him. Zabuza, still in midair, had to pull out his massive sword to deflect the fireballs, his actions clumsy and awkward. Though not particularly damaging, the attack was undeniably humiliating, prompting Zabuza to roar, "You brats!" Naruto turned to Sakura. "Sakura, don't forget to keep using those explosive tags. We can't let him complete any jutsu." "Got it." Sakura replied eagerly, glad to finally contribute. She quickly threw 3 more shuriken, each laced with explosive tags. Naruto then shouted to Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei. We'll handle him with long-range attacks. Just hold him off until we wear him down." "Leave it to me," Kakashi said, remembering how well the team had worked together during the graduation exam. He was confident that as long as he took out Hueco quickly, the kids could manage until he returned. Boom. 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 Sakura's shuriken explosions forced Zabuza to keep dodging. The blasts blew his headband off, leaving him seething with rage. "Don't get cocky, you brats. Do you even know who I am?" "Haku, keep Kakashi busy. I'll take care of these kids." "Yes, Zabuza-sama." Haku, trusting in Zabuza's strength, moved to engage Kakashi. As Kakashi and Huga clashed, the battlefield shifted further away, leaving Tazuna in the middle of the chaos, confused and unsure of what to do. Naruto quickly formed the water dragon release and sent a massive water dragon hurtling toward Zabuza. Despite his efforts, Zabuza was forced to defend. Whenever an enemy starts talking during battle, Naruto sees it as an opportunity. If you don't take advantage of their distraction, you're wasting the moment. Zabuza dodged the water dragon, splashes of water hitting his face, bringing him back into focus. He realized he had to be cautious, these kids weren't ordinary Genin. Although Zabuza was reluctant to admit it, he recognized that these brats were skilled enough to force him into a tactical retreat. He wanted to use the hidden miss jutsu, but every time he tried, Sakura's explosive tags interrupted him. Sakura's physical skills hadn't improved much since graduation, but watching Sasuke train with the body flicker and Chidori every day had sharpened her eyesight. If she couldn't track Sasuke's high-speed movements, how could she admire his handsome face? This was the power of love, obsession, and affection, madness. Zabuza desperately tried to avoid getting blown up by the explosive tags, but before he could regroup, Naruto's water style or Sasuke's fire style would be right on top of him. The team's seamless coordination kept him from getting close, and their relentless mid-to-long-range attacks prevented him from forming seals. The plan was clear, either take him down from a distance or stall until Kakashi could help. No matter how laid-back Kakashi usually was, he was still one of Hidden Leaf Village's elite join. He wouldn't struggle against Hueco for long, right? Right? 10 minutes passed, and Zabuza was growing increasingly frustrated. He tried to charge forward multiple times, but his attempts were always thwarted. He couldn't help but question how this pink-haired girl had so many explosive tags. It seemed endless. Were they free in Hidden Leaf Village? Was their economy tanking from overproduction? And that blonde brat, was he cheating? How could his water style be stronger than Zabuza's own, without even using seawater? Meanwhile, the Uchiha kid was sweating but still keeping up. What kind of monsters were these Genin? Something was off. The Uchiha's fire style was stronger than any he had seen before, in both scale and temperature. If this was the standard for Genin, what were those other Chunin he'd encountered? Naruto didn't know that Zabuza was on the verge of losing it. He only knew that Sasuke couldn't hold out much longer, so he decided to end it. As Zabuza dodged yet another explosive tag, Naruto formed the seals and shouted, "Multi-shadow clone jutsu." 10 shadow clones appeared, and together with Naruto, they all formed seals, water style, water dragon jutsu. X11 today, Naruto would show Zabuza what it meant to be outclassed by sheer numbers and tactics. Zabuza's eyes widened as he saw 11 water dragons blocking all his escape routes, and he muttered in disbelief, "You call this a water jutsu?" Chapter 48. Return of Demon. 11 water dragons collided with each other, but they didn't slice through. Unable to cut cleanly, they had to adjust their positions, managing to form 6 seals to summon a water wall. Compared to Tobirama Senju's version, it was like the difference between a wall of rammed earth and a cement brick wall. The water dragons crashed down, shattering the water wall on impact, and a large wave of water surged forward, washing away much of the building materials. A few seconds later, Naruto spotted Zabuza again. Zabuza was kneeling on one knee, his head lowered, one hand on the ground, and gripping his sword with the other. A small hole was pressed into the bridge deck by his knee, with fine cracks spreading out around it. The 10 shadow clones charged forward under the lead of clone number 001, each wielding a small blue Rasengan. Naruto had learned from countless battles to never leave an enemy alive, even if they seemed incapacitated. Who knew if they were faking it? From novels and anime, the shadow clones understood this as well, so without hesitation, they aimed their Rasengans at Zabuza. Suddenly, Zabuza raised his head and threw a smoke bomb on the ground. Smoke quickly enveloped Zabuza and the 10 shadow clones. Naruto then sensed 2 clones being slashed apart, followed by several explosions within the smoke, their echoes reverberating across the bridge. When the smoke cleared, Zabuza was gone. The 9 remaining clones looked around but couldn't find him. They scattered, some searching the distance, others checking the sea on both sides, while a few stayed close to Naruto's original body. Sakura remained vigilant, her gaze sharp. Naruto glanced at the clones, frowning. 1, 2, 3. Wait, how did 8 clones become 9? Something felt off. Naruto's eyes widened, one of the shadow clones was an imposter. At the same moment, Sasuke's Sharingan flared red, and he shouted, "Naruto! The chakra in the front clone is off." As he spoke, he quickly formed a Chidori. Just as Sasuke finished speaking, the clone transformed back into Zabuza, who slashed down with his massive sword, yelling, "Brat, die!" Zabuza had used the smoke to conceal his movements, killing the 2 nearest clones before transforming into Naruto's likeness and blending in with the shadow clones. Sasuke rushed forward with Chidori, striking Zabuza's arm. The sword slipped from Zabuza's grip, clattering to the ground, while golden chains wrapped around his legs, immobilizing him. Sakura's kunai flew, pinning Zabuza's arms. This time, she didn't activate the explosive tags attached, worried about accidentally injuring Sasuke due to their proximity. Zabuza grunted, looking down at the chains on his legs in shock. What's happening? My chakra. Could this be a sealing technique? How is this possible? This brat. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan, panting as he leaned on his knees. The day's battles had exhausted him, with almost continuous use of fire-style jutsu and Chidori. Sakura started tidying up her ninja tools. She grimaced as she realized how many she'd used, lamenting, "So many kunai. How many did I throw out today?" After a moment's thought, Naruto controlled the golden chains to extend and wrap around Zabuza's upper body, binding him like a mummy. At that moment, Kakashi approached, holding the unconscious Huku. Upon seeing Zabuza's bound form, memories of a painful past resurfaced, causing his eyelids to twitch. Still, seeing someone else in such a predicament made Kakashi almost want to laugh. He coughed and joked, "Isn't his Zabuza, who looked down on the kids next to me? Why did you end up losing so quickly?" "Humphrey, it's just the way of the world. If you're going to kill me, then do it," Zabuza said with hardened resolve. He'd already accepted his fate when he failed to assassinate the Mizukage. As a ninja, dying on a mission was an honorable death. He couldn't help but glance at Haku. Naruto also glanced at Haku, focusing on his neck. There was an Adam's apple, though not very prominent. So, he is a guy, Naruto thought. "Kakashi-sensei, what should we do with these 2 now?" Naruto asked. Kakashi replied, "There are generally 3 ways to handle this situation. First, we could hand them over to Hidden Mist Village since they are rogue ninjas from there. Second, we could kill them on the spot, which is the usual approach when dealing with rogue ninjas. Third, we could bring them back to Hidden Leaf Village, though that might attract a pursuit squad, which would be troublesome." "Wait." Zabuza struggled to speak, his expression shifting. Finally, he said, "I'm just a rogue ninja, do with me as you will." "But Haku. He's only a wandering ninja, following me temporarily. Please, don't." Zabuza-sama. Haku, regaining consciousness, cried out with tears in his eyes. "I failed to complete my mission, I'm just a useless tool. You don't have to do this for me." Zabuza roared, "If you're a tool, then shut up." "I didn't expect the demon of the mist to say something like that," Kakashi said, scratching his head. The situation was proving difficult, and he wasn't exactly cold-blooded. Naruto didn't want to kill them either. There wasn't any deep hatred, it was just a conflict between ninjas, essentially a professional rivalry. In his past life, Naruto had admired these 2, a pair of tragic partners who shared a deep bond. Even though some might call him soft-hearted, Naruto thought they deserved a better ending. But figuring out how to resolve this was tricky. Suddenly, an idea struck Naruto. "Leave it to me." Under the puzzled gazes of his teammates, Naruto used a sealing jutsu on both Haku and Zabuza, sealing away their chakra. Then, he removed the golden chains and tied them up with regular ropes. "The chains are strong but consume a lot of chakra. Even though I've got plenty, It's always good to save some when you can, Naruto said, clapping his hands. Better safe than sorry, right? With that, Naruto said, wait here for a bit, I need to make a call. Chapter 49. Kurama Communication Network. Naruto closed his eyes and prepared to activate his mental link with Kurama. Hey, Kurama, do me a favor. What do you want now? Kurama responded, hearing Naruto's request but unsure what Naruto was up to. Was he asking him for help making a call? Naruto grinned. You should be able to contact the other half of yourself, help me reach my mom. Kurama stared at Naruto with a hint of annoyance. Naruto continued, playing his trump card, come on, help me out, and once we're done here, you can get back to eating all the tasty food in Hidden Leaf Village. With some reluctance, Kurama contacted the other half of his chakra, and Naruto was pulled into a strange space where he encountered the other half of Kurama. This was a special way of communicating with tailed beasts. In the anime, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto used this method to meet other Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. They even granted him some of their chakras. For Naruto, this felt like a video call chat room, better than the virtual conference calls the Akatsuki organized. Yo, other Kurama, how's it going? Naruto greeted with a smile. Since there was no distinction between yin and yang at the time of the sealing, the two halves of Kurama looked identical. To make it easier, let's call the Kurama in Kushina's body the red Kurama and the one in Naruto's body the orange Kurama. Red Kurama stared at Naruto for a while, then suddenly smirked. Hello, kid. System message, Uzumaki Kushina has joined the chat room. Of course, the above message was just something Naruto made up when he saw Kushina appear. Where am I? Kushina asked, still a bit disoriented. Kurama had suddenly told her that Naruto needed to speak with her and asked her to cooperate, so she showed up rather confused. Mom, Naruto called out, waving. Naruto? What's going on? Kushina asked, still trying to figure out what kind of ninjutsu this was. This is a special communication method with Kurama. He can explain it to you later. For now, can you help me contact Dad? I need to ask him for something. Naruto then told Kushina everything that had happened after she left, focusing on the situation with Haku and Zabuza. He explained that he wanted to help them but didn't know how to do it. I'm still just a 12-year-old kid, so of course I have to ask my parents for help with things I can't solve. It's not too much to expect a father to come up with a solution for his son, right? Alright, Kushina replied, understanding what Naruto was asking. You want to save those two, but you don't know how to do it. I'm on a mission with Hinata and the others right now, so I'll send a shadow clone to inform Minato. Okay, fine. Kurama can contact me like this again if needed. System message, Naruto Uzumaki has left the chat room. Again, this was just Naruto's playful imagination. Thanks, Kurama. My mom will contact me later. Annoying, Kurama grumbled. Naruto opened his eyes and said, I've told Mom everything, so Dad's going to have a headache pretty soon. Do you have any ninjutsu that can directly contact Hidden Leaf Village? Kakashi asked, considering the tactical and strategic uses of Naruto's communication method. No, this technique is something only I and my mom can use right now. Unless, of course, Naruto distributed Kurama's chakra to others and tried to create a Kurama-linked network, but that would require Kurama to act as the server. Given Kurama's temper, it would be a miracle if he wasn't picky about it. Or there was another way, one Naruto had read about in a novel, by bringing a fragment of the slug sage out of the Shikatsu forest. By splitting it into multiple small slug clones, each person could have one in their hand. Since all of the small slugs share the same consciousness with the main slug sage, their information would synchronize, and the slugs could act as mobile phones for real-time communication. The problem is that the slugs summoned by the summoning technique have a time limit. When the time expires, they return to the Shikatsu forest, so they can't stay around for long. Additionally, the number of slugs Tsunade can summon with her chakra is also limited. Maybe when Tsunade returns to Hidden Leaf Village, she can research a way to improve the summoning contract, finding a method to keep summoned creatures around without continuously draining the summoner's chakra. Naruto's family is proficient in sealing techniques, space-time ninjutsu, and summoning. Maybe they really could figure it out someday. Kakashi had already deduced from Naruto's explanation that it was either due to the special blood connection of the Uzumaki clan or the unique ability of Naruto as a Jinchuriki. Either way, it didn't seem like this method could be widely applied anytime soon. With some time before Hidden Leaf Village responded, Naruto went up to Zabuza and asked, Hey, why hasn't Gato sent his men to take care of things these past few days? Zabuza snorted disdainfully. He has no men left. No men? What do you mean? Zabuza's expression darkened as he explained, remember when my Kubikirabucho got broken by you a few days ago? Everyone glanced at the large sword. Naruto thought about the Kubikiribacho's unique ability and had an idea of what happened. I remember the broken blade sinking to the bottom of the water, Kakashi said, picking up the now intact Kubikiribacho. There were no signs of any repairs. Zabuza sneered. The Kubikiribacho isn't an ordinary sword. Whether it's broken or damaged, as long as it absorbs human blood, it can gradually restore itself. Now that my sword is fully restored, how much blood do you think it absorbed? And where do you think that blood came from? If it weren't for the principle that ninja don't kill their employers. Everyone's expressions changed as they pieced together the situation. Hueco tried to explain, perhaps to save face for Zabuza. That day, after the failed assassination attempt on Tazuna, Zabuza returned injured and was mocked by Gato and his men. Gato even put a knife to Haku's neck. Already in a foul mood from being bested by a bunch of kids, Zabuza snapped when they threatened the person he cared about most, and he went on a rampage, leaving Gato with no subordinates. This was interesting. Many in the Land of Waves despised Gato, and he had been oppressing the people with his hired samurai, ronin, and thugs. But now, with no men left, who knows what the angry citizens of the Land of Waves will do? Naruto didn't care much either way. It was an internal matter for the people of the Land of Waves. His only responsibility was to inform Tazuna of the situation. Whatever Tazuna decided to do with that information was up to him. If Gato ended up being killed by the angry civilians, it might just mean that Tazuna would finally have the money to pay for the mission. Just as everyone was about to continue their conversation, Naruto received a message from Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 50. Minato's arrival. Hey, Naruto, I need you to hand me that special kunai. A special kunai? Sure. Naruto pulled out the Flying Thunder God kunai and placed it on the ground, recalling his days of playing video games, where he always carried a warding totem for extra vision. This kunai served as Minato's teleportation marker. Whenever he went out, he always took one along. It made him feel more secure. Hey, Kurama, why didn't you create a chat room this time? Kurama thought about it for a second, then glanced at Naruto with irritation. I did, but then Kushina and I got into a fight. Huh? Weren't you both fine just now? Ask her yourself when you get back. Kurama closed his eyes, clearly done with the conversation. Why should he explain? It was all because this brat had exposed their secret communication method. Then Kushina started demanding that they should chat with Naruto more often, like daily phone calls. Seriously? This old fox is the Ninetales, the strongest tailed beast. Did they expect him to be a messenger for his mother and son every day? How embarrassing. That's how the fight started. Naruto was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. After all, Kurama and Kushina argued daily, and it only seemed to strengthen their bond. Naruto wondered if bringing out the kunai now meant his father wanted to teleport over himself. After a while, Minato appeared, wearing his forehead protector, blue ninja attire, and his signature Hokage cloak. Dad, why'd you come here in person? Naruto asked. Because this involves one of my current plans, and I needed to bring them back. Knew it, Kakashi thought as he saw Naruto take out the kunai. He wasn't surprised to see Minato. Lord Fourth. Sakura exclaimed, shocked that Minato had traveled from Hidden Leaf Village to the Land of Waves in an instant. Although the Flying Thunder God Jutsu is Minato's signature jutsu, not everyone knows the details. Many even confuse it with simple teleportation, so it made sense that Sakura was clueless. Uncle Minato, Sasuke greeted politely. Minato nodded in response, smiling. Kushina informed me about what was happening. You all did well on this mission. Leave Zabuza and Huga to me. The team, proud of their work, smiled and wondered what Minato had planned. Minato turned to Zabuza and Haku, who were securely bound, and asked, You're Momoki Zabuza, the demon of the mist, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, right? 4th Hokage, the famed yellow flash of Hidden Leaf Village. I've heard much about you, Zabuza replied with cautious respect. Naruto observed the scene, feeling it resembled the tense negotiations when Kakashi first met Zabuza. Was this some ninja custom he didn't know about? Luckily, Minato cut through the awkwardness. I'll be direct. I need your help with something. It won't violate your ninja code, and if you succeed, it'll benefit you. Zabuza remained silent for a moment before glancing at Haku. Looks like I don't have much choice. Then return to Hidden Leaf Village with me, and we'll discuss the details. Minato then turned to Tazuna, his expression turning serious. Mr. Tazuna, regarding your deception and the false mission rank, I expect you to come to Hidden Leaf Village after the bridge is completed to explain yourself and help with the aftermath. Is that clear? Why yes, of course. Tazuna stammered, shocked by the young Hokage's stern demeanor. Sakura tugged on Naruto's sleeve and whispered, Hey, Naruto, isn't Lord Hokage supposed to be gentle? Why is he so strict today? Naruto replied, Because he's Hokage. He's gentle with his own, But that old man tried to trick us, so it's only right to be strict. They say that during negotiations with the Land of Lightning a few years ago, Dad's presence was even scarier. Sakura nodded, trying to understand. This was how a Hokage should be, kind to his own, like the friendly neighbor everyone loves, but firm with outsiders. We'll head back to Hidden Leaf Village now, Minato said, preparing to teleport with Zabuza and Haku. Naruto leaned in. Dad, can your chakra handle such a long distance? It's fine. This distance isn't as taxing as summoning Game Bunga. And don't underestimate your dad's chakra reserves. Oh, do you want to take us back too? We're done here anyway, Naruto asked hopefully. Before Minato could respond, Kakashi spoke up. No, Naruto. This is our mission. We started it, so we'll finish it ourselves. Completing the mission properly is part of a ninja's training. Oh, Naruto sighed, resigning himself to walk back. You ninjas have so many rules. But he didn't argue. When he mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he could teleport home while others walked. Minato ruffled Naruto's hair and turned to Kakashi with a proud smile. You're becoming a great teacher, Kakashi. Ah, it's nothing, Kakashi replied, embarrassed by the praise. Naruto couldn't resist teasing, you'd be an even better teacher if you didn't read those weird books in front of us. Hey. Kakashi stammered, flustered. PFFT, Sasuke snickered. Sakura also giggled behind her hand. Zabuza and Huga watched this interaction, a look of disbelief in their eyes. Such casual banter between students and their jonin was unheard of in the Bloody Mist. Minato sighed, are you still reading those? When I recommended Jiraiya-sensei's book to you, it was the tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi. Because of that, Kushina's given me quite a few lectures. Maybe I'll let her handle you. Then, with a casual wave, Minato teleported away with Zabuza and Haku to Hidden Leaf Village. No, Minato-sensei. Kakashi reached out, but it was too late. Remembering Kushina's gentle teachings, he froze in place like a scarecrow in a field. Ha 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 ha. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura burst into laughter, filling the air with joy. Chapter 51. Naruto. After the fourth Hokage left, Tazuna didn't immediately start constructing the bridge.